Rishi, at the end of the session, you are going to give your reflection.
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Boske. Sama. Sama.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ वो 1 घंटे के अंदर हो जाएगा.
अच्छा हो जाएगा, बस अभी स्टार्ट ही करूंगी इसको स्टार्ट.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Make it simple, no problem. ठीक है ना?
Yeah, sure, sir.
वो थोड़ा भेज देंगे ना, थोड़ा रिमाइंड भी हो जाएगा.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yesterday I was trying it in Canva, okay, but it was not happened.
It's okay.
Yeah, they have lots of problems.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, their first concern is press subscribe. That is the problem. Rishi.
Yes, sir.
No, Rishi, what I am thinking, after 1 month, okay, we can start some program for 15 days where we can take some web tools, okay, web 2.0 tools. Every day take 2 tools and just prepare some of the students or some of the colleagues, okay, in such a way that they will tell in detail, okay, with tutorial. They can say that. I think that is very useful. Okay, on the net everything is available. But if you are going to create a situation like,
problem, sir?
Yes, you will make the people, compel the people to be there for 1 day and learn. I think that learning is going to be more. I think now it is very essential just to prepare a poster, just to prepare a leaflet.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even the PPT making also, there are lots of that is 360. One is there. That is also very good. Okay.
Test mode is there, sir. One more, like Google Form, we have test mode.
Okay. So if you can do something like that, I think that could be very useful.
Yeah, there are many tools, sir. Similar tools are available online.
So I can take the help of you people also. Okay.
Yes, sir. No issues.
Or Rishi, also for the researchers. Okay. Every month also you also start some program, 1 day program. Or into once in two months, start some program.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This time, आपने जैसा स्टार्ट किया ऐसा हमने भी एक स्टार्ट किया है.
कब
टाइम एक इनिशिएटिव लिया है, जुलाई में होना चाहिए.
Okay.
July, August time.
Uh-huh.
Similar kind of program.
Okay. This type of programs are very needed.
Yeah. We can also have some online platform where we can help scholars. We can devote some time. For example, in Tuesday seminars, we have a lot of discussion.
Okay.
After Tuesday seminars in Saturday forums, in case when we are there. So a lot of discussions are happening. Can we have some online platform? This is what we are thinking of.
If
If we have a common platform.
Nowadays our Tuesday seminar is online. So tomorrow we have the Tuesday seminar. I will invite all the people who are here just to join it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll just discuss with the administrators, and I think that is no harm, no problem. Our Tuesday seminar is allowed for all. Only the thing is just provided.
This is the only learning, sir, we can have.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's very difficult to be present in researcher forums every time.
So only the problem is now we have the limit of 100. Okay, we used to make it. So if the number will exceed, that may create problem. Otherwise,
so in that way, what we can do is, can you provide us YouTube link?
Yes,
it's very easy to create. So those who are not able to join on Zoom, they can join on YouTube.
No, we can take the Zoom, like the paid version of Zoom.
Yeah.
That is the monthly subscription is there. That is only 1,500. We can take when we think that we have some program this month. We can take it for 1 month, and likewise you can take it. No problem. The cost is not very high because you are going to take yearly subscription also. That is nearly 20,000 for.
Now they know it's the requirement, sir. They also know this is the requirement now.
Yes. So I'll see if possible tomorrow Tuesday seminar we can make it open.
Yes, sir.
Let the participants be 50 at least. Once it will be 50, then you can.
34 now in number. Aditi, PPT चल रहा है ना? Aditi?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
working.
Yeah.
Shama. Making us co-host.
Yeah. हाँ बोलो.
Nothing. Co-host only. Rakesh, me, Rishi sir. Chandran and Sarita.
Aditi, आज थोड़ा तुम्हारा all research scholars, no one should be missed out. Okay, मुझे एक list भेजना तो आज. ठीक है?
Yes, sir.
Research scholar और they are ये कौन सा committee में है वो mainly? I think all are involved in. You just send me the list, please.
और किसको बनाना है? अदिति?
Sarita, Rakesh, Chandran.
राकेश.
Rakesh, yes.
आपके सेशन में और कौन है? टेक्निकल आप
Yeah. Letter theory is not needed, na? Technical is Chandran and Sarita, and me and Rakesh are
yeah.
So that's it.
I have made Bosky also.
हाँ, me.
आज का chairperson कौन है?
Me.
Oh, okay, all the best. अरे तुम लोग का एक्टिविटी तो इट इज फ्लॉलेस, नो प्रॉब्लम, कुछ बढ़िया हो रहा है एकदम.
अदिति और कोई?
I don't think so.
इतना काफी है? Enough
हाँ,
ना?
अभी के लिए तो बहुत है. We'll see afterwards.
ऐसे बोलते हैं ना ऋषि, एक बार स्वर्ग में जो पहुंच गया वो पायस हो गया. तो मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है एक बार केस में जो आ गया ना तो वो हो गया. क्योंकि आई एम जस्ट वाचिंग फॉर लास्ट 2 days. अरे जूनियर्स जो मतलब कल जो ज्वाइन किया है, दे आर आल्सो एक्सेलिंग. इट इज गुड. But it was very risky. I was thinking what will happen. but it was wonderful, wonderful. Sir, good morning. Professor Silk Kumar, sir, good morning.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll join with the program. Really,
Yes,
I
sir.
enjoyed
Yes,
the
sir.
program. Most of the program I have attended.
Yes, sir, I have seen you. Thank you very much.
Yes, but I didn't disturb you. That's the thing.
Yes, sir.
Because you are busy with your program.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, sir.
Good morning, Silver sir, and thank you for attending.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So shall we start?
I think Aditi, you can start. You can start now, Aditi. You can start now.
Rakesh, over to you. You'll start now.
Yes.
राकेश मुंह क्यों नहीं दिखाते हो? मैं पहले बार आज देखा तुमको.
सर कैमरा ऑन ही है मेरा. So shall I start?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Rakesh, please.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present over here. I would like to welcome you all in the 9th session of the last day of Research Mosaic. Let me introduce myself first. I am Rakesh Yadav, co-chairperson of today's technical session. Currently, I am pursuing PhD in education from the Department of Education, the Faculty of Education in Psychology, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, under the guidance of Professor Satish Pathak. I have joined this department in January 2021 as UGC JRF, and title of my study is A Study on Status of Sanskrit Language Teaching in the Secondary Schools of Mehsana District in Gujarat. The chairperson of today's session is Ms. Aditi Pandey. She has completed her M.Ed and also obtained gold medal in the year 2015 from Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. She got cleared her UGC JRF exams in education thrice, that is in December 2014, June 2015, and December 2015. She registered herself in PhD in November 2017 in the Department of Education, the Faculty of Education and Psychology, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, under the guidance of Professor Ashutosh Biswal sir on the topic Development of Strategies to Enhance Scientific Temper Among the Secondary School Students. So I welcome you, Aditi. We have with our lead speaker of today's session, Dr. Risiraj Balwaria sir. He is currently working as an assistant professor in the School of Liberal Studies and Education, Navratna University, Vadodara since 2011. Sir has expertise in the field of education, go across a spectrum of specialization in curriculum design, classroom transaction, and assessment. Professor Balwaria sir has published over 17 articles in peer-reviewed journals, in books, and in the proceeding of international conferences. Professor Balwaria has lectured over 25 conferences and seminars. Professor Risiraj Balwaria sir has completed his PhD titled A Study of Job Satisfaction of Teacher Education in Secondary Teacher Education Institutes in Gujarat under the guidance of Professor Ashutosh Biswal. His year of submission was 2015 and year of awardee in September 2015 from the case the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, Gujarat. Sir, we'll be going to enhance our knowledge about tools of data collection. So without delaying, I would like to hand over the session to Aditi to set the tone of the session. So Aditi, over to you. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Rakesh. Rishi sir, this digital podium is yours. Please give your wonderful speech, please.
Thank you, Aditi. May I start now? Okay.
Sir, please share.
Can you please share the screen now? Good morning to all. First of all, I congratulate Professor R.C. Patel, Head and Dean, Professor Ashutosh Biswal, the convener of Scholars Mosaic 2021, and Professor S.A. Panigre, and all my respected teachers from Faculty of Education and Psychology, Department of Education, Maharaja Syajirao University of Baroda, for organizing such a mega events. Special thanks to Professor Asutosh Biswal, sir, my guide and mentor, for providing this opportunity, sir. Research always check your patience level, so be calm and composed. With this personal remark here, I will present tips for tools of data collection in quantitative research. Can you please, next slide, go to the next slide.
Sarita, please.
I think there is some problem. Sarita, click on the screen and then share. To change. Do one thing. Stop sharing.
It's fine, fine. Keep it.
I am sharing. Not Sarita. Don't do that. Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Sir, please, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we talk about tools and techniques of data collection, you all know about these, that case study, checklist, interview, observation, survey, and questionnaires. They are all tools used for data collection. And research is carried out in different ways and for different purposes. Therefore, it is very important to decide the tools of data collection. Again, irrespective of the method of data collection used by the researcher, the information collected at any stage of the research by the researcher is just a raw data or a simple data, and it conveys no meaning. So this is what, as a researcher, we need to keep in mind. So no biasness should be there. Be free when you are collecting the data and take care of something. So next slide, please. So why this data is very important, and what is the importance of data collection? So these are the underlying reasons for collecting data are very important, especially for a researcher. First is research integrity. The main reason of collecting data is to ensure that the integrity of research is maintained, whether it's qualitative or quantitative. Second one, reduce the probability or chance of error. The correct use of appropriate data collection of method reduce the probability or chance of errors. Third one, reduce the error of decision-making process. Yes, it's again very obvious that it is important that accurate data is collected so that the researcher does not make any error. It again saves cost and time. To support new idea, innovation, and best practices. Now, as a researcher, to introduce any new information in the body of knowledge, researcher can use this data collection as evidence to support those claims when he is claiming anything in the research. Next slide, please. Now, these are few tips for tools of data collection. For the last 2 days, this is the third day, we are talking about different tips, whether it's qualitative or quantitative. You will find similarity, but from my side, I try to be very fair enough to give some tips along with what is already done by the previous speakers. So adopt best practices. So when you are collecting any data collection, where you're in the process of data collection, as a researcher, it's your responsibility to check the best practices adopted by the past researchers for data collection process. So identify the best one. If not, then it's again your responsibility to check whether the tools that you are approaching or that you are selecting are appropriate for your research. Then be sincere. Be sincere to your respondents. Let your respondent know the purpose of your study and why you are collecting their data. So it is again very important, and use very simple language when you have conversation with your respondent. Keep your data intact and at one place only. Unintentionally, we keep our data at various places, and at the end, when we begin our data analysis process, at that time we are in pain. It's very difficult to compile all the data. It's very difficult to understand what the data say. So it's a comment It's a tip. Always keep all your data at one place. Don't scatter it. Identify one place and keep all your data at that particular place. Be unsure about your data quality. So sometimes due to time constraint or lack of funds, I personally feel that researchers should take firm decision if data is insufficient to ensure data quality. So no compromise in terms of the quality of data. Next slide, please. Now, how to maintain this quality of data collection? Devote adequate time for data collection. Again, I would say, as a researcher, again, it's very important as you give enough time for your conceptual framework, give some time for analysis, give enough time for this data collection process. So it is very important to devote adequate time for the data collection. Again, if as a researcher you don't have any time, you may be occupied in different things, then whenever you are employing anyone to do the data collection in your behalf, make sure that he should be well qualified, experienced, and trained. If not, as a researcher, you have to provide the training or the tips to that employed person. Take personal interest in supervision. It should be ensured that there will be no opportunity to compromise the result and the quality of data. So as a researcher, personally see that yes, you are interested and take care of all small things which is required. Verify and double check suspicious information from respondent. Now, sometimes it's happened, respondent just fill the tools. For example, if you have given questionnaire to the respondent, they just fill it. As a
Sir, you have become mute. Please unmute. It's mute.
yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah.
Okay. So as a researcher, you must be smart enough to identify whether this is the information that you have collected is proper and safe. Next slide, please. One more point I would like in the previous slide, want to add. If you feel the data is not sufficient, drop it at the analysis part. No need to consider it. Next slide, please. No, previous one, I think. Previous one. Yeah. So these are the basic techniques to increase response rate. So how to increase the response rate when you in the field when you collect responses in the form of questionnaire? So one is provide introductory letter. It itself must explain the purpose of the survey and detail instructions to how to complete and return the questionnaire. It becomes very easy for the respondent when they have introductory information. Second, as a researcher, you must have implementation strategies to follow up with participants. So many a time, when you go for this follow-up process, you have to send the reminders, gentle reminders. Instead of just the reminder, I would use this word, gentle reminders, to your respondents so that they can respond to it. Then survey detail delivered by mail should be provided with stamped and self-addressed envelope. Then ensure the ambiguity of the participants. Next slide, please. When you have telephonic interview, you have to keep these points in your mind while conducting the telephonic interview. One, speak clearly and confidently. Take brief pauses if reading a long sentence. Keep your voice tone as an appropriate level and maintain that level. Take your time to read out each question slowly. Always be on the track. Do not engage the respondent in discussions that are not related to your survey. So always, as a researcher, be on the track. Don't ask all those questions. Don't involve yourself in unnecessary discussions. So that is very important. Be sure to address however picks up the phone with respect. So whenever you are trying to collect information from your respondents on phone, whoever picks up the phone, even a child, as a researcher, you must be very polite and give proper address to it. Then be prepared fully. Preparation is required to conduct a telephonic interview. So in between, don't engage yourself in so many programs and so many activities. So be free at that particular time and be prepared. Next slide. Again, when you are preparing for the reviewer, researchers should be keep these points in mind. Send each participant information. So when you have this face-to-face interaction with your respondent, send each participant information. For example, the type of information you should share or include should be related to interview time, interview location, contact information, length of time to allot for the interview. Ensure about the enabling environment. Again, if it's a face-to-face, then take care of all the environment, the place, the room, the natural setting, so that when the respondent comes, they feel comfortable. For focus groups, researcher has to address additional issues or special issues. Attempt should be to obtain a group of participants that represent a diverse set of thoughts and experiences. One more thing I would like to say here is make sure that when you are identifying this group, it must be from the population under study. It is not something that you take any group of people for this focus group discussion. So it must be from the population only. Next slide, please. Now, conducting interviews. When conducting interviews, begin the interview by explaining the interview's purpose to the participant. It always builds trust with the participant and help him or her to focus on providing relevant information. Use proper body language. Maintain an interested posture, eye contact, expression throughout the interview. This demonstrates your attentiveness and interest in what the participant is saying. Then provide enough time to conduct an interview. It's allow the participant to provide.
Sir, you are mute.
Yeah, without the feeling of being rushed. So provide enough time for this conducting any interview. Coming to the next one. Okay. Now observation. The researchers be aware about that when people are aware, they are being observed and their natural behavior changes. So we all know that when we start observing, they know that yes, someone is there to observe them. And because of this, their natural changes. Their nature is very obvious to change. So take care of that. And when you are, as a researcher, going for the observation, obtain approval from the authority, maybe from the principals, maybe from your head of the department, or those who have this authority. Then set rules how to conduct, how we are going to observe. When and where will the observation take place? What will be observed? How the observation, how will the observation be recorded by the researcher? For how long this will continue? These are the 5 things we should keep in mind while observing. Next slide, please. At the end, I personally feel that if these themes of tools of data collection in quantitative research are used by the researcher, precisely followed by the researcher, will definitely increase the probability or chance to have quality data collection. So with this remark, I stop my presentation. Next slide is just a thank you slide. Thank you everyone for patiently listening to the conversation or the presentation given by me. Thank you. Over to you, Adi.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir. Tools are indeed very important thing in our hand as a researcher through which we can collect data. And I am sure that all the researchers have noted down all the points sir has given us. It is very useful for us. So I wanted to move on to next means this session. So first, I request all the participants. Please mute yourself, Geeta Das. Okay. So I'll request all the paper presenter to raise your hand so that we can locate you, because it is very difficult for us to locate you. So please raise your hand, whosoever is in this session, please. And then we have two more people from the last session, means earlier session. So in this way, we have total 9 plus 2 presentation in this session. So first one is present. Nikita Shekhawat. I think she is absent. She has messaged. So we'll directly move on to second paper presenter, who is Pankaj Chaudhary from Central University of Rajasthan. Is he present, Pankaj Chaudhary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So
Aditi?
please share, and you have 8 minutes, please. Okay.
Yeah, make sure
Yeah.
they are able to complete their presentation within 7 to 8 minutes.
Yes,
Not more
yes,
than
sir.
that.
Yeah, sure, sir. Okay, Nikita is also present. She is present. Okay, after this, Nikita, you be ready after this.
Good morning, madam. I'm Dr. T. Sangeeta, a guide for Pankaj.
Okay, ma'am. You are going to present?
Pankaj will present. I'm just putting my attendance that I'm also there.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
ma'am.
madam.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pankaj, please start sharing. You have 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Time to introduce yourself, Pankaj, so that we cannot waste time.
Okay, ma'am. My screen is visible, ma'am.
Put in
Hello?
slideshow mode and start.
I'm visible screen, ma'am.
Yes, go in view mode. View. Okay, done. No. Go back.
Okay, ma'am.
Click on the back.
Okay, ma'am.
Go to view option. Last second, na view. Okay. View.
Then,
Go.
In that itself, go straight.
Go straight.
yes,
After
ma'am.
On
review,
top.
see slide
On
show
top.
is there.
Yes, ma'am. But in this, there are option for the Zoom meeting.
Okay, start like
Mute,
this only.
start with-
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay,
can
yeah.
present like that. You just present like that.
Present like this only. Okay, no problem, Pankaj.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, this is visible in its sharing mode.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to all of you. I am Pankaj Chaudhary, Master Student at Central Institute of Rajasthan. Today I will present my work on student belief toward physics laboratory under guidance of Dr. T. Sangeeta, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Central Institute of Rajasthan. These are the content of my presentation. And first of all, introduction. I will start introduction with two famous quotations by first Dr. D.S. Kothari. To learn and understand science, we have to do science. We can't understand and realize the concept of science without doing it. And second one is by the Solomon in 1980. He said that for science study, laboratory is as important as kitchen is important to cooking and garden is important to gardening. By these quotations, we can understand how laboratory is important in science study. But the effective physics study is not possible by just establish the physics laboratory. How students perform and utilize laboratory is more important, because students may face lot of problem during lab experiment. So by knowing students believe about physics laboratory, we can increase seriousness and effectiveness of the laboratory by using various methods. The review of literature, I have reviewed total 15 research papers, 12 from abroad study and 3 from Indian study. I will describe some of them. First, D. Rohasia and H. Girdon in 2018, he conducted a study on the students learning in physics laboratory. And they found that 50.055% agreed that laboratory work help in developing teamwork, work in collaboration, and they also found that The student think the physics laboratory is difficult and it is not for fun. And teacher does not reflect and discuss the result of experiment, so their attitude toward physics laboratory is also negative. And second paper is Omaidu MD in 2018. They also found that this is laboratory is very helpful in solo learner to learn effectively, and students learn through laboratory more than demonstration also. And it help in validation of theory and it develop learner skill also. And last one is it is Indian research paper, and Rakhi Trivedi and Professor MP Sharma
Sorry to
2013.
interrupt,
They
Pankaj.
conducted
Can
their
you
study.
focus on more methodology than the review? You can skip this review reading and then go to methodology part. We want to see your
Okay,
findings.
okay, ma'am. Thank you. The objective of the study, my first objective is to assess the level of belief of student toward physics laboratory, and the second objective to find out whether there is any significant difference exists in students' belief toward physics laboratory with respect to gender, background, and education level. The methodology which I adopted in this research, the normative survey method approach, it is quantitative research, and the sample total 117 responses collected through Google Form. A tool, a self-constructed and validated tool is used, and reliability is calculated by split half method. Data analysis, for data analysis, I use the statistical method via t-test and mean and standard deviation. Hypothesis of the study, there are five hypotheses. The first one is there is no significant difference exists in students believed toward physics laboratory based on gender. And second one, there is no significant difference exists in students belief with respect to background. There is no significant difference exist in higher secondary student and MSc physics students belief toward physics laboratory based on education level. And fourth one, there is no significant difference exist in high secondary student and MSc B.Ed physics student belief toward physics laboratory based on education level. At last, there is no significant difference exist in MSc B.Ed physics student and MSc physics student belief toward physics laboratory based on education level. Sample of the study, in this total sample size 117, and two, the self constructed based on 5 Likert scale and consists total 24 items on the basis of importance of physics laboratory, observation in physics laboratory, and challenges in physics laboratory. The reliability of the tool is 0.98 and validity of tool is also 0.98. And this is the sample distribution. In 20% sample is from government school, 50% sample is from Central University of Rajasthan, and 27% from other institutions. And in other sample, in samples 78% are male and 22% responded are female, and 46% responded are rural and 54% are urban. These are some distribution of sample and the analysis of the quantitative data. In this first I have analysis the level of students belief toward physics laboratory. In this we found that 70% people have moderate level of belief toward physics laboratory and 40% people have a lower belief toward physics laboratory. So level of belief is toward physics laboratory is moderate mainly, and the inferential analysis for students belief in this we use the t-test for testing or hypothesis uh, and mean and standard deviation. For first hypothesis, there is no significant difference exists in students' belief toward physics laboratory based on gender. In this, we calculated the t-value is 0.45. This is less than the tabulated value, so our null hypothesis is accepted. But in this, we can see that the female mean score is higher than the male, so we can conclude that female has a little bit higher belief toward physics laboratory rather than male. This is also we drawn from the literature review. Second hypothesis is there is no significant difference exists in students' belief with respect to background and locality of the students. In this also we calculate t-value is 0.64. This is less than tabulated value, so our null hypothesis is here also accepted. But in this we can also see that the mean score is 93.56 for urban and rural for 92.85. So urban have higher positive belief toward physics laboratory rather than rural. Maybe the facility provided in urban is more. And our third hypothesis. Hello. Sorry,
Yes, yes.
sorry. There is no significant difference exists in belief of higher secondary student and MSc physics student with respect to education level. In this also our t value is 0.20, which is less than tabulated value. So our null hypothesis is here also accepted. And the fourth hypothesis is there is no significant difference exists in belief of higher secondary students and integrated MSc B.Ed physics students with respect to education level. In this also we found that p-value is 0.03 and this is also less than value. So null hypothesis is again accepted. At last, there is no significant difference exists in belief of MSc Physics student and integrated MSc B.Ed Physics student with respect to education level. In this, our t-value is calculated 0.19, which is less than the tabulated value. So our null hypothesis is here accepted. And by the t-test finding, some of the finding of this study is the level of student belief towards physics laboratory is moderate, and there is no significant difference exists in student belief toward physics laboratory with respect to gender, with respect to background, and with respect to education level, like the belief in higher secondary student and MSc physics student, and there is no significant difference in belief of higher secondary and integrated MSc B.Ed physics students. At last, there is no significant difference exists in belief of MSc Physics student and integrated MSc B.Ed Physics student towards this laboratory with respect to education level. The recommendation of the study, the recommendations are that teachers should emphasize on use of laboratory in physics teaching so that students can understand topic very easily. Students use various laboratory techniques like expository, inquiry, and discovery method so that interest of students toward physics laboratory can be increased. Teachers should monitor laboratory process so that students can acquire all the skill like teamwork, analysis skill, observation skill, and collaboration learning, etc. At school and university, administration should provide a well-equipped laboratory to students so that the teacher can conduct lab activity smoothly. Computer and advanced technology should be used in laboratories so that data analysis become very easy.
Pankaj,
And student, yes,
please
student get
conclude.
better experience. Yes, ma'am.
You have one
Better
minute.
experience in laboratory. At last, laboratory instruction should be effective so the students believe toward physics laboratories increase, and the education implication in this to increase belief of students towards this laboratory. A suitable environment should be created in laboratory so that both the teacher and student enjoy the laboratory process and help the extend the knowledge from the laboratory. And the policies can be framed by the concerned stakeholder to provide a well-equipped laboratory in the schools and try to resolve time constraint problem at school level. And the pre-teacher training related to laboratory should be given to teachers so that they conduct laboratory activity effectively. A special method of teaching should be evolved according to aim of the experiment. At last, this study may be used for higher study related to laboratory. And conclusion of the study, survey if we provide a suitable change in laboratory activity and increase the belief of students towards this laboratory, then a better teaching learning can be possible in laboratory, which is our ultimate goal of our education system. So belief is very important factor because it gives us information that how students behave in laboratory and what they think about laboratory, and somehow we increase the belief, we can increase the seriousness of the student in laboratory, and it also can increase the effectiveness of the laboratory. Thank you. I would like to thank team of Scholar Mosaic 2021 for providing me this great opportunity to present my work, and this is my first step in field of research. And I would like to my supervisor Dr. T. Sangeeta for her valuable suggestion and support to present this paper in Scholar Mosaic 2020.
Thank you so much, Pankaj. Please stop sharing. And then we have next presenter, Nikita Shikhawat and Kalpana Jain from UCSSH MLSU. Now you can
Good.
unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nikita Shekhawat. So,
Please start sharing.
yes, ma'am.
Till the time you are sharing, please introduce yourself and keep your camera on because you all are being evaluated. So I'll request all the presenter while you are presenting, keep your camera on, video on, and you are sharing.
Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
No,
Sorry.
it's not visible, Nikita. And please
Okay,
keep
ma'am.
your camera on. We cannot see you. You have to.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying. Ma'am, can you share my PPT?
Okay, wait a second. Have you sent? Okay. Okay, I am sharing till the time you introduce yourself, please.
Okay, ma'am. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Nikita Shekhawat, PhD scholar under the guidance of Professor Kalpana Jain from Mohanlal Sukhadia University. Today I am presenting my paper, Effect of Gender on Self-Compassion and Forgiveness Among Adults. My reason of behind conducting this research is what is self-compassion and forgiveness and how much males are more self-compassionate than females. To understand this, I have collected a data through online via Google form. There are total 59 participants. So
Wait, Nikita, there is some problem. Is there anyone who's sharing?
I'm just trying,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Let me.
Yes, ma'am, I will share.
Nikita,
Excuse me,
started.
ma'am.
Okay, you start, Nikita. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Now is it visible?
It's visible. You can start. But
So-
your video is not on. Please switch it on.
Actually, ma'am, I'm presenting from phone, so that's why not possible.
Okay, then keep on.
Okay,
Carry
ma'am.
on.
So what is self-compassion? So self-compassion is the ability to alternate negative attitude toward the self. Means uh, when you are having negative attitude toward yourself, you are self-critical. So it's not that you always critical to yourself, because we are human being. We can make mistake. We have to accept this, and we have to self-compassionate when we are having any difficult time. So there are three main elements of self-compassion: self-kindness, common humanity, and mindfulness. So for what is forgiveness? Forgiveness is when you are not having any grudges towards yourself, toward another person, and toward the situation. Means when you are having any negative thought, emotions towards someone else, so when you are unable to forgive, so that negative emotion again and again will regenerate and affect not only your physically but also mentally, and your well-being is also affected. Again, it has three components: forgiveness toward the oneself, toward another person, and toward the situation. So there are some research studies that I have included in my research paper. So Larry and colleagues had conducted research in 2017, and they have said that those are more self-compassionate, have less negative emotion, and accepting more thought and greater tendency to put their problem in perspective. Then Neff and his colleague are this self-compassion concept is being presented in our history from a long time ago in our Vedas, in our ancient culture, but it is being popular by Christine Neff in 2003. Now it is being more popular than self-esteem. So some are researches towards the forgiveness. Forgiveness is different from pardoning, condoning, and
Sorry to interrupt, Nikita. Can you please focus more on methodology?
yes, ma'am. So this is my objective, to explore the gender difference on self-compassion and forgiveness among adults. There is only one hypothesis that I have made. There is a significant gender difference on self-compassion and forgiveness among adults. Total 59 participants have been participated between the age range of 20 to 49, 60% female and 40% males. Self-compassion scale from Kristen Knapp and the Heartland Forgiveness scale has been used to collect the data. T-test is calculated to see the gender difference, and intercorrelation between self-compassion and forgiveness was computed. It is correlation study. So my result is gender shows significant differences that in comparison to male, female are higher in self-judgment. And male scored privilege in positive dimension of self-compassion than female. These are the data. There is a significant gender variation in forgiveness specific to individual forgiveness component, except for forgiveness to self. Males scored consistently higher than female in all facets of forgiveness. This is the quantitative data for your review. This is related to forgiveness. So conclusion of my research study is self-compassion component was contributory to adults forgiveness through gender differentiated pathway. The result of present study supported the hypothesis. Mindfulness facilitated male forgiveness in all dimensions, suffered from a little weight from isolation and over-identification, while males benefited from soothing quality of self-kindness, self-judgment.
எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் 500 ரூபா கூட 1000 ரூபா கூட இந்த மாதிரி என் பின்னாடி
Excuse me. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
No problem. You carry on.
Continue.
To develop a tendency to be self-critical rather than self-compassionate to be found among female in our research study means female are more self-critical, self-judgmental than the males. Implication of my research study. This research can be used as an intervention in clinical setting. We have seen many people who are unable to forgive very traumatic events that can be natural or anything. So this through intervention, we can help to treat their negative trauma toward the situation or another person, and the self-compassion have more benefit that is related to your well-being, like it helps to lessen your negative anxiety, help to treat your depression. So through intervention we can help to females, male and female, to develop their self-compassion and positive. Thank you. These are references for your review. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for finishing in time. So we have next presentation from Manoj Kumar I. Patel from Brahmani Nagar Primary School, Himmatnagar. Do we have him?
Yes, ma'am.
Please switch
Hello.
on your camera, video. Nikita, stop sharing. Manojji, you can start sharing. Please finish in 8 minutes and focus more on methodology. You can skip introduction if it is very lengthy and focus on methodology, please. Is there any problem, Manojji?
Yes, ma'am. One second.
Manojji, till the time you start verbally, please, because we have very less time. So, have you sent your
Ma'am,
PPT?
नहीं PPT नहीं हो रहा है, शेयर नहीं हो रहा है मैम.
मैं शेयर कर दूं मैम?
हाँ, please share, Sarita.
हाँ, please share.
Manojji, till the time you start your reading.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Presentation.
I self Manoj Kumar Ishwarvai Patel, head teacher, Brahmani Nagar Primary School. This is my subject title: A Study of Quality Management of Student Service in Primary School of Wadali Taluka. My guide is Dr. Deepu Bardevada, Gujarat Vidyapeeth, Ahmedabad. I am also PhD scholar. Abstract. Next. As we move from the question of quality of industrial production to the quality of education through
Sorry,
other
Manojji,
service.
to interrupt, don't read abstract. Go to the methodology and focus more on methodology.
Okay, ma'am.
Sarita, change it to that part. You can say introduction in 2-3 lines and then objective. Okay. Start from objective.
Yes. My objective the first objective to study of encouragement, guidance, and interactive dialogue provided by the primary school of the student to the student. Second objective, the study the facility available to the students and the educational work required given by the school. My prevalence in the present study, the student of standard 7 and standard 8 of primary school of 1 to 8 of Wadali Taluka has been included. Sample selection in the present research, 6 primary schools have been randomly selected from prevalence, and the student present in the standard 7 and standard 8 studying them have been selected. The field of research presented is more concerned with overall quality management improvement, as the research presented should be about student service in school. Type of research, the presented research was included in the numerical type of research. Research method is the survey method. Research tool. In order to get the complete information in the present study, the questionnaire for the student created by the researchers has been used as a tool with reference to the questionnaire for the student composed by the Marmar Mukhopadhyay. Information collection and analysis. In the present study, the answer of the student were collected using a research device which was coded as 0 for complete disagreement, 1 for disagreement, 2 for not sure, and 3 for agree, and 4 for complete agreement. And its average was discovered. It determined the quality of management of the school for the both of purpose of student service, which was as follow. The table 1. 6 schools include 432 students of standard 7 and 8, and number of students responding the 371 students responding, that percentage 85.87. Total answering of the student total agree, objective 1 for objective 1 83.85, and objective 2 88.56. And both average of answer objective 1 and 2 86.21. That agree 88.41 for objective 1, 7.49 for objective 2, and average 7.95. Not sure in a student, objective 1 5.48, objective 2 3.94, and average 4.71. And disagree 0.03 for objective 1, 0 objective 2, and average 0.015 for both objectives. Strongly disagree 2.23.
Sorry to interrupt, Manoj. Don't read numbers. You just interpret and go on.
Okay, madam. Research finding. The important finding of the research were found in accordance with the objective of the present study. 83.85 of the students are fully satisfied with the encouragement, guidance, and communication service provided by the primary school to the student. And 8.41 of the student express satisfaction, as well as 5.48 students are not sure about this, while 0.03 disagree and 2.23 answer in the complete disagree form, which can be said that most of the students are satisfaction in the student service of the encouragement, guidance, and interactive given to the student in the primary school of Wadali Taluka. So the management of the school in the student service can be said to be quality. 88.56 of the students have fully agreed to the facility provided to the student and the student service of the school as per the requirement provided by the school. So
last 1 minute. Please conclude.
Okay. No. Which can set the management of the school, the primary school of Wadali Taluka can be good quality in the service provided to the student, the service of education as per requirement provided by the school. Outcome of the research, 16.15 students are not fully agree on the incentive, guidance, and interactive service provided to the student in primary school, so that student can find reason to be dissatisfaction with the encouraging guidance and communication service they receive, and improve the quality of management. 11.44 students not fully agree on the facility provided to the student and the service provided by the school as per requirement. Knowing the reason of for inadequacy of the need and facilities of the such student can be met, and the quality of management can be improved. And research material and my references. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Manoj. So we have next presenter here, Praveen Kumar Ji. So you can unmute yourself, Praveen Ji, and start sharing. Focus more on methodology and your video is on now. Okay, perfect. Start.
My screen is presenting.
Yes, yes, yes. Start, please.
My research title is The Effect of Educational Video Games for Mathematical Achievement of Middle School Students. My name is G. Praveen Kumar, research scholar. My research supervisor is Dr. M. Vasimale Raja, Professor in Education, Department of Education, GD, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Introduction. Educational video games until the present mode are mostly design of the action games. Although educational video game could also the other genres such as adventure, strategy, simulation, polls, and sports. Although we are witnessing the rising number of educational video game software, especially in the simulation genre, there are still large research those who have the games are used to implement their learning in the favor of educational video games. My research question is, there is any significant difference between posters preference? Just a minute, ma'am. There is any difference in the posters performance of students learn mathematics using the educational video games? Those who are learned to use the traditional learning method. There is a difference between the retention performance of students learned mathematics using educational video games and those who are learned to use the traditional learning method. There is a difference exists between gender regards mathematics achievement after experimental treatments. There is the difference exists between locality regarding mathematics achievement after the experimental treatment. My objective of the study is to determine the significant difference in the post-test performance of students learned mathematics through educational video games and learned by the traditional learning method. To examine the significant difference between the retention of students learning method through educational video games and those who have learned using the traditional learning method. My methodology of the study is pre-test and post-test quasi-experimental design were adapted for the present study. The total number of sample is 90 students, 46 boys and 44 girls from the middle school students. They selected based on the percentage of marks secured in the previous examination formed a homogenic group. Further, those 90 students are divided equally using simple random sampling technique of two groups, namely control group and experimental group. Both groups consist of 45 students. The control group was traditional method naming lecture method was followed, whereas experimental group was educational video game method was adopted. The significant difference between the pre-test mean value of the scores of control and experiment groups, the mean and the standard deviation become the t-value 2.065. That is significance. There is no statistical significant difference between the mean value of students of control group and experimental group in the pre-test. Thus, the homogeneity of the group is well established before the treatment. Next, significant difference between the control group and experiment group in their post-test performance. In the mean and the standard deviation, p-value occurs 0.965. This is not significant. The result indicates that there was the significant difference in the academic achievement of students learned mathematics using educational video games and those who learned using the traditional learning method as reflected in the mean and standard deviation. The use of educational video games is more effective than the traditional learning method regarding students' performance in mathematics achievement. Next, significant difference between the control group and experimental group in their retention test performance. The statistical significant difference in the retention score of the students learned mathematics using educational video games and those learned using the traditional learning method as reflected in the mean and standard deviation. As the null hypothesis is not rejected, the use of educational video game is more effective than traditional learning method in the terms of retention level of the students. Next, the results of t-test of academic achievement level between boys and girls in their post-test score regarding to their gender. The result can be interested to the students whether boys or girls are similar in using the modern technology method because of availability of modern technology gadgets as a result of the huge significant and technological development easiness to access. Next, the result of t-test academic achievement level between the rural and urban students in the post-test of locality variable. The result can be interpreted that the students, whether rural or urban students, are similarly using modern technology method because of availability of modern technology gadgets. Discussion. The findings of the study, educational video games as supplementary activity to classroom learning before significant and positive effect of the students' retention and mastery of multiplication table as compared to the students who really only on formal school instruction. In the terms of gender factor, although the girl students scored slightly highly on the average compared of by students. This difference significant. In other words, gender is not a factor for implementing educational video games as learning activity. While comparing rural students and urban students and rural students, although it was interesting to find out the mean score of rural students that higher compared to the urban students. The difference was not significant, which suggests that the effect of educational video game in this study does not depend on the learning geographical status of this for the scope of the study. However, it is interesting to find out there is significant difference in terms of mean score among the average learners compared to the below average and above average students. It would be value research to further investing reason behind this finding. Conclusion. This research indicates that by exploring the effect of education video games mathematical achievement of middle school students, the result revealed that the students who have learned through the education video game strategy got higher score in their mathematics academic performance. The students who have learned through the traditional learning method. It is also evidence that the retention performance of the students in mathematics was high in their educational video games. In addition, there was no significant difference between the boys and girls students experimental in the group of terms of mathematics at academic achievement. The finding encouraged the teachers of mathematics utilize the educational video games to enhance their mathematical achievement in their retention of students. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen, to finish in time. So we have next presenter here, Dr. Dengin Kea from Peet Memorial Training College, Kerala. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Shall I present?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. A warm good morning to all. I am Dr. Ranjini Kea, Assistant Professor in Commerce Education, Peet Memorial Training College, Mavelikara, in Kerala State. My topic is comparison of social intelligence of adolescent students at higher secondary level with respect to gender and locale of students' residence. We are the beginning of a new century, and the intelligence and success not viewed the same way they were before. New theories of intelligence have been introduced and are gradually replacing the traditional theory. The whole child or student has become the center of concern, not only his reasoning capacity, but also emotions and interpersonal skills. Initially, it was expected that IQ would be a strong predictor of success in careers. But in real life, high IQ people did not always turn out to be the most successful or happy. IQ alone is no more the only measure for success. Emotional intelligence, social intelligence, and luck also play a big role in a person's success. Then, what is social intelligence? Social intelligence is an emerging new science with the startling implications for our interpersonal world. According to E.L. Thorndike in 1920, social intelligence is the ability to understand and manage men and women, boys and girls to act wisely in human relations. It is the ability to get along well with others. It is referred simplistically as people skills. Actually, social intelligence is a skill in handling social relationships and making healthy adjustment to the social environment. Then let's enter into the need and significance of my study. Many people think that if an individual has a high level of intellect, an individual will have the opportunity to achieve better success compared to those with low intellect. However, there are cases where people with high intellect who are left behind those who are low intellect. High intellect does not ensure one's success in life and education. In fact, one's success is contributed by high social intelligence. Social intelligence is the human capacity to understand what is happening in the world and responding to that understanding in a personally and socially effective manner. These people are likely to take part in group discussion, project works, and team learning. Social intelligence play a crucial role for the success of the child. In this context, it was thought that a study would be worthwhile to explore social intelligence of students at higher secondary levels in schools. The objectives of the study: to compare the social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to gender, and to compare the social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to locale. Then two hypotheses stated. First one is there exists a significant difference in the social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to gender, and there is a significant difference in the social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to locale. Then methodology of the study. Normative survey method was used in the present study. The present study has been envisaged on a sample of 3,006 higher secondary students from 18 higher secondary schools of Kerala, Kottayam, Thrissur and Idukki districts in Kerala. Random sampling was used for selecting sample from the population. Social intelligence scale developed and standardized by Dr. N.K. Chadha and Usha Ganeshan 2005 New Delhi was used for collecting the data. The investigator has to use mean, standard deviation, t-test, and ANOVA and Schaeffer's method for analyzing the data. The social intelligence scale is designed and intended to measure age-relevant dimensions of social intelligence, namely, the first one is patience. It's a calm endurance under successful situations. Then cooperativeness, ability to interact with others in a pleasant way, to view matters for all angles. Confidence level, firms trust in oneself and one's chances. Then sensitivity, to be actually aware of and responsive to human behavior. And next is recognition of social environment, ability to perceive nature and atmosphere of the existing situation. Tactfulness, delicate perception of the right thing to do or to say. Then sense of humor, the capacity to feel and cause amusement. This is able to see the lighter side of life. Then the last is memory, the ability to remember all relevant issues, names and faces of people. Then let's enter into the result and discussions. This is a table showing the data and result of the test of significance of difference in mean scores of social intelligence with respect to gender. It is significant at 0.05 level. Then this is the table showing the summaries of the analysis of variance of the social intelligence with respect to locale of students resident. It is clearly state that the significant at 0.01 level. So Schaeffer's test can be conducted, and it is a consolidated table showing the Schaeffer's test for pairwise comparison of social intelligence of adults and students with respect to locale of students residents. This is a table showing the pairwise comparison of urban and rural, and it is clearly stated that it is significant at a 0.01 level. And this is a table showing the Schaeffer's test for pairwise comparison of urban and coastal, and it is significant at 0.01 level. And this is a table showing the pairwise comparison of rural and coastal, and also significant at 0.01 level. Then let's enter into findings and conclusions. There is a significant difference in social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to gender. Based on the analysis, it can be interpreted that boys and girls, adults and students at higher secondary level is significantly different in social intelligence, and also interpreted that girls have more social intelligence as compared to boys. And there is a significant difference in social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level with respect to locale of students residents. And it is clear that the social intelligence of adults and students at higher secondary level from rural area is higher than that of adults and students from urban and coastal area. And also rural area students are higher social intelligence as compared to that of urban and coastal. Then suggestions for improvement. Arrange more and more interactive sessions in schools so that students will get high interpersonal relationship. Arrange more and more group activities which will help to increase the cooperation with the students. Encourage students to develop the talents like poetry writing, drawing skills, dancing skills, etc., which will indirectly help the child to raise his confidence. Special strategies could be included in curricular as well as in extracurricular activities. Then for improving situational awareness, give more opportunity to students in problem solving. This can be done with passing a problem, giving puzzles in learning activities, using situational tests, etc. Arrange weekly or monthly visits of eminent personalities and interactive sections with them can be arranged in schools so that the children could get direct experience in social skills and motivation. These all are the summary of my study. Thank you all. Special thanks to the organizers to give me the chance. And it's a wonderful program and very effective and useful for the all new researchers. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Anjali ji. Now we have R. Jani, Jasmine, and Dr. R. Deepa from Manomanny University. Yes, you can start your presentation. Please start sharing and switch on your video, please.
Good morning to all.
Good morning. What happened? You have 8 minutes. Focus more on methodology, please. Start, please. Start. I am saying that focus more on methodology part.
I am Jani Jasmine, research scholar, Manomanny University, Tirunelveli, and my guide was Dr. Deepa.
There are too much noise.
It's too much echo.
Self-concept implies a person's
Sorry, Jani, but there is a lot of echo problem from your end. Can you please look into it? Why it is happening?
Maybe two devices are together, no? So one should do that sound. वो volume mute करना चाहिए एक का, और दूसरा on करेगी तो हो जाएगा.
Implies a person's perception or view of himself. The positive self-concept is likely to enable an individual to lead happy, contented, and well-managed life. His development is optimum. Need and significance of the study. Self-concept is a collection of beliefs about one's own nature, unique qualities.
Sorry, Jani, please stop. Too much echo is there from your end. Are you in with the two devices?
Jasmine, just use one device.
I cannot see second device, but I don't know how she is saying that two devices.
No, both the devices are very close to each other. That's why.
Yes, please keep your both the devices far away from each other.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Or just be here with the one device.
Okay.
With one device, you keep it mute.
Statement of the problem. The school plays a major role in molding the ideals, habits, attitudes, and self-concept of the children with a view to produce well-balanced personalities, physically strong, mentally alert, emotionally stable, culturally sound, and socially efficient. The attainment of such objectives hinges upon proper school climate. Hence, the investigator wants to study on the self-concept of secondary school students in Kanyakumari district. Hence, the study is entitled as a study on the self-concept of secondary school students. Objectives of the study: to find out the level of self-concept of secondary school students in Kanyakumari district. To find out whether there is any significant difference between secondary school students in their self-concept based on locality of the school, then the type of school, locality of the house, and the gender. Hypothesis of the study: there is no significant difference between the secondary school students in their self-concept based on the locality of the school. There is no significant difference between the secondary school students in their self-concept based on the type of school. Then type of school, locality of the house, based on gender, based on religion. The methods used for this study was normative survey method. The following procedure is used to measure the variables under the study. Procedure for collecting data. The self-concept inventory and personal data sheet were personally administered to 350 secondary school students from 10 schools in Kanyakumari district. As a first step, the investigator herself visited the schools and secured the permission for administrating the tools. The investigator met the students in their respective classrooms and explained to them the need for the study. Then they were given adequate directions to respond to each of the tool. 1 hour was needed to respond to above the tools, and their doubts were clarified. The statistical techniques used for the study are mean, standard deviation, t-test, ANOVA, percentage analysis, and correlation. Analysis of data. First, the level of self-concept of secondary school students. On the basis of total scores obtained by the secondary school students for self-concept inventory, they were classified in 3 groups: low, average, and high. In the table 1, the level of self-concept of secondary school students were given and the percentage were analyzed. Next. The hypothesis testing. In this hypothesis testing, the difference in the self-concept secondary schools based on the locality of the schools were given, and the t-test were given. There is no significant difference among the.
Sorry to interrupt. You have just 1 minute. Please wrap it up. Fast.
The table 3, here the self-concept of secondary school students based on the type of school were given. There is no significant difference. In 4th table, influence of self-concept of secondary school students based on the locality of their house. The result were non-significant. Table 5, the present study reveals that there is no significant difference between the secondary school students in their self-concept based on gender. In table 6, based on the religion, the present study reveals that there is no significant difference among the secondary school students in their self-concept.
Please conclude. We are running short of time. Janaki, please conclude. She is mute. Hello? What happened? Hello? Can you conclude, please? Hello?
Lost her connection, it seems.
Janaki, can you please conclude?
Yeah. In the present study reveals that a great majority of secondary school students, 68%, have got average level of self-concept. Significant difference is seen among the secondary school students in their self-concept based on the locality of the school and the type of school. There is no significant difference is seen among the secondary school students in their self-concept based on locality of house and gender and religion. Thank you very much, ma'am. There is a network problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We can understand. Thank you so much,
thank you so
Janaki.
much.
We have next Rajkumar B. Nanavareji from CMR University, Bangalore.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please start sharing. You can
ma'am.
start your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Please focus more on methodology part than
Yes,
introduction.
ma'am. Is it
Yeah,
visible?
it's working.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Mr. Rajkumar Nanavare, a research scholar from CMR University, Bangalore. My study is a pilot study where I focus on the co-curricular activity, more on the NCC as my the preferred area. The title goes like this: Exploring Core Factors of Leadership Competencies Among Young Adults, a pilot study on NCC cadets and non-NCC students. The rationale is, yes, the researcher felt the necessity of, to understand how this National Cadet Corps program contribute through the co-curricular activities in the development of leadership competencies and qualities and enhancement of holistic development in adolescents. Therefore, I, as an investigator, plan to compare these NCC and non-NCC students to reveal the significance of the NCC core, the National Cadet Corps program in imparting these qualities and competencies. If you see my title, I mentioned it is a pilot study on NCC and non-NCC. Why I use this term? Because it is a mini version of a full-scale study, also called a feasibility study, as well as the specific purpose of a particular research instrument when you want to test as a questionnaire or as even the structured interview schedule. The other purpose is to develop and test an adequacy of a research instrument, which is to be finalized for the final study. Then assessing the feasibility of a full-scale study or full-scale survey, assessing whether the research protocol is realistic or workable. That is very interesting area. Whether this, the research protocol is really realistic and it will be can come into the outcome level, or it will stop in between, or whether it is workable or not. Then establishing whether the sampling firm and the techniques are effective, whether the sampling firm is adequate in terms of the population, or is it given the preferences or the proportionate or non-proportionate, whatever it may be, and the techniques which are employed are effective in nature. Then identifying the logistical problems which might occur usually in proposed methods, and estimating the variability in outcomes to help the determining the sample size in collecting the final data. Now, objectives of the study is, the main objective of the study is to understand the context of organized training, that is the co-curricular activity, and I preferred NCC in education, schools and colleges, to assess the relationship between the NCC training and the leadership qualities, to compare the leadership qualities of NCC cadets with the non-NCC students in an individual, the group wise and as well as the component wise. The design of the study, yes, a normative survey in which the purposive random sampling technique was used to draw the sample of the study. Per sample of 350 NCC and non-NCC male and female students of rural and urban Bengaluru were selected for the present endeavor. Statistical analysis, yes, the descriptive as well as the inferential analysis were carried out. The sampling frame, the higher education students, the NCC and the non-NCC. Then the gender, the local, the education stream, and the type of institutions. When we go to the hypothesis, I have just taken two because of the paucity of time, and again, otherwise the hypothesis would have been more than 13, but I stopped at that level of the gender and local only I tested. So gender in terms of male, female, local in terms of urban and rural. Outcome variables, yes, the independent variable is the type of students, whether NCC or non-NCC, and the dependent variables are the leadership qualities among them. Extraneous or the moderating variables are the age, gender, stream, nature of institution, and the geographic location of the students. The hypothesis tested where there is no significant difference in the leadership qualities between the students undergoing NCC training and those without such kind of training. Null hypothesis 2, there is no significant difference in the leadership qualities between the boys students undergoing NCC and those of the without NCC training. Third, there is no significant difference between the leadership qualities between girl students undergoing NCC and non-girl students without such training. The fourth one, there is no significant difference in leadership qualities between the students undergoing NCC training and the students without NCC training residing in urban areas. And the last one, there is no significant difference in the leadership qualities between the students undergoing NCC training and the students without NCC training residing in the rural areas. This is a descriptive. The age profile, then the stream age is from 14 to 25. And then the profile is already mentioned in frequency as well as in the percentage wise. A stream of education like science,
Please arts, focus on findings.
Yeah, ma'am. Descriptive, just I wanted to cover it, and then the next is the findings only. Then gender profile, yes, male and female, 169 plus 181, total 350 type of institutions, the government aided and unaided, geographical location, again the urban and rural, and the membership, that is NCC and non-NCC, 188 NCC and 162 non-NCC students. So this was the why this is the mean score of components are very important, because as I said, it's a pilot study, and being the questionnaire is tested before going for the main study. Now, if you see the component wise analysis, the verbal and non-verbal, then self-development, personal attributes, group dynamics, civic responsibility, civic engagement and social responsibility, and decision making. These were the 6 components were finalized, and then among these components there were 8 questions were asked, and then there were a few negative questions also. Mean of each components were given again 4.24, 4.07, 4.43, 4.42. If you see the average, it is the more its values are more than 4, indicating the acceptance of leadership qualities by the respondents. Then the reliability of the component, since it is the self-developed tool, reliability is a must. So component-wise reliability, the first component, verbal and non-verbal, number of items 6, convex alpha 0.68.
You have last 1 minute, Rajkumarji.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So quickly, I'll go through the hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 1 is there is no significant difference of leadership qualities between the students undergoing the NCC and non-NCC. No assumptions of equality variance. That is 11th F test was carried out. The F value of the statistics of equal variance of the verbal and non-verbal communication is statistically significant at 5% level. Hence, the equality of variance assumption is violated. The corresponding T value, if you see the value of verbal and non-verbal communication with a degree of freedom 347.991 is 1.70, and it's statistically insignificant at 5%. Since the P value is more than 0.05, there is no significant difference in the leadership qualities in terms of verbal and non-verbal communication between the NCC and non-NCC students in the area, in the study.
Please conclude, Rajkumarji.
Okay,
Don't read numbers.
So, yeah, ma'am. There are such 5 hypotheses tested with the 11th test, the 5th one, and then let me see about the conclusion. Education, when we see about the overall change, we call this change a development. This change of development means a grassroots change in the individual's behavior. Over the year, the NCC has emerged as one of the India's premier institution for imparting systematic training for youth for their holistic development, primarily aimed at development of emotional, cognitive, and psychosocial development comprising the leadership qualities and competencies. The training covers a wide spectrum of curricular and co-curricular activities ranging from soft skill to the military training. The result, which largely supports the hypothesis, can be due to the fact that students who undergo the rigorous kind of training in the National Cadet Corps while attending the various camps, they go through the lots of physical, mental endurance tests, which ultimately make them more emotionally strong and mature, which in turn help them to take responsibilities in a more matured way. And
Rajkumarji, please finish.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, and this is the education implications. Now, NEP 20T is more focusing on NCC as one of the earlier it was optional. Now it will be a compulsory subject for every school and college level. And the delimitations, the present study was limited to only the pre-university PU colleges and undergraduate students of few colleges of Bangalore urban and rural area. Study of study survey in nature, where the techniques of questionnaire was employed. Limitations acknowledged for the study may be affect the generality of the findings. Considering these delimitations, the result of study may not be applicable and adopted universally.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Rajkumarji. Please stop sharing. Next, we have Vaishnavi Priyadarshini from the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University.
Just 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Okay.
Actually, we are feeling very sorry for not giving you enough time. Actually, you people have the wonderful studies, but the thing is, due to the paucity of time, we are not able to please manage with the time, and we are very sorry not allowing you enough time. Please manage with the time. The next time we'll see that you will be allowed enough time to present your study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, really, and wonderful organization. Really.
Thank you so much, sir. Vaishnavi, do we have Vaishnavi present? I can see she is present.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Please start sharing, Vaishnavi.
Yes,
and after this, Siddhi Sood, please be ready. Please raise your hand, Siddhi, so that we can locate you after this your presentation. Vaishnavi, start sharing. You can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Vaishnavi, you have 8 minutes, so focus on methodology part.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely, I'll do that. Okay. Good morning, all of you. My name is Vaishnavi Priyadarshini, and I have conducted this study under the guidance of uh, Professor R.C. Patel, sir.
Vaishnavi, please use landscape mode.
All right, ma'am. Is it all right now?
It's perfect now.
All right. So the abstract, starting with the abstract, the present study was conducted to identify the status of inclusive education in the elementary schools of Gardawara, Madhya Pradesh. This study constitutes government school headmaster, teachers, administrators, and all categories of students, that is SC, ST, OBC, CWD, male and female enrollment, to know their comfort level and difficulties. The tools used in this study were a semi-structured interview for head teachers and administrators to know their efforts for implementing inclusive education and perspective of the children with disability towards the inclusive classroom, a questionnaire to understand teachers' comfort level and difficulties faced by them, infrastructural facilities to know
Vaishnavi,
the
can you
status.
please switch on your camera so that we can see you?
I'm using my mobile. Can I do it after that?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Based on content and percentage analysis of data, the status of inclusive education in this region was identified. The lack of awareness among the head teachers and resources about this concept lead of such students. Proper training sessions must be conducted at least quarterly to increase the awareness and understanding among all teachers, students, and parents about inclusive education and how to deal with CWD in an inclusive school. Separate inclusive washrooms and more such resources are also reason where government schools lack in inclusive inclusivity. So, what is inclusive education? Inclusive education is defined as a learning environment that promotes the whole personal, academic, and professional development of all learners, irrespective of race, caste, color, gender, disability, sexual preferences, learning styles, and language. Now, elements or components of this study were head teachers. Head teachers related variables include the knowledge of head teachers regarding inclusive education, the study of the efforts made by head teachers to ensure the implementation of inclusive education, and the comfort level of CWD from head teachers' perspective. Teachers related variable include studying teachers' comfort level and learning phase in inclusive education. Children with disability is the variable that constitutes checking the comfort level of students and difficulties faced by them in an inclusive environment. Infrastructural facilities is a variable that constitutes infrastructural facilities available in the inclusive schools and studies. The status of infrastructural facilities and impediments faced by CWD in the school environment, if any. So coming to the methodology part, design, the descriptive survey method of research was most appropriate one, as the purpose of the study was to find out the status of inclusive education and arrive all answers to the research questions raised by the researcher. While adopting the descriptive survey method of research, quantitative and qualitative approaches to data analysis have been followed. The present study deals with the investigation to know the status of inclusive education at the elementary level through collecting the data of head teachers' efforts to ensure implementation of inclusive education, the infrastructural facilities available for inclusive education in schools, and comfort level of CWD in school environment from teachers' perspective, and comfort level of teachers in school environment participants. The study used the data from all 30 government schools at the elementary level present in
Vaishnavi,
of
focus
yes,
on the result part, please. Finding.
all right. Okay, so just let me conclude it. The participants were 30 government schools, and tools were semi-structured interview, questionnaire, and information schedule. Then coming to the conclusion part. Okay. So more than 50% of government school staff, including their head teachers, are not aware of the term inclusive education only. They are aware of the concept, but not the terminologies, because proper awareness programs or trainings are not conducted for them by the government. Head teachers play a very important role in implementing the concept of inclusive education in government schools. Infrastructural facilities in inclusive education comprise one major facility in every school, that is RAM facility, and all the government schools have this facility available. Audio-visual aids and other inclusive classroom resources still act as a barrier in creating an inclusive environment. The findings found in this study follow the national trend of inadequate availability of resources in inclusive classroom without proper infrastructural facilities. From head teachers' perspective, it is said that CWD are not very comfortable in government school classrooms. Students with disability are enrolled in schools, but due to lack of resources, they turn out to be a dropout. For such students, home-based education is also there, but there is no implementation of such rules in government schools till elementary level. MRCs are allotted in every cluster for training the teachers and spreading awareness of importance of inclusive education. But not all schools get this facility, especially government schools located in rural area. Dropout rate of CWD in government school is more after the elementary level, as the schools are not equipped with enough resources for CWD in terms of infrastructural facilities, teaching and learning methodologies adopted by teachers, audiovisual aids, and lack of training to teachers and parents. However,
Vaishnavi, please
normal
conclude.
students, I'm concluding. However, normal students these days accept and understand the concept of inclusive education, and they learn together in an inclusive environment with all categories of students present in the classroom, which leads to their holistic development. Lack of parental support and awareness of parents about inclusive education also affects CWD comfort level. This is the reference. These are the references which I have used for this study, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vaishnavi, for presenting such wonderful study. Now, next is Siddhi Sood from DABB. You can start, Siddhi, presenting your screen, please. Are you here?
Yes. Good morning, one of all present here. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You can
Okay.
start presentation.
Before
Focus
I start
more on-
sharing the screen for the formal presentation, I would like to narrate here a little story as a part of my case study.
Okay.
Sapna was 9 months old when she fell from cradle. Her head got badly injured, and so her mother immediately took her to the hospital. Sapna was admitted there because her head got badly swelled, but there was no improvement in Sapna even after a week's treatment. Her mother was taking her from here and there in the hospital for proper treatment when a senior doctor noticed that the Sapna's condition. He examined the injury and said it had got worse. Sapna's mother didn't understand what was happening then. The doctor started treating her. Meanwhile, another incident of medical negligence happened while injecting medicines into her veins. The medicine outflowed in the blood. This negligence affected the right side of Sapna's body, creating a deformity in her hands and leg. Her mother got more horrified when doctor told her that Sapna's brain development would be slower than the normal. After spending a month and a half there, Sapna was discharged from the hospital and the family took her home. This incident changed the whole life of Sapna and her family. A girl with normal development till 9 months was now having the developmental delays and intellectual disability. Her treatment continued till she got the age of around 16 years along with the physiotherapy. After this treatment, she started walking but with a hobble. Sapna was sent to government schools with the general education setting, but she couldn't make her space there. She remained at home by the age of around 19 when she got enrolled to a special school. Now I'm sharing my screen here.
Siddhi, after this, please focus on more methodology, okay?
Yes,
Methodology part.
absolutely. Absolutely, I will do that.
Thank you so much, Siddhi. Your screen is visible. You can start.
Okay. These are the keywords for the strategies, and I am moving forward towards the methodology section, skipping these slides, but I would like to share the rationale. Present study was undertaken to explore and analyze the experiences while teaching a vocational skill to the selected participant with moderate intellectual disability by using case study approach. Objectives of the study: to study the selected participant by using case study approach to analyze the experience while teaching the selected participant. Sampling procedure, sampling technique was purposive sampling. Two steps were there, selection of the institute and selection of the participant. Participant selection, I would like to share more. Level of severity moderate, age 31 years. Sapna was not found with any serious behavioral issue in terms of social skills and was also found appropriate on checklist for pre-vocational skill. So to have a clear knowledge about Sapna's abilities and needs, overall behavior, in-depth study was performed, which resulted in choosing her as one of the final participants. The tools used here: checklist developed for assessing the entrant behavior on social and pre-vocational skills, case study proforma developed by NIMH, interview schedules, semi-structured interviews both for teachers and the parents, and the field notes taken during the study. Procedure will be the qualitative mode. Procedure of data collection: established the repo, observed and communicated, studied the participant and prepared the notes. Plan of action was individual teaching. Developed the teaching strategies. IEP was prepared, applied and assessed, and then cumulative record was obtained and maintained. Cases as a part of the cases study, as I have already told in the as a personal history, the small story, I would come to the section 3 status of the case, and I would again like to share an incident here. In an interview with Sapna's mother, she told that Sapna did not help at all in the houseworks. She would watch TV all day and play with her brothers when they came home from their work. But whenever any guest would have visited their home, she would offer water to drink and ask for tea. The researcher asked her if it was not good that she knew what to do when guests would visit her home. Her mother responded in affirmation, but also stated that all this behavior of Sapna had not been real. She would do so only to present herself nicely in front of them. When Sapna was asked about not helping in household works, without glancing, she happily responded that she took care of her nephew and also played with him. The researcher was amazed at her quick response. I would also like to share another incident as the personal history. Sapna was around 13 years old when her neighbors called her mother, who was out on work, and told that smoke was coming out their house. Sapna was all alone home at that time. By that time, other members of the family also reached back. All were scared and managed to enter the house when they found Sapna laughing and clapping by looking at the fire. That was quite a horrible scene, as told by Sapna's mother. On asking Sapna, they found that Sapna was trying to put the curtain on fire through burning matchstick. The most horrifying fact was that even when fire spreads out, she didn't get scared but was enjoying it. As a part of the experiences while teaching Sapna, I would again now like to share an incident as a personal experience. During the training of Sapna on target adaptive pre-vocational behavior, the researcher observed that Sapna was getting intrinsically motivated for making of paper gift bag as a vocational skill training. She once asked the researcher that she had bought the glue from the market and wanted to have paper so that she could practice making paper bags at home. It was surprising for the researcher as such a good response was least expected at that time. In another incident, one day she was not responding to the researcher. It was found out that she got scolded by the teachers on chewing supari. So she was upset and weeping. The researcher used motivational strategy here and started taking interest in working with the peers. She was observing the activity, and after some time, she herself came to the researcher asking for beginning the training session. So here my
Didi, sorry, you have last 1 minute. It's very
Sure.
nice study, but you have to follow
Sure,
the
I'm
time limit.
concluding. I'm just concluding it.
Okay, fine.
The scaffolding was used, so because a new task has to be learned, so individualized instruction was another strategy. And as a motivational strategy, just I mentioned in my story, effectively motivated her, and positive behavior support helped in reducing the obnoxious behaviors. Assistive techniques, chaining positively helped in remembering steps of making paper bags. Previous knowledge of using glue and pasting on folds assisted her in enjoying and relating with new tasks. Hand-on learning motivated her to try the paper bag without assistance. Reinforcement, verbal appreciation, and materialistic rewards worked better than non-verbal reinforcements. Certain steps like long and complicated folds required physical prompting till the end because of the functional limitation. So these are the suggestions for the further researches, and I would like to conclude my study here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Siddhi, for such wonderful presentation. It was really nice to see such case studies. So we have last presentation from the earlier session, Swati Saini. Please unmute yourself, Swati ji, and you can start presentation. Please follow 7 minutes if you can finish
Yes,
in
ma'am.
7
Yes,
minutes.
ma'am.
Start presentation. Yes. After this, we have discussion. So please post your question in chat. I'll request all the participants.
Good morning to all. My topic is flipped classroom teaching model and its use for information literacy instruction.
Please use landscape mode, Swati ji.
Ji?
Rotate your screen. Landscape mode. Are you able to do it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Start.
The flipped classroom is known by various names, including the inverted classroom and more simply, it brought out of history of experimentation with the concept of hybrid or problem-based learning, using active learning technique and new students. The flipped classroom has two defining components: moving the usually delivered through some electronic means and moving the assignment formally homework into the classroom. There are many other that argue to optimize this structure and provide enhanced learning, creating a wide variation in practice, a study center talk, and even sources associated with the flipped classroom, providing access to recorded videos and sometimes other interactive element for teaching and learning. So in many cases, instructor implementing the flip depend on this resource of the provide the lecture content. Sources to content from outside may be helpful for those who lack presentation skills, extensive subject knowledge, or need on outside perspective or enrich their course instruction to all kinds side strength of flipped model, including efficient use of class time, more action learning opportunities for student, increased one-on-one interactive between student and teacher. How is it useful? Flipped classroom experimentation is happening in many disciplines, and examples referenced in the review span from engineering to life sciences to business to statistics. These disciplines often depend largely on students understanding underlying principle and theoretical concept before being able to engage in practical application to problem solving, which is why using the flip in attractive for them. The humanities have long taught by focusing class time on discussion. Since the subject matter lend itself to this model, although not identical to the flipped classroom, students to complete readings before class in order to be prepared for engaging the guide discussion with their instructor and peers. The flipped classroom make this action more identical by alerting students that they will be expected to know enough when they come to class, engage with each other and the instructor through activity in class. Discussion may allow for the possibility that some student will not participate in class activity means everyone will have work to do and not participating is not option. So the flipped classroom make the action more initial by alerting students that they will be expected to know enough when they come to class to engage with each other, and the instruction through activity in class discussion may allow for possibly that some student will not participate. The flip in higher education. The flipped classroom appears to have originated in middle school environment that the majority of literature exploring its use is focused. There are plenty of example of interest in its use in higher education. However, in this environment, we hope to prepare students for jobs or make them capable for applying concept learned in the classroom to real life situations. Use of
Swati ji, you have 2 minutes, last 2 minutes. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Uh, Advantages. It provides opportunity and increase meaningful engagement for students without requiring more resources. The issue of using time differently in this model is associated with many potential improvement, more time to interact and clarify material, more time to explore concept deeply. The flip provide more active learning for happen in the classroom setting and encourage instructor to view incorporate of active learning as a core and component of teaching rather as a supplement of lecture. It is used to, he flipped his classroom, especially help students learn to take more responsibility for their own learning. Conclusion, flipped classroom, which has grown in popularity across teaching venues and age level, many offer some distinct benefits for seeking instruction. The feature of this model include a focus on efficient use of class time, which accommodate different learners, engage with problem-based learning, increase student-teacher interaction, and allow students to take up responsibility for learning so that they may transfer these skills to other contents. These features lend themselves to library instruction, which require learner to understand basic processes which they can apply to research scenario, to engage critical thinking and problem solving skill that can be learned best through experience. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Swati ji, for finishing in time. Awesome. We have finished at 11, but we have next session at 11 only. So we will take 10 minutes more, and I'll ask Rishi sir to reflect on this session. We had very holistic session actually. We had 9 presentation quantitative, one of qualitative Siddhi and one this was the conceptual. So it was very holistic. So Rishi sir, please reflect. Please stop sharing, Swati.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Rishi sir, over to you.
Yeah. Once again, very good morning to all and congratulations to all the participants. There are very unique areas which are covered in the study are physics laboratory, self-compassion and forgiveness, quality management, educational video games, social intelligence, self-concept, leadership competences, inclusive education, intelligence disability, and at last we have flipped classroom. So all the topics covered in the presentations are very unique. And now some reflections I would like to give here is uh, studies are good, there is no doubt in that. But in few topics, I feel those things which are already established. For example, we know whenever we are teaching from a different method or things which are already established, there is no need to conduct a similar kind of studies. In that, what you can do is you can again identify, explore that particular area and try to identify on which topics this particular method is appropriate or have more exploration or give a different result. So this is one. Second, Uh, in one of the study, this is my observation. The research questions that you have put by one of the researcher is very general. Research questions cannot be same as your objectives or research objectives. Research questions are exploratory in nature and should be the guiding in nature. So they should not be same as the objectives. Another thing is, I feel we must give enough emphasis on the discussion part. We know what the introduction is because in higher education, more or less, we are aware about the introductory part, we are aware about the review of related literature, but what we want to know is how the study is conducted, and as a researcher, what is your reflection? So when you are presenting your study at last, try to give more emphasis or give something where we can see that yes, this is your contribution, and as a researcher, this is what you want to say. So these are few comments from my side. And one more thing, we all can share some digital space where we can share and have more number of collaborations, so that whenever you have some doubts or something else, you can have on that platform and have more exploratory kind of studies, and can we all can explore that particular area. Thank you very much, and thank you, Biswal sir, for providing this opportunity to me.
Thank you so much, Rishi sir, for the wonderful words.
Thank you, sir.
So, do we have question for this session? Please raise your hand if anyone is having question. Okay, one question is there. I think a question from Dr. Ranjini KR. For Ranjini KR, one of the finding was that social intelligence of student in urban area was significantly higher than those from rural areas. However, the suggestion for increasing social intelligence like greater engagement and all are more likely to have been traditionally conducted in urban classroom. How can we then conclude that these activities increase social intelligence of students? Ranjini ji, are you here? Please, you can unmute yourself and answer if you can reflect on this. I am giving you permission. Please, Ranjini ji, unmute yourself. Are you there? No. Do we have any other question? She's not responding. We are giving permission her to unmute, but still she's not responding. Do we have any other question? Please raise your hand if anyone asks to have some question. I have one question from Siddhi, actually. Is she here or not? Oh, okay, she's here.
Yes, please, Aditi.
To maintain the confidentiality. So please, can you reflect on that so we can understand how you have done?
See, there were two things you are asking about confidentiality, na, right?
You use name Sapna. So yes. Was it Sapna really, or you use pseudonym? Because I think we should know, na?
Yes, actually there I have used the real name, but with the permission of the parents. They allowed me to use the name of their child in my research study. So I used that. However, I know that under the ethics of the research, it has not been allowed. But they have also said that you can have the written permission from the concerned person or the guardian. So then you can use it. So I use in that way.
Perfect. I think it's a lesson for all the research scholar. I wanted to convey this only, that you can take consent and use a name, real name, or better to go with the pseudonym. It is better for qualitative study, for ethical consideration. Thank you so much, Siddhi. It was a really wonderful study. So,
Aditi, I just want to add one minute. Right. Like Siddhi, actually this type of study, it was started during the time of Professor Pase, when we are the research scholars in Indore. So he used to say that you research scholars, you go to the particularly the students having so many problems, and you be there in your house and do the study and help them. So this type of study was starting during that time, and at least you are continuing that same way you are continuing. That is very nice, and please to continue like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
True, sir. And we had one wonderful study, pilot study also, like we heard in the initial session. VC sir was saying that pilot study is really very important. So I think it's a lesson for us. We should go first pilot study and then to the next. It was really wonderful session. I am delighted to chair this session. Now I'm handing over to Rakesh for the vote of thanks, and then we'll switch to
Aditi, there
Yes,
are some
sir.
questions on the chat box.
Sir, those questions have handled actually, and Ranjini ji is not responding actually. I told her, but she's not responding.
She is here. She is here.
She's here. Okay, if you can respond, Ranjini ji, I read the question.
Okay. Ma'am, I am here to present my two findings. The first one is for gender and second is for locale. Then locale, the social intelligence of students that has secondary level from rural area is higher than that of adolescent students from urban area and coastal area. My result findings is that the rural area is higher than that of urban and coastal area. Then I suggested some more activities and strategies for how to improve this. We can adopt as a teacher, we can adopt so many activities and strategies to increase the social intelligence. We know that what is social intelligence, and social intelligence is not a one factor. It is the combination of different components or different dimensions. We can actively participate the students for increasing all these dimensions is necessary. So from my study, I give some suggestions for improve that social intelligence. Here I see the question, how can we then conclude that these activities increase social intelligence of students? As a teacher, we can implement these to the classroom, and we got the result. And further research, we can conduct a case study for that, and we can find out the result. That is the meaning of research, to find the new knowledge and refining the existing knowledge. That is my answer.
Thank you so much, NBG. I hope Shreya, you are satisfied with your answer. I think it was your question. So,
yeah, Aditi, it's actually okay. But however, I felt that the suggestions were likely to already have been implemented more in urban areas. When we talk about increasing the engagement in terms of extracurricular activities, so these are things that would have a greater probability of happening in urban areas. So then why is it that the social intelligence of urban students from urban areas is significantly lesser at 0.01 level of significance than students from rural areas? So this is what I was wondering.
Shreya, I think I can answer this question if you are satisfied with
Yeah.
it. So nowadays, actually, in urban area, I think we are more connected with the social media, and in rural areas, we are connected with the face-to-face. I think this is the reason she got this type of result.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think so.
Yeah.
Yes, because we are connected, but not directly. So that is not
Yes.
social intelligence, maybe. I don't think so. Right, Ranjini ji?
In urban areas, most of the families are a nuclear family, and they got a lesser chance to mingle with others or improve their social needs. We can provide some
Right.
tools, but it is we need more activities and strategies.
Thank you so much. It was really wonderful discussion. Thank you, Shreya, for asking this question, and thank you, Ranjini ji. So over to you, Rakesh. Please conclude, give vote of thanks, and thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. So now we are at the end of the session. So I would like to say thanks to Dr. Risiraj sir for his wonderful presentation on tools of data collection. I'm sure that we will be benefited by your tips in our research work. So thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to say thanks to all the presenters for successfully presenting their studies on and in time. So thank you all the presenters. I would also like to say thanks to all the participants for patiently listening and continuous cooperation in the session and raising very good questions and queries and making the discussion fruitful. So thanks to all of you. I would also like to say thanks to the reporter of today's session, Ms. Isa and Ms. Sushma, and also technical assistant Sarita and Chandrang. I would also like to say thanks to the chairperson of today's session, Ms. Aditi Pandey, for chairing the session very nicely and gently enough to give sufficient time to all the presenters for the presentations and for taking all the questions and queries of all the participants. And last but not the least, I would also like to say thanks to the Professor R.C. Patel, sir, Head Department of Education, Dean, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Vadodara, and Professor Asutosh sir for our coordinator scholars Mosaic for giving me this wonderful opportunity to become co-chairperson in the technical session. So thanks to all and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. Sorry for taking 15 minutes extra. And now over to Rinki Tiwari and Shaurya Chaturvedi, who's chairperson in the next session. Please, you can start the next session.
Aditi, just 1 minute. You just say you are asking the questions, and it is not like that. It is compulsion for you to give the right answer and the perfect answer. And remember that it is your mosaic. It is the researcher's mosaic, and it is done by you, and it is your session. Okay, so don't be panic, and just try to give the maximum contribution from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I, Shaurya Chaturvedi, UGC JRF, welcome you to the 10th technical session of the 3-day Scholars Mosaic. This session will be chaired by Ms. Rinki Tiwari, UGC SRF. Ms. Rinki Tiwari has joined the Department of Education in capacity of research scholar in 2017 under the supervision of Professor R.C. Patel, Head Department of Education and Dean Faculty of Education and Psychology. Her study focuses on enhancement of visual estimation among elementary children. Today, it is our privilege to have Dr. Dibakar Sarangi as the lead speaker for the session. Dr. Dibakar Sarangi has completed his doctoral study from case Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Vadodara, and he was awarded the doctorate for his study on cognitive mapping through educational video viewing. He pursued this study under the guidance of Professor R.C. Goyal. Professor Goyal. Currently, Dr. Dibakar Sarangi is working as an associate professor in education, Dr. PM Institute of Advanced Studies in Education, Sambalpur, Directorate of Teacher Education and State Council for Educational Research and Training, Odisha. Without wasting any time, I now request Professor Dibakar Sarangi to kindly make his presentation. Sir, I request you to deliver your discourse in a time of about 10 to 15 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Rapporteur, Technical Assistants, and Professor Asutosh Biswal, the organizer, and all the faculty members present, all the faculty members of the case present there, and all participants. Good morning to you all. In fact, I have been given a very important topic, that is qualitative data analysis, and the topic is so vast. Lot of things to discuss, but however, I will be as brief as possible, and I will confine myself just to 10 to 15 minutes only. I will be synoptic only, because all participants are either faculty members somewhere or they are research scholars. So I assume that they have at least some idea about quantitative research and its data analysis. So only I will focus on where attention of the scholars or guides is required, and where actually mistakes or where some pitfalls are committed and how they can be rectified. So that will be my focus in this short deliberation. Let me begin with the very purpose of quantitative research. quantitative research, let me not generalize. The very purpose of quantitative research is very, very clear. You know, it focuses on, it aims at either basically on two things. One thing is that identifying a pattern in the data that you collect, or establishing or validating a statistical probabilistic model out of the data, empirical data that you have gathered from the field about some phenomena or about some variable. So that is the very purpose. Once again, we have basically precisely two focus or two purpose of quantitative research. One is your patterning or identifying the patterns that exist, that is embodied in the empirical data that you have. This is one. And second one is you're creating or validating some statistical models that is of probabilistic nature. So these are the two things. So why I say this? Because the second purpose, that is when you are more concerned about modeling or establishing some theoretical hypothetical model or fitting your data into some existing theoretical model. So here, the nature of data, the sample size, and the measurement of the variable concerned is very, very important. Those are of critical importance. So I will be discussing only from those point of view. Now coming to exactly what you do with respect to your first focus, that is when you are concerned with exploring some pattern in the data available with us. So when you explore the data, what exactly you do? You try to describe the data using the descriptives, particularly the central tendencies or dispersions and other, say, sometimes also say relationship with some other variable. So whenever you are focused on that, what exactly you want to say? You want to identify or show to the readers what kind of pattern, what kind of trend that exists in the data. So that is, and you are not going much more than that or beyond that. So these comes under your largely survey, in most of the survey or exploratory research. That is mostly confining to patterning of the data. And with respect to your second, that is, there is another within this modeling. I will tell you of two things, that is sometimes and usually more frequently in educational research, we are concerned with identifying some causal relationship or establishing some causal relationship between or among variables of interest to us, and that we are doing through usually through analysis of variance or through analysis of covariance. The third thing under this modeling, I mean the second one under modeling. Under modeling, I'm talking two things. That is identifying or establishing some cause-effect relationship, number one. Number two, maybe your modeling. You have heard of the regression models. Similarly, there are also other models. For example, say, you can talk of, say, latent variable models, or otherwise sometimes you call it the factoring, the factor analysis, that in the simplest term. And the other is your longitudinal or growth models, identifying the pattern of growth over a given period of time in the data. And usually or very less frequently, that is event history analysis. And very less frequently we are using these two, that is, and also there is some other, say, for example, say structural equation modeling or path analysis. Those show the causal relationship. So I will not be going very deep into this modeling aspect because that requires some kind of advanced background in order to understand that. So I'll be more focusing on the more frequently done statistical analysis in the field of education. And usually the first two things, that is identifying a pattern, describing the pattern that is embodied in the research data. And number two is your identifying, or sometimes we do it in the form of, say, comparing. But the very purpose of comparison, underlying purpose is you are establishing some cause-effect relationship. That we do usually through variance or through covariance analysis. So now focusing on these two, let me underline one important thing is that, see, all statistical analysis are, you say, depend upon certainty or probabilistic models. Those are not whatever inference, whatever conclusions you draw, those may not be absolutely true in the reality or in the nature. Those are approximations only. And we have to keep in mind whenever we are interpreting some results that we get from statistical analysis. That is, the result that we are getting, or the analysis or the inference that we are arriving at, is of only probabilistic in nature. That is approximations only. What I mean is that, so when you say that probabilistic or say approximations, it indicates that whenever you change the sample or the very data, the naturally from sample to samples, there will be some divergence. So this is what I want to say. So whenever you we talk about your analysis of data, first of all, we begin with what kind of variables are we involved in. Variables, you know, we study variables, the nature of variables. I'm not going to the classification of variables, particularly the variables and how you have measured that variable in your research. There are, you know, there are 4 levels of measurement, starting from a nominal to your ratio or interval measurements. So because depending upon the measurement or the scaling, the statistical techniques or the statistical analysis goes with. You can't choose, you can apply any kind of statistical analysis or statistical method to any kind of measurements. So there is some kind of relationship between the measurement levels and the what kind of analysis can be done with a particular set of data. For example, I can't explain it more because I just give you a hint and you can look up this with some kind of any research book. That is how measurement levels are related to statistical analysis. For example, with nominal data, you can't apply your, say, parametric statistics. Most of the, say, for example, you can't go for variance analysis. With nominal or with ordinal data, you can go for, say, mostly, say, analysis, say, mode or say median level analysis under descriptive analysis, and only that kind of, say, percentage analysis you can at best go. And with some kind of, say, non-parametric analysis can be done. Not much, not many of the, or most of the, say, parametric analysis won't fit. So once you decide, once you understand your variable and at what level it has been measured, then you have to focus on, you get the data, you collect from any number of, say, persons or any number of subjects, then you have a database. Now you have to check, you have to keep this database or make this database ready for actual analysis. What I mean, usually whenever you bring data from the practical field, from the subjects, there may be incomplete data. Questionnaires usually respondents, many often, they do not respond to all items every time. So that creates the missing data. That is some information pertaining to a particular variable is missing. And if your data set shows missing data, then you can have judgment. There are different ways of dealing with this missing data. And for example, say, if you have gathered, say, large number of data, say around 2000 data from 2000 subjects, and if you find, say, 100 or 40 or 50 students or, say, subjects, they have in their response, they have missing data. So it is said you can better eliminate those data. Or if you consider, no, those persons are also very critical in terms of the information they provide, then you go for imputation. And you can refer to any statistical book that how to impute, I mean, how to generate values against those missing fields or missing data. And once you, like this, you can get your data ready for analysis. So whenever, and you have to choose what kind of statistical analysis you have to do. Choice of statistical analysis depends on the very objective of your research and the very purpose of research. For example, if you want to describe the pattern or the characteristics of this data, then you go for this simple descriptive analysis. Or if you want to say, for example, say compare two or more groups in terms of say their some mean value, then you go for some kind of comparison. For comparison, depending upon the group size, group number of groups, size of the group, and the variables involved, I mean the measurement involved, you can choose both parametric or non-parametric. And it is important, if you, whenever you are in doubt, don't hesitate to consult with one of the person who has a good understanding in the statistical analysis, or consult with your guides. Or better, you be guided by many of the literature that is available freely on the internet. What kind of data you have, remember what kind of data and the measurement level, and what kind of analysis can be done. More important also, I forgot to tell you that the sample size. If you have a small sample, then better not to go for this parametric statistics, better go for non-parametric. And sometimes also, whenever you have large data, and the data is not very much normal, it is skewed. Skewed means negatively or positively. That is, on the one on any of the extreme end, the data are most clustered. Then in that case also, parametric analysis won't give you accurate results. So better you go for non-parametric. That uses median analysis. Most of the or many of the non-parametric analysis uses median value, which fits to ordinal or say the nominal data. So whatever, depending upon, it depends on, I can't tell you exactly what kind of, say, if you give me a particular kind of data, then I will tell you, and the objective and the research question, then I will tell you what kind of analysis will be fitting or best fitting that for that kind of data. Okay, once you have it, you get the result, you subject your data to some kind of analysis, either manually you analyze it or using the help of some computers, you get some result. So now, actually, the scholarship of the research now comes to interplay. Analysis is over. Whenever you select some statistical analysis, you apply the analysis on your data, then you get some result. Now, most critical part of the researcher is how you interpret the results. For example, you have a t-test, or you have results from ANOVA, or you have results from say some linear regression or multiple regression. Then how you are going to interpret it? What does interpretation mean? Interpretation is not just giving the results. Results and the findings are two different things. Results are the statistical values that you get from some kind of statistical analysis. And what you find, findings will be the conclusions or the inferences that you draw after your interpretation. Now, this is the intermediate thing. You have the results, and finally you will have findings, but in between you have interpretation, the task of the researcher. The researcher knows what is the context of the research, what was the objective of the research, or the purpose of the research question underlying this kind of analysis. What he wanted to understand, what kind of idea he was motivated by or he was moved by to conduct this kind of analysis. So depending upon that, he has to give meaning to the values obtained from the statistical analysis. For example, you have t-value. So what does t-value mean? Interpretation basically refers to 2 to 3 things. I will tell you what does interpretation mean. Interpretation basically interpretation is, see, you relate your values to the meaning or to the very purpose of the research. That is what you have declared, what you have stated in your objective. If you want to find out whether group A differs from group 2, then that is your purpose. But that is not the ultimate purpose. So why did you wish to compare these two and identify whether there is significant or meaningful differences? The purpose is possibly that you wanted that there is some other factor which causes this. Then you have to link this finding, this result to the very purpose. So I can put it that you give meaning to the values that you get from the statistical analysis. So giving meaning involves relating values to the context of research. For example, say, we bring in education, we bring data from students or teachers, or say sometimes to the, most often say to the parents, or sometimes also from the public. And you know, all these people are located in particular social context, embodied in some cultural context. So the value are their perceptions, their opinion, or some sort of things, particularly in non-ability related research. So whenever these findings comes, they are to be understood, they are to be, described in the context of the research that you have. That is what I want to say. Now you see, so what was the size? For example, in a t-test or in a, say, analysis of variance, say you conducted, say, F distribution, you have a F value. Often I see, they say that I got a significant difference. So getting a significant difference leads to conclude that there is a difference, so there is an impact. So whenever you are evaluating what is the practical meaning of this difference? Statistically, you got your value significant at a particular confidence level, say 0.05 or say 0.01. Agreed. But does this gap between these two groups, between the two means, are adequate enough or big enough to give us some practical significance? I'm giving one example. Say a new method is compared with some additional, say some conventional method, and they analyze to get some t value. The difference between these two means is very small, but because sample size is very big, this small difference becomes significant, statistically significant. How much is the, say, when you teach to the traditional method, you get, say, mean of, say, 50. And when you teach to the innovative method, you get a mean of, say, 52. That means there exists a difference of 2 units only in the means.
Sir, sorry to disturb you, but you are closing in on the time.
Okay, can I get 2 minutes more, 2 to 3
yes,
minutes?
Sir, yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. So whenever this kind of things comes, so you relate to the practical significance, you interpret in terms of the practical significance. And whenever, say, for example, say in clinical, say, interventions, you also relate to it the clinical significance. That is whether the intervention that you gave is practically meaningful in terms of the exercise or the resources utilized. And finally, whenever you interpret, you just say whether the obtained results align with the naturally or expected values or with the that you expect from theoretical standpoint. So in interpretation, you talk about all these. I have to wind up. Okay. So whenever you do all these things, 2 to 3 things are very important. Before you apply inferential statistics, try to ensure as far as possible you go for probabilistic and most possibly a random sample, because all conclusions, you know, are based upon what? Estimating population parameters from the sample means. So whenever you, and this estimation process is based upon this random sampling. And in educational research, we usually, although many times we say that we have random sampling, but practically it is not possible. So in that case, you describe the nature of your sample and the results that you get. So there it gives meaning to the reader. Don't hide it. And particularly, whenever you say, for example, say analyzing, normality is the basic condition. So try to ensure if your data is not normal, you can apply some transformation. There are many transformation procedures that are available. You can normalize the dependent variable across different levels of independent variable. So only after that you ensure all these, you go for statistical analysis. And finally, whenever you make the interpretation, do not forget to declare the limitations. Limitations in your sampling. Limitations is not what? Limitations in sampling procedure where you got compelled and you could not observe some of the precautions that should have been taken. So all these things, because these, the readers, and you know particularly why in most cases we fail to arrive at a conclusion, although we have hundreds, thousands of research in India, because those are not replicable. Why it is not being getting replicated? Because we do not give adequate information for the future researchers so that they can replicate the research in similar conditions. So this can be, or this should be taken during interpretation itself. So whenever you interpret, you declare, and also at the limitations, whenever there is a separate section, you also declare all these. So these are some of the points that I think scholars can note and can have a better, more appropriate and a better, more relevant data analysis and the conclusions that will strengthen, that will augment the value of their own research, as well as that can contribute to the whole field of educational research. So this much. Let me wind up and let us go to the next business. Yeah, who is managing?
Sir,
I hand over to you.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this crisp yet very informative discourse on quantitative data analysis. We understand that this is something that cannot be completed in just mere 15 minutes. It needs a whole session, perhaps a whole day for this, and it would be lovely to listen to you again. I now invite Ms. Rinki Tiwari to chair this session. Over to you, Rinki.
Very warm good morning to respected dignitaries, to the lead speaker, and to all the participants. First of all, to the lead speaker, sir. Sir, definitely time is a constraint because we are in such a stage that we are writing our thesis, and your reflections really, it is something which we really need at this time, and we really appeal that we need some more reflections from you so that it will be easy for us to go smoothly while writing our thesis. While moving forward in this technical session, first of all, I would like to give some guidelines for our presenters. We will be having 8 minutes for each presentation, and it's a request to all the participants, especially all the presenters, to be there till the end of the session. Question answer will be discussed at the end of the session, and with this we will start our presentation. Our first presenter is Mrs. H.A. Anbu Selvi. Please keep yourself to 8 minutes and focus on main part of your study. Miss H.A. Anbu Selvi, please start.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Biswalji sir, the organizing committee's coordinator, and all the committee members. Good morning, everyone.
Miss Selvi, please switch on the video. Come to the video. Yes, proceed.
This is the joint paper with my guide, respected Principal Dr. S. Devasagayam Selvakumar, Western College of Education. I am Mrs. H.A. Anbuselvi, PhD Research Scholar, Western College of Education, Chennai. So challenges may be physical or intellectual. People gain experience from their progress through challenges what they face in life. In the field of education, the first generation and the subsequent generation prospective teachers face many other challenges in their day-to-day life. They have to overcome from financial challenges, familial challenges, etc. The present study finds out the challenges faced by the prospective teachers and to overcome from those challenges some suggestions. The review of literature, in the significance of reviewing of the literature based on the study, 11 foreign studies and 10 Indian studies reviewed.
Ma'am, the voice is a bit louder. Can you please decrease the volume?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the statement of the problem, the research problem is taken as follows: impact of challenges encountered among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers, a comparative study, and also resoluteness, intellectual commitment, risk-taking attitude or other variables of the study. So objectives of the study to identify the levels of major variables of the study, to find the levels of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers or moderate in nature, to identify the influence of research variables over the major variables of the study, that is to find whether there is significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its respective dimensions among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers with regard to all students, male students and female students, rural students and urban students. Hypothesis of the study: the levels of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers are moderate in nature. There is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimensions: financial challenges, familial challenges, social challenges, educational challenges, and peer group challenges among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers with regard to all students, male students, female students, rural students and urban students. Methodology used in this study: descriptive survey method and casual comparative method. Using survey method, the information was gathered from the target group of the population, that is B.Ed prospective teachers. The population were Chennai, Tiruvallur and Kanchipuram district on respective management of the government aided and self-financed College of Education. 110 students of B.Ed program by applying stratified random sampling technique in this study. Tools used in this present study: multidimensional challenges inventory tool by DOS John 2013. It is the standardized tool. This scale consists of 50 items. So the validity and reliability is the test and retest method was applied for the reliability of the multidimensional challenges inventory. The reliability was 0.84. It is the high reliability of the tool, and instincts validity multidimensional challenges inventory was obtained by the taking square root of the reliability was found to be 0.97. Analysis and techniques of data: percentile analysis and descriptive analysis, the statistics method was followed. Result and interpretation of the data: the first hypothesis showed this table. This is hence this hypothesis 1 stating that the levels of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers are moderate in nature is partially verified. And the second hypothesis, this data, the table says stating that there is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers. The third table, it shows the data. So the third table stating that there is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimension among the first and subsequent generation male-female prospective teachers. The fourth table shows this female prospective teachers. So this table stating that there is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation female prospective teacher is partially verified. The fifth table shows that, so in this table stating that there is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation rural area prospective teachers is partially verified. The sixth table shows this data. So this stating that there is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered along with its dimensions among the first and subsequent generation urban area prospective teachers is partially verified. Findings of the study, the levels of challenges encountered and its dimensions, namely financial challenges and educational challenges, are moderate in nature among FGPT and SGPT, that is first generation, subsequent generation prospective teachers. In the case of familial and social challenges, the levels of challenges encountered moderate in nature among the FGPT, whereas these levels are low among the subsequent generation SGPT. The levels of peer group challenges among the first and subsequent generation FGPT and SGPT are low in nature. There is no significant difference in the mean scores of challenges encountered except familial, educational, and peer group challenges among the first and subsequent generation male prospective teachers. The first generation male prospective teachers are found better in their challenges encountered and in the dimension financial challenges and social challenges than the subsequent generation male prospective teachers. The first generation female prospective teachers are found better in their financial challenges encountered than the subsequent generation female prospective teachers. The first generation rural area prospective teachers are found better in their financial social challenges than the subsequent generation rural area prospective teachers. The first generation urban area prospective teachers are found better in their financial challenges than the subsequent generation urban area prospective teachers. Discussion and educational implication of the study. The first generation male prospective teachers are found better in their challenges encountered and the dimensions, financial challenges and social challenges than the subsequent generation male prospective teachers. The first generation male and female prospective teachers and the subsequent generation male and female prospective teachers should be trained well during their 2-year study of B.Ed course. They should be provided scholarships in order to face financial challenges, familial challenges, and social challenges to be economically stable. Educational implication. The first generation rural area prospective teachers are found better in their challenges encountered and its dimensions, financial and social challenges than the subsequent generation rural area prospective teachers. The rural area first generation prospective teachers should get the training to do graft work, field work, to become economically stable person in the society. Conclusion. From the findings, it is strongly understood that the first generation male, female rural area and urban area prospective teachers are found better than the subsequent generation prospective teachers in most of the aspects of challenges encountered. The present study is obviously finding some useful recommendation and provide some insight in the field of educational research to develop the skills of challenges encountered by the first and subsequent generation prospective teachers. Thank you all.
Okay,
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, committee.
Please stop sharing your screen. Ms. Rupa Gupta, please start your presentation. Please stop sharing your screen and video. Ms. Rupa Gupta.
Good morning. Good morning, one and all. Let me share my screen.
Are you with your guide, Dr. Elizabeth?
Yeah, she is there.
She is there with you?
Okay. No, not with me.
Okay, fine.
Is my screen visible to all?
No, not yet.
Now?
Yeah, it is. Go to the landscape mode.
Okay. Good morning, one and all. I am Krupa
Yeah.
Gupta, Research Scholar, Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Bhubaneswar. I have conducted a study on attitude of prospective teachers towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic under the guidance of my research supervisor, Dr. Mrs. Elizabeth Kangmei. So the significance of the study, most of our citizens are staying at home and following the protocols in order to protect themselves from coronavirus disease. All the sectors of economy is adversely affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. When it comes to education sector, many countries have closed down schools and universities to reduce academic losses of the students. Due to closure of educational institutions, all the educational institutions are adopting ICT-based teaching. The ICT-based method helps the teachers to offer quality content and integrate ethically appropriate ICT pedagogy in teaching and learning process. ICT-based teaching has brought a new perspective in teaching and learning. So the purpose of this paper is to know about the attitude of prospective teachers towards the ICT-based teaching during this COVID-19 pandemic. Upon this purpose, problem is stated as a study on attitude of prospective teachers towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic. The objective of this study is to understand the level of attitude of prospective teachers towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic. Second objective is to find out the significant difference between the attitude towards ICT-based teaching among prospective teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. And the third objective is to find out the significant difference on attitude towards ICT-based teaching among prospective teachers of different pedagogical papers during COVID-19 pandemic. The null hypothesis 1 is there is no significant difference between attitude towards ICT-based teaching among male and female prospective teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. Null hypothesis 2, there is no significant difference between attitude towards ICT-based teaching among prospective teachers of different pedagogical papers during COVID-19 pandemic. Research methodology. In this study, investigator used descriptive survey method. Online survey was conducted using Google Form. This method involves percentage analysis and hypothesis formulation and its testing. In this method, variables are described as exactly as possible so that study can be pretended by other researchers. Population and the sample of the study. For the sample, convenience sampling technique was adopted. Total 100 B.Ed students, 55 female and 45 male prospective teacher were selected from Patna Training College of Patna University of academic year 2019 to 21. For the development of the tool, the first draft of self-designed questionnaire were edited after getting feedback by the experts. The final set of questionnaire were named as Attitude Inventory on ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic were developed and validated by the investigator. Questionnaire made up of 10 close-ended items on 5-point Likert scale used to collect data for this study. For analysis, mean, SGT test, and ANOVA applied. Let's come to the finding of the study. Finding on objective 1. It is inferred from table 1.1 among the prospective teachers, 25% prospective teachers had a high attitude, 53% had an average, 22% had a low attitude toward ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic. The attitude of female prospective teachers is 16.36% high, 61.81% had average, and 21.81% had low attitude, and male prospective teachers has 22.22%, 55.55% and 22.22% had high, average, and low attitude respectively. This percentage analysis is also shown in figure 1.1. Findings on hypothesis testing. Findings from the null hypothesis 1. From the table 2.1, the t-value 0.57 is not significant at 0.05 level, which conforms to the acceptance of null hypothesis. Hence, there is no significant difference between attitude towards ICT-based teaching among male and female prospective teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. This outcome is also be seen in figure 2.1. Findings on null hypothesis 2. The findings of table 2.2 reveal that the calculated value of f, that is 0.36, when compared to the table value at 2,97 degree of freedom, is found to be not significant, and hence there is no significant difference in attitude of prospective teachers towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic, having different pedagogical papers. Let's come to the outcome of the study. After analysis and interpretation of the data, the researcher came to conclusion that the mean score of attitude of male and female prospective teachers is higher than the female prospective teacher towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19. But the result shows there is no gender difference in attitude towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic. Also, ANOVA result shows that there is no significant difference in attitude of prospective teachers towards ICT-based teaching during COVID-19 pandemic, having different pedagogical papers. Thus, it can be said both the genders are almost equal techno-savvy and benefits of ICT is not confined to specific subjects only. So the implications and suggestions for the study, ICT-based teaching in pre-service teacher education applies different methods and strategies. ICT-based teaching helps teachers to use their skills in the teaching learning process and also make students for their future occupation and social life. Through ICT-based teaching, teachers can create interactive classes and make the lessons more enjoyable, which could improve student attendance and concentration. ICT-based teaching allows new ways of learning for student teachers. ICT-based teaching opens opportunities for education institutions to ensure that students have access to curriculum materials by staying anywhere they can learn in the present situation also of this COVID-19 pandemic. These were the sources which I referred for my study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rupa Gupta, for finishing on time. Next, we have Shabir Ahmed Malik. Shabir Ahmed Malik.
Rinki, Shabir will not be able to present his paper.
Okay, fine. So next we have Miss Dhruti Vagela. She's present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please start sharing your screen and switch on the video.
Yes, I will. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please sit down. Yes, I'm here. But
yes. Share your screen. Any problem?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you. Yes. All right. Okay. Yes, I'm here. Okay. Namaskar to all the honorable teachers over here, and a warm greetings to my fellow research students. The topic for my today's presentation is use of Likert scale to judge the effectiveness of ICT-based English language teaching at secondary level in Gujarati medium school. My guide is Professor Dr. Mrs. H.J. Patadia, and I'm a research student from the MS University of Baroda. Now, as we all know that the Likert scale has been used widely in the education, especially in the survey, to find out the attitudes and the reflection of the students. You might have sometimes heard the word pronounced as Likert, which is actually the wrong pronunciation. So I thought, let me just show you how to pronounce this correctly to my fellow researchers. It's correctly pronounced as Likert. And the objectives of my study is to confirm the effectiveness of the components of the ICT-based strategy through the eyes of the learners of the experimental group on which the experiment was conducted. So I have used the Likert scale in my experiment where I have developed the ICT-based strategy to teach English as a second language in one of the Gujarati medium schools in Gujarat. So the formative and summative test of the experiment has proved that the ICT-based strategy was very effective. But the researcher wanted to know from the students' point of view, like how did they feel about the components of the ICT-based strategy? And that is why to know the reflection on the developed strategy, I have implemented the Likert scale on the experimental group only. So this was the rationale of using the Likert scale. ICT-based strategy was developed, as I have mentioned, using the OHP, computer, YouTube, tape recorder, and the LCD TV to teach the ESL. And the scholastic achievement scores proved that the effectiveness, it was very effective, the way English has been taught by using the developed ICT-based strategy. Now, I have to mention that this experiment was done in the year 2013. At that time, ICT was not developed as much as it is been using now by the teachers in the classroom. So at that time, it was still a new concept. And at the end of the experiment, I have used this Likert scale to confirm the reflection of the students towards the strategy as a whole and the components of the strategy. So the 5-point Likert scale was developed by the researcher to collect the reflection of the students of the experimental group. 32 statements were developed in the Likert scale. Out of 32 statements, 16 were the positive polarity statements and 16 were the negative polarity statements. It is very important that the researcher has to include the positive and the negative statements, because sometimes the students just get biased and they just not by intention but just get biased, and they might just take sometimes on the strongly agree or maybe neutral or maybe disagree or maybe strongly disagree on all the questions. So just remove this problem. It is very important that the researchers must include positive and negative statements, so that the students must have to read all the statements so that we don't get that biased response from the learners. And no direct statements were included in the Likert scale, because I have implemented this experiment for the whole one semester. During that semester, I got very connected with the students, and it is very often that the researchers get connected emotionally with the learners. So not to get the biased response from the learners, I have not included any direct statements. I have included the statements like learning the nouns from the YouTube has helped me a lot, for example, or I learned a lot how to describe the picture on the OHP. So these are the examples. And I didn't tell the experimental group that I'm going to give you the Likert scale or this statements before I gave them. So it was just on the spot I gave them, so that they didn't get a chance to think about it, or they didn't get a chance to talk to each other about the statements. It is also very important. And so this is how the points were given to the positive statements and the negative statements. To the positive statements, as you can see on the screen, 5 points was given to the strongly agree and 1 point to the strongly disagree. On the other side, for the negative polarity statements, it was just on the opposite way. So the strongly disagree gets the 5 points and the strongly disagree gets the 1 point. At the end, this was the analysis of the statements. So as you can see, the analysis showed that internet enabled a computer was widely appreciated by the students, as 44% students like to use the computer while learning the English language, and only the second liked component by the students was the OHP, where 28% students have shown their liking towards learning through OHP, and the 19%, at that time YouTube was still not widely used, so but still there's not much difference between 28% and the 19%. So 19% students, they said yes, it was really very effective by learning through the YouTube, and there was very least response from the students about the tape recorder and the LCD TV. So that we can say that the internet-enabled computer the researcher has used while teaching countable, non-countable nouns, poems, and passive voice, active voice, stories from the Panchtantra and all. So at that time, the students were more active. And that is why maybe it is possible that the students like the use of internet-enabled computer more in preference to other components. And the OHP was and the YouTube was used just to describe the pictures or to show the damage of the earthquake. It was in their units. So at this time, at the time of OHP and YouTube, the participation from the students was passive.
Excuse me, Preeti, you have just 1 more minute with you.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. So as compared to the internet-enabled computer, the participation from the students at the time of OHP and YouTube were passive. That is why they have, I think they have got less like for that two components. So this is the conclusion that most liked components of the developed ICT-based strategy was internet-enabled computer, and the second preferred was the OHP and YouTube, and the tape recorder and LCD TV preferred by the small number of the students. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kruti.
Thank you.
So our next presenter, Venkirshan Rimbai from Nehu, Shillong. Present. Venkirshan Rimbai from Nehu, Shillong. Present or not?
Yeah, she's present.
Here, ma'am.
He is present.
Yes, sir. Start your presentation. Share your screen, please.
Is my slide visible, ma'am?
Yes. You have just started. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Presentation mode.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Make it to presentation mode.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and everyone present here. I'm Venkirshan Rimbai, research scholar from Nehu, Shillong. At the very outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to present my paper entitled Effect of Eco-Pedagogy on Pro-Environmental Behavior of VLS student teachers in Meghalaya. Now let us learn about what is eco-pedagogy. Eco-pedagogy is an approach to education from the left-wing educators in Central and South America who seek to re-educate planetary citizens. Its origin can be traced to both the environmental movement and the critical pedagogy movement of Paulo Freire in Brazil. This approach is a response to planetary environmental crisis. It is a life-oriented pedagogy which takes into account people, culture, lifestyle, and respect for identity and diversity. It also seeks to create a new ecological sustainable environment, and it also, from the learner's point of view, we can see that it empowers learners to become eco-literate, to develop skills and strategies to foster responsible environmental action. It cultivates critical thinking and consciousness raising, and it empowers learner to critically examine an environmental problem and devise appropriate solution to these problems. Now, in the pro-environmental behavior. So what is pro-environmental behavior? The behavior that consciously seeks to minimize the negative impact of one's action on the natural and the built world. It is an action in response to the environmental concern and issues, and from the when we talk about the different factors that are associated with PEV, there are a wide range of factors responsible for a person to develop pro-environmental behavior. For instance, the way a person perceives about the consequences of his or her behavior, the knowledge and awareness of environmental issues and concern, environmental attitude and values a person holds towards the environment, possibilities to act pro-environmentally, and incentives can also act as motivating factors to enhance a person's pro-environmental behavior. Now, a review of related literature. The researchers has there are a number of studies that were reviewed, and accordingly, during the process, a research gap was identified in this area, especially in our country, India. So, a result of which the researcher has undertaken the studies accordingly. Now, the objective of the studies, there are two objectives. Number one, to find out the level of PEV of student teachers
before and after the treatment. And number two, to find out the effect of the treatment here, eco-pedagogy and conventional methods on the PEB of student teachers of the experimental group and the control group. Here, there are three hypotheses of the study, which will be discussed along with the findings. Now, the methodology. For this study, the researcher has employed an experimental method where a pre-test, post-test control group design was adopted. Pair matching techniques was used before assigning the student teachers or participants to the experimental group and the control group. So the sample comprises of 190 first-year student teachers taken from the three centers of Diet Meghalaya. So we can see that 95 of the participants were assigned to the experimental group where eco-pedagogy and were exposed to eco-pedagogy, and 95 student teachers were assigned to the control group and they were exposed to conventional methods. The data were analyzed in terms of percentage, mean, standard deviation, and t-test. And the tool used for the study is our self-constructed tool, PEB scale, the environmental awareness test, and an eco-pedagogy module developed by the researcher. Now the results and interpretation. This is a table and graphical representation of the level of PEB of student teachers of the control group before and after the intervention program. Here, the intervention program is conventional method, assignment, and library work. So from this table and this figure, we can see that the level of PEB of student teacher before and after the treatment. Before the treatment, we can see that 50.53% of the student teacher were placed at an average level of PEB. And after the treatment, you can see there is a slight improvement in the level of PEB of student teachers, where 58.94% of them were placed at average level of PEB. In this next slide, this is the table and graphical representation of the level of PEB of student teachers of the experimental group before and after the intervention program. Here, the treatment given to the student teacher is eco-pedagogy. From the table and the figure, you can see that the level before and after the treatment. Before the treatment, we can see that 53.68% of the student teacher were placed at an average level of PEB. And after the treatment, we can see there is a marked improvement with regards to the level of PEB of student teachers, where 50.52% of them were placed at a high favorable level of PEB. Moreover, 14.74% of them were placed at an above average and extremely favorable level of PEB, respectively. So from this result, we can conclude that probably the improvement in the level of PEB of student teachers may be due to the application of eco-pedagogy as the treatment for the student teachers. So in the next slide, it shows the difference in the effects of the treatment, eco-pedagogy, and conventional methods on PEB between student teachers of the experimental group and the control group. So from the table, part 1, we can see that the p-value is 17.05, which was significant at 0.02 level. Hence, the null hypothesis was rejected and an alternative hypothesis was restated that there is a significant difference in the effect of eco-pedagogy on pro-environmental behavior of student teachers of the experimental group before and after the treatment. And in part 2 of this table, you can see that the p-value is 1.86, which was not significant at 0.02 level. Hence, the null hypothesis is accepted. And we can say that the results signify that the conventional methods are not effective in bringing changes or enhancing the pro-environmental behavior of student teachers of the control group. Now in part 3, you can see that the p-value is 14.91, which was significant at 0.02 level. So as a result of this result, it shows that The null hypothesis was rejected, and an alternative hypothesis was restated that there is a significant difference in the mean score of PEB of student teachers of the experimental group and the control group after exposure to the treatment. So this result established that eco-pedagogy is effective in facilitating and enhancing pro-environmental behavior of student teachers of the control group. So from this study, this results show that eco-pedagogy statistically improves and facilitates positive environmental behavior of student teachers of the experimental group. So these results are in accordance or in line with the studies of Napitulu and Munanda, Baburukle, Surata et al., Ariarman et al., Jackson, which indicates that eco-pedagogy influence and improve the environmental behavior of students and teachers. Other studies conducted by Alexander, Okur-Berukle, Ogyon, Bach, and Leskanik also shows that the conventional method had no significant effect on the environmental behavior of the students. So these findings are in line with the present studies, which indicate that the conventional method had no significant effect on the behavior of student teachers of the control group. So in conclusion, we can say that the present study has brought some light about the effectiveness of eco-pedagogy in facilitating positive environmental behavior among student teachers of Diet Meghalaya. So the finding reveals that there is a significant improvement in the student teachers' pro-environmental behavior as a result of their exposure to eco-pedagogy in relation to biodiversity conservation, forest conservation, waste management reduction, environmental pollution, and socio-cultural issues such as domestic violence and child labor. Therefore, there is an urgent need for the implementation and integration of this approach in the teaching learning process so that it enhance and promote students' pro-environmental behavior and consciousness for sustainable development. So with this, I come to the end of my conclusion. And once again, I thank the organizing committee and everyone for their patience with me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next presenter, Mr. Saraj Chandran.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Saraj Chandran.
Yes, I am here.
And Miss Anjali Rajveer is with you?
No. Mute.
Okay. Share your screen, please.
Okay. Good morning to all. I am Saraj Chandran, research scholar, Department of Education, University of Kerala. Topic is relationship between science process skills and scientific attitude among secondary school students. The science process skills includes intellect skills, associated psychomotor and affective skills that are concerned with the learning of science in all its aspects. A process is a series of activities or operations performed to attain certain goals or products. Science process are
please on your camera. Please on your camera.
Yes.
On your video. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the major objectives of this study are to assess the extent of science process skills among secondary school students. Second objective is to test the scientific attitude among secondary school students, then to find out whether there exists any relationship between science process skills and scientific attitude among secondary school students. Then final objective is to find out the relationship between science process skills and scientific attitude among secondary school students based on gender. Hypotheses are there is significant relationship between science process skill and scientific attitude among secondary school students. And second hypothesis is there is significant difference in the science process skills and scientific attitude among secondary school students based on gender. So the methodology is the current study possesses two variables such as science process skill and scientific attitude. Among this, science process skill is the independent variable and scientific attitude is considered as the dependent variable. For this study, the investigator administered science process skill test and scientific attitude scale for secondary school students. So the result is table 1 shows that test of significance for difference between means of science process skill for boys and girls. Test of significance for difference between the means of science process skills of boys and girls revealed that there is no significant difference between boys and girls in science process skills. Hence, the null hypothesis formulated in this context is not rejected. This is the figure shows the science process skills of boys and girls. Then the test of significance of for difference between means of scientific attitude of girls and boys. Test of significance for difference between means of scientific attitude for girls and boys revealed that there is no significant difference between girls and boys in scientific attitude. Hence, the null hypothesis formulated in this context is not rejected. Then the test of significance of relationship between scientific attitude and the science process skill revealed that there is significant relationship between scientific attitude and the science process skills. Hence, the null hypothesis formulated in this context is rejected. So the conclusion is the present study focus on the relationship between science process skill and scientific attitude among secondary school students. The investigator found that there is no significant difference between girls and boys in science process skills and scientific attitude, but there is significant relationship between science process skills and scientific attitude among secondary school students in Kerala. Okay, this is the reference and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sarath. Next presenter we have Yanthung Beni T. Kithan from Kohima. Are you present?
Yes, I'm present. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio is clear. Start sharing on screen and come to the video.
Okay. Yeah, is my slide visible?
No, not yet. Have you shared it?
Yes, I've shared it.
But we can't see anything. Technical team, please see. Oh yeah, now you have shared it. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yanthung Nikitan, and I'm pursuing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Venkat Rao, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Nagaland University. The topic for my presentation today is a study on career maturity of adolescents in Nagaland. This career maturity is one of the variable under my research study titled Impact of Home Environment on Adolescent Social Competence and Career Maturity in Nagaland, an Analytical Study. I will begin the presentation with a focus on the background of the study. Is my slide visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
I don't know why from my laptop the slides is not moving.
Just start again, close and start again. Stop sharing and start again. Restart that.
I hope now it is visible.
Yeah, introduction is visible.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the trouble. So let me begin. The process of globalization in the 21st century has ushered technological and communication evolution, producing a shift producing a paradigm shift in the field of educational scenario. Today, with increased global competition and changing dynamics of the world, economies of the world, like there are changes in the requirement of jobs and increased demand of proficient individuals who are technically and scientifically trained. The future education, therefore, is expected to create, train, and develop systems for learners so as to equip them with a broad range of values, ideals, and skills required in this changing environment. Concept of career maturity. This concept originated from the developmental theory of vocational behavior. It was first emphasized by Donald Easterbrook, and this theory holds the selection of an occupation is a process spanning a considerable number of years, usually from late childhood to early adulthood. And Super describes career development into 5 stages, such as growth, childhood, exploration, adolescence, establishment, young adulthood, maintenance, late adulthood, and decline old age. So the concept of career maturity includes the readiness, attitudes, and competency to deal effectively with career developmental tasks. A career mature individual is one who is coping with tasks appropriate to his life stage in which are likely to make desired outcome. A career mature person will be more proficient in making an appropriate and realistic career choices and decisions. Coming to the justification, adolescence represents an important stage of human development, which is marked by a strong desire to achieve self-sufficiency and independence. But most of the adolescents are uncertain and unsure of the opportunities and directions. The dilemma of adolescents in making career decisions is aptly stated by Ossipal in the following words. And also, the career development is also influenced by different personal, social, and environmental factors. And at the stage of schooling, the adolescents are in a period of transitions where they are, where the subjects they can at this stage will decide upon their future. And also, the transition from schools to college is an important phase when they try to decide on what kind of courses they will take and what kind of future jobs they will try to work. With this background in hand, the researchers made a humble attempt to study the career maturity of adolescents in Nagaland. Coming to the review of related literature, available literature pertaining to the variables under investigations were reviewed. Perseveral of the study reported a mixed and inconclusive results. Objectives of the study. To study the difference in career maturity of adolescents between the genders, between the locality that is rural and urban, between the type of management that is government and private, between the stream of study, arts and science. Hypothesis of the study. There exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents between the gender, male and female, between the locality of the school, rural and urban, between the type of management of schools that is government and private, and between arts and science. I'm so sorry that I will not be, I am not able to say all the objectives and hypotheses one by one because of the time constraint. Coming to the research methodology, 800 students, 400 boys and 400 girls students starting in standard 12 of Nagaland states from 20 schools were randomly selected in such a way as to fit in gender, locality, management, and stream of study factorial design. Population, higher secondary students studying in standard 12 in the state of Nagaland constituted the population of the study. Sample 800 students, 400 males and 400 females. Standard 12 students in Kohima and Dimapur districts of Nagaland were randomly selected. Tools used for the present study, the researcher has used career maturity inventory developed by Dr. Nirmala Gupta. The inventory consists of 70 items and it consists of 2 tests, attitude scales, as well as competency tests to measure the career maturity. For collecting the demographic variables, personal data sheet was employed by the researcher. The statistical technique used by the researcher was mean ST and D test. Coming to the test of hypothesis, analysis of career maturity among the demographic variables was done by testing the significance of difference between the means by using t-test. Hypothesis 1, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents, male and female students. The table 1 reveals that the d-value is 0.72, which is not significant. So the null hypothesis, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents, male and female stands accepted. Looking at the mean scores of both the male and female, there is not much difference. So we can say that male and female have the same level of career maturity. Comparison between a career maturity of adolescents, rural and urban schools. So in Percival of the table 2 reasons that the D value is 7.90, which is significant at 0.01 level of significance. And looking at the, so the null hypothesis, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents studying in rural and urban areas. Urban school stands rejected. Looking at the mean scores of the rural and urban area, it has been observed that the urban school students have scored more than that of the rural schools. So in this regard, urban school students have much more career maturity than that of their rural counterparts. Coming to the test of hypothesis 3, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents studying in government and private schools. Table 3 reveals that the D value is 3.72, which is significant at 0.01 level. So the null hypothesis, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents studying in government and private schools, stands rejected. The mean scores of government and private reveals that government school students score much more than that of the private school students. So we can say that government school students have much more career maturity than that of the private school students. Test of hypothesis 4, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents studying in arts and science stream. The D value obtained was 6.85, which is significant at 0.01 level. So the null hypothesis, there exists no significant difference in career maturity of adolescents studying in arts and science stream, stands rejected. Looking at the mean scores of arts and science students, the mean scores of science students is more than that of the art students. So in this respect, science students have much more career maturity than that of the art stream students. So research findings and discussions. The findings of the present studies are reported as follows. The male and female adolescents studying in higher secondary school do not differ significantly in their career maturity. So male adolescents have the same level of career maturity as that of the female adolescents. Second findings, the rural and urban adolescents studying in higher secondary schools differ significantly in their career maturity. Adolescents studying in schools located in urban areas have more career maturity than those studying in schools located in rural areas. The adolescents that findings number 3, the adolescents studying in government and private higher secondary schools differ significantly in their career maturity. Adolescents studying in government schools have more career maturity than those studying in private school. It is interesting to note that in my study, the findings with regard to the type of management of schools reveals that government schools have much more career maturity. Findings number 4, the arts and science stream students, adolescents studying in higher secondary schools differ significantly in their career maturity. Adolescents studying in science stream have much more career maturity than those studying in art stream. So on the basis of the data analysis and in the light of the empirical evidence, it can be concluded from the study that demographic variables such as locality of the school, type of management, and stream of study have an influence on the career maturity of the adolescents studying in higher secondary schools. However, gender does not influence their career maturity. These are some of the recommendations of the study. There is an urgent need of vocational needs and counseling services among the students studying in schools located in rural areas.
Wrap up, time is over.
Okay, so there is a need to reorganize the curriculum, and there is a need for more career counselors evenly in urban and rural areas, and there needs to be there need to be a lot of more talks on career, and there must be more career talks and seminars to be organized in order to encourage and in order to develop career competencies among the students. And also parents, teachers, and counselors should constantly maneuver the adolescents and help them explore multi-career options and encourage them to set high aspirations in life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Next presenter, Dr. Atman Desai. Are you present, Dr. Atman Desai?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I am sharing my screen. Okay, so Should I start?
Yes, you can start.
So, myself, Atman Desai. This is my postdoctoral research work on virtual reality educational program. I am checking the effectiveness of this program, and I have taken the sustainable development goals for this purpose. Introduction, like there are three types of for education: formal, informal, and traditional. So this is non-formal education. In the non-formal education, the central point is learning. Either by oneself or by the group of individuals. Non-formal education institutes learning by doing method.
Hello, Atman. Can you please lower your camera? Bend your camera onwards. Yeah. Now it's fine. Yeah. Continue.
PowerPoint is perfect.
Yeah, it is fine. We can see that.
Okay, so now I'm coming with educational technology. Educational technology covers different aspects, like it's a development of audiovisual aids for educational purposes, and like we show these audio visuals to students by making different audio visual aids on different subjects of course. This courses which we want to give. Multimedia ensures flexible learning. Flexibility is recognized in the level of access of course, the points of entry to and exit of the course. Like the students can entry and exit the course as per their suitability. And we can also take feedback of the students after that, after the students that watched the program. It is also one of the means of edutainment, and students can interact with the computer-based learning systems. Different media like text, graphics, animation make the students more feasible to learn the concepts. Okay, now virtual reality. Like virtuality is a simulation in which computer graphics is used to create a realistic looking world. Moreover, the synthetic world is not static but responds to the user's input. Like uh, students can, like it's a technology where students can feel the that they are in the situation of that virtuality. The key feature of the virtuality is real in time interactivity. The time real time means that the computer is able to detect the user's input and modify that the computer is able to detect the user input and modify the virtual world instantaneous. People like to see things change on the screen in response to their commands and become captivated by the simulation. Virtuality is a high-end user-computer interface that involves real-time situation and interactions through multiple sensory channels. Like there are three I's involved in virtuality: interactive, immersive, and imagination. Interactive means students can interact with the virtual reality world. The students can immerse in that virtuality world. And the imagination, we can show imaginative things with the help of virtual reality. Virtual technologies allow a constructivist approach of learning. Students are free to interact with virtual objects and other students. There is students can investigate, experiment, and obtain feedback in an experience that improves their learning. Through its interactive environment, repetition and one-to-one experimentation, virtual reality can help improve knowledge retention and students' motivation. Virtuality can facilitate distance learning in places where schools, where specialized teachers are scarce. Now, I am collaborating this virtuality with sustainable development goals. So, like sustainable development goals earlier, since in 2015 it was millennium development goals. Then after 2015 it was uh, named as sustainable development goals, and the target is up to 2030. Now there are 17 types of sustainable goals, like no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, innovation in infrastructure, inequality reducing, sustainable cities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnerships for goals. From 17 goals, I have taken two goals. Goal number 14 and goal number 15, life below water and life on land. So my objectives are to develop a virtuality interactive learning program constituting virtuality documentary. The educational program will consist of a documentary on importance of oceans, forestry, and biodiversity.
Excuse me, Atman sir, you have 2 more minutes with you.
Okay. To make aware students, secondary school students, about these virtual development goals and to check the effect. Now, population will be the 8th and 9th standard students, and the sample will be convenient sampling due to the pandemic situation. And I want to show this. I want to the script of the program as the video is not possible due to the engagement of VR developer is not there. So I want to show the script. 1 minute. How should I how should I show the script? Going back to the screen.
Yes, sir, you can start with this.
Atman sir, are you able to share it? You're lacking time, just 1 to 1.5 minutes more you have.
This is the script, starting from the introduction, and I will show the importance of oceans, how the oceans are useful to human beings, tidal energy, importance of species in the ocean, then covering biodiversity like Sundarbans, corals, different sea species, great importance of glaciers, and then
Atman sir, it's
okay,
time. Kindly wrap up.
okay. I'm concluding. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Atman sir. Next presenter we have with us is Lakshmi Meher. Lakshmi Meher, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, so start sharing your screen.
Yes.
Lakshmi, come to the video and go to landscape mode.
Yeah, wait. I think, is it okay now?
Yeah, it's
okay. Thank you. I am Lakshmi Meher from Department of Education, MSU Baroda. I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Professor Asutosh Biswal sir. My PhD topic is enhancement of values and thinking through stories among elementary school children of Odisha. Actually, I am in my tool development stage, so I am going to present my conceptual part of my work, which I have done earlier. So I am starting for introduction that stories are used in teaching and learning. Either as a method of as a method or as a stimulants for different purposes in different stages of learning. Story are liked by the learner of all ages, irrespective of the level of education. Stories have the ability to include in any method of teaching through storytelling or exhibiting for the purpose of simplifying complex concepts, motivating and relaxing learners. Story used to be best method at primary stage of learning from so many years. If the teachers provide information about the lives and deeds of great men of different ages, it definitely arouses interest among the learners and encourages the ability to imagine the mice, legends, and true story stimulates the imaginative power of young children. Stories are very effective tool in conveying deep value message. It is said by NCF 2005. Hence, story can be the easiest and interesting medium for developing thinking and inculcating values. In this ongoing study, stories are considered as informal method to impart value and thinking, develop thinking among elementary school children of Odisha. Stories are essential part of human culture. Everybody loves to hear story, and it is an inevitable part of children. It is a means of transmitting information, experience, attitude, or a point of view. A story includes a purpose of one or more characters through series of events, and by the end, it arrives at a target destination, fulfilling its reason for having been sold, having been seen or told. So according to Cambridge Dictionary, story is a description, either true or imagined, of a connected series of events. And Skies 1976 defines story as a piece of narrative tale of any length told or printed in prose or words of actually fiction, events, legend, minds, anecdote, novels, etc. Joshi 1965 said that the parallel for story from Sanskrit katha and from Hindi kathani convey that story is a kind of narrative form. From this definition, it can be said that story is a piece of narrative or description of a prose or a verse with one or more characters about a connected series of either true or imagined event, legend, myths, fiction, anecdote, novels, etc., with some purpose or message in it for the listener or the viewers. A teacher in the classroom can follow any type of stories, because there are variety of stories to present in front of the students. So I have categories it under three variety: the traditional stories, original, creative stories, storyteller, or experience from everyday life, that is true historical story can be. A story can also be a fiction or non-fiction type. So a teacher can follow any of these type in his classroom. So there are many importance and many merits of the storytelling that I am providing. That storytelling is not limited to entertainment only, rather it is used as an effective teaching tool in a language classroom. Story helps in making lesson lively, interesting to the people. It helps in thinking and imagination of power of the students. It's also helpful in holistic personality development. It makes students active and attentive in the classroom. It helps in connecting the children with the environment. It also helpful in remembering and developing the learning competency, and it's also can develop a relationship between the language and expressive arts like writing, talking, reading, and drawing, considering their thinking and feelings. And the contribution of storytelling to the inner world of effect. Some aspect of culture also get affected by the process of storytelling in education. Young children who hear the stories told improve story comprehension in their retelling, and children in the story reading group improve their language complexity. It is helpful in critical reading skill of students. Story is also helpful in developing interactional skills of students, facilitate more participation, and provide opportunity during the in discussion. Students also could help up their vocabulary, and some words and phrase also can be developed. The oral retelling of pre-Egyptian story of her children, speaking of listening practice, which is rare within the classroom as a native of human thoughts and interaction. The problem related to behavior, social values, moral of students can be also handled through telling of the story or presenting story to them. So a good steady standard social values like cooperation and fellow feeling stories are helpful in learning about culture, community, and language. It is a medium through which children become familiar and enjoy the content. It boosts creativity, imagination power. Story also develop type of intelligence like EQ and SQ. It also increase their language power. Language or vocabulary power. It makes academic learning easier and increase understanding of the subject. Story plays a significant role in moral development and improve awareness of virtues and framework. It means it also helpful in developing values among them. It is helpful in sharpening memory. Overall, it is helpful in many ways in developing thinking, values, or imagination power. The key question: dialogue in stories are calming, stimulate visual imaginary. They can develop imagination power and promote innovative ideas, and everything can be possible through storytelling. So I am going to enhance the thinking power by the stories. So thinking is a cognitive ability that involves problem solving, decision making, reasoning. Problem solving involves findings appropriate, I think idea. Decision making comes from when individual evaluate alternatives and make choice among them. Reasoning is logical thinking, and there is a need to develop the skills of thinking among our students. Few scholars define thinking in different ways. Thinking is a mental activity in its cognitive aspect of mental activity with regards to psychological objects. Valentine defines thinking consists essentially of a connected flows of ideas which are directed towards some end or purpose. Garrett defines the thinking is a behavior which is often implicit and hidden, and in which symbols, image, idea, and concept are ordinarily employed. Glimmer defines thinking is a problem-solving process in which we use ideas or symbol in place of overt activity. So from this definition, we can be said that thinking is a process of mental exploration and internal representation of external event belonging to the past, present, or can be future. Maybe when concern a thing or a event which is not being actually observed or experienced by the thinker. It is a pattern of behavior in which we make use of internal representation like symbol and sign of things and events for the solution of some specific purposeful problem as a result of our interest, direction, purposes, goal, or accomplishment. Types of thinking, actually there are so many types of thinking, but I have taken 3 kinds of thinking mainly in my studies, that is reflective thinking, critical thinking, and creative thinking. Creative thinking is well known by all the all that.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, okay. So creative thinking are that is innovative and new one, something. Critical thinking is that which is logical and systematic one, and reflective thinking is one that is one kind of higher order of thinking, and it's helpful in solving a complex problem rather than simpler problem. So these all are mental activities. And I have also considered various kind of values. The values due to fast erosion of values in India and NCF 2005, NCRT 1986, all, and various researchers also suggested that there is a urgent need of value education in our system. That's why I taken this. Values are the ideals, beliefs, and we can say these are the norms that we need to follow. Values also can be defined as to a right conduct or good intellectual behavior or moral habits. So values overall it is helpful in students for organizing their conduct, energize their action, and helpful in developing a good behavior in them. I have taken various kind of values. Actually, there are various kind of value. I have taken 3 important values, that is personal values, social values, and moral values. That I want to include it in my study. Actually, I want to justify my study. That's why I included. Yes, I have included related literature. I have reviewed so many studies, approximately 25 studies. There where I can conclude that various researchers suggest that thinking stories are helpful in developing thinking and values power. But in India, there are very few or less study we can say in studying storytelling, and that's why I have taken story as a method, informal method in developing thinking and values among the children of Odisha. So these are actually my rationale. I have less time, that's why I'm not explaining. But I can say that overall stories are helpful in developing values and thinking among the student, but no research work have been, or very less work I have found that which was based on storytelling in India that is helpful in the develop both both thinking and values. That's why I have taken to develop both values and thinking through the stories. And my methodology will be a experimental method, and I will take as a
Lakshmi, we are
population for
sorry,
research.
please wrap up.
Yes, it is ended, already ended. Yes,
Yeah.
it is ended. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lakshmi.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Next presenter, we have R.K. Lalnunsangi from Shillong. Are you present, R.K. Lalnunsangi? Are you present there?
Yeah, she's present, but she's not responding.
She's unmuted.
Yeah, she is unmuted.
R.K. Lalnunsangi, are you there? Can anyone call her? Yeah, R.K. Lalnunsangi, are you there?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
Can
okay.
hear
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, start.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Where's the slideshow? Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Arkela Nunsangi. I'm a PhD scholar in the English and Foreign Languages University in Shillong campus. And the paper I'm presenting today is my research that I'm going to do for my PhD. So the actual data collection has not started. And so I'm just going to give a brief overview of what I plan to do. And since the data collection has not started yet, I'm very open to any kind of suggestions that you may have. So I just wanted to put that forward. So, okay, the topic for my research will be the interlanguage of Mizo ESL learners. So it's going to be concerned with learning and using English as a second language in the northeastern state of Mizoram, which is where I come from. People in my home state are quite hesitant to use English, and this has, I believe, negatively impacted their English language skills, especially speaking. Our mother tongue or our first language is Mizo, and there's no place to use our first language except within the state of Mizoram. So most Mizos do not speak Hindi or any other language. English is usually the second language, and yet there is this stigma around using it. So there can be many reasons for this reluctance in using English. However, my research will deal with the linguistic aspect with a focus on syntax. So the reason I've chosen syntax instead of phonology, which is usually what the route that people go, this kind of studies usually deal with phonology, but I've chosen syntax because I believe, in my opinion, accents do not matter too much, and I think accents are beautiful. And I think someone's accent is a symbol of their identity and their background. And someone can have a thick accent or a strong accent and be considered really good at English if they speak syntactically correct or even syntactically sophisticated sentences. So the research will be based on Selinker's theory of interlanguage. So there he mentioned 5 central processes, among which is language transfer, which is what my research will deal with. So these are the research questions that I have. So what are the differences in the syntactic structures of Mizo and English sentences? So I think there will be a lot of differences. Do the differences in the syntactic structures of Mizo and English have any effect on the acquisition of English syntax when the language is acquired as a second or maybe even as a third language by the native speakers of Mizo? I think there will be negative influence from there. So, and the third, if it does, then does it promote or hinder English syntax acquisition? I think it will hinder English syntax acquisition. Does it have any effect on the accommodation of English by native speakers of Mizo? I think it will have. So what do English speakers from other communities feel about the English sentences of Mizo native speakers? So if they have a negative, feeling towards it, maybe that has contributed to people's reluctance to use the language. So does this have any influence on the usage or reluctance of usage of English by those native speakers of Mizo who have acquired English as their second language? I think it will have. And what are the socioeconomic consequences of this phenomenon? So the significance of this study is rooted in the fact that English is a global language and all kinds of information is available in English language, and being fluent in the language can open up a lot of doors. English, as I've said, is the second language for most people in Mizoram, and our first language, Mizo, does not really have a lot of economic and political importance, even at the national level. So being fluent only in the mother tongue will only get us so far. And I think it will lead to, and has also led to, gaps in information. So an example of this gap of information I'm talking about is, I want to give an example of this. So some days ago, I was watching videos about multi-level marketing scams, which are known as MLMs. So MLMs are really popular in my place. And it's a well-known fact that around the globe, MLMs are dangerous scams. But when I looked up the information regarding this kind of businesses in Mizo language, the only information that was available dealt with the positive side of MLMs, which is very outdated information. So anyone who speaks only Mizo language would have access to only one view of MLMs, which is that they are legit marketing schemes, which is not the truth. So this is a kind of gap of information that I was talking about. So the second part is that our state, our tribe is far behind when it comes to research on all kinds of topics. As far as I know, there are a few papers and studies concerned with English language education in Mizoram, but they are not enough. And as far as I know, there are none concerned specifically with syntax. So coming to the limitations, I think it might be difficult to find informants who would be willing to speak in English. And like I've said, most people are hesitant to speak in English in the first place. And the study also does not aim to provide any solution to the problems that you may find. The study aims to be descriptive, but I believe it will be useful for further research concerning learning English as a second language by native speakers of Mizo. So the informants will be high school students. That's what I'm aiming for, because they're capable of having conversations in English, but are also still learners. And the informants, I think I will get informants from 2 schools, and hopefully 100 students from each school would be enough. They will be asked to talk about various topics, and the kinds of sentences that they use will be recorded and syntactically analyzed. So interlanguage theory has come a long way since it was first introduced. There are a lot of researches based on the theory. Some of the development within this theory since its introduction are its extension to first language acquisition and to both adults and children, the view of interlanguages as natural languages, and the importance of context when it comes to fluency in speaking a language, and the inclusion of sociolinguistic factors that can affect fossilization, even though in the first article concerning interlanguage, the only reason given was neurolinguistic factors. So as I've mentioned, ESL studies within the context of Mizoram are limited. There has always been a lot of focus on literature instead of English language itself. So I hope this study will contribute to expand this area. So this research has been proposed with the desire to make contributions to the Mizo community. The phenomenon of being reluctant to use English has affected the fluency of Mizo speakers of the language. Since English is highly crucial at the national and international scenes, this has become a problem that has impacted the socioeconomic and professional prospects of people of the community. So the best way to learn a language is to practice it, and speaking, being the most basic form of productive language skill, I think must be practiced in order to attain fluency in the language. So as long as this part is lacking, the form of language acquired will be not the best version of what is possible. And I think we should always aim for, what the best that can be attained. So a systematic analysis and comparison of Mizo and English syntax in order to identify their similarities and dissimilarities, so as to pave the way for further studies that will provide solutions that are applicable to this very real world problem, I think is an important step towards evolving into a global and modern community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. R.K. Lalonsangi, for your presentation. Our next participant is Mr. Chandrasekhar Nath Jha. Are you present? Mr. Chandrasekhar Nath Jha, are you present?
Yeah, he's present, but he's not unmuting himself.
Yeah, present, ma'am, present.
Yeah.
Okay, can we share your screen?
One second, ma'am.
Please on your camera also.
Okay.
Sir, Dr. Pankajnath Mishra is with you.
Okay, thank you very much, मैम. क्या मैं स्टार्ट कर सकता हूँ, मैम?
Yes, you can start. Share your screen first.
Okay. No, मैम, एक्चुअली माई PPT करप्ट हो गया है थोड़ा सा. मैंने अभी जस्ट तैयार किया था. पावर के कारण थोड़ा सा नहीं वो प्रिपेयर हो पाया, थोड़ा सा करप्ट हो गया है. मैं ऐसे प्रेजेंट कर देता हूँ. ओके मैम, थैंक यू वेरी मच. एक्चुअली मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो है झारखंड राज्य के कोडरमा जिले के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ शिक्षकों के कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों का अध्ययन. ये मैंने जस्ट जो है तैयार किया है, और हमारे जो गाइड हैं उन्होंने मुझे ये सजेस्ट किया कि आप इस पर रिसर्च करें. और मैं ये अवधेश प्रताप सिंह विश्वविद्यालय रीवा से मैं ये रिसर्च कर रहा हूँ. तो मैं कुछ जो समय की कमी है, 7-8 मिनट का लगता है समय मुझे मिलेगा, तो मैं छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स में मैं आपको ये बता देता हूँ कि हमारे जो शोध उद्देश्य हैं वो क्या क्या हैं. हमारे शोध उद्देश्य है माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ शिक्षकों के द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों के वास्तविक स्थिति का अध्ययन करना. दूसरा है माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ पुरुष एवं महिला शिक्षकों द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करना. तीसरा है माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ शिक्षकों द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों में आने वाली हो रही कठिनाइयों का अध्ययन करना. चौथा है माध्यमिक विद्यालयों के कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों से शिक्षकों के शिक्षण व्यवहार में परिवर्तन का अध्ययन करना. हमारा जो शोध परिसीमन का जो क्षेत्र है वो है मेरा शोध क्षेत्र झारखंड राज्य के कोडरमा जिले के अंतर्गत 3 प्रखंड कोडरमा, जयनगर और चंदवारा में जो भी के CBSE बोर्ड से एफिलेटेड जितने भी सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स हैं उसको चयन करके किया गया है. और हमारे शोध कार्य के लिए जो हमारा विधि है, शोध विधि मेथोडोलॉजी, वो सर्वेक्षण विधि है, साक्षात्कार विधि है, सांख्यिकी विधि है, और शोध उपकरण के अंतर्गत हमने क्वेश्चनरी को प्रिपेयर किया है. प्रश्नावली विधि है. आप सब जानते ही हैं कि प्रश्नावली विधि एक अप्रत्यक्ष विधि है जिसमें हम विभिन्न तथ्यों को हम प्राप्त करते हैं क्वेश्चन आंसर के माध्यम से. और इस कार्य में, शोध कार्य में मैंने काफी सारे राष्ट्रीय, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय और जर्नल का सहारा लिया है. हमने प्रीवियस जितने भी आर्टिकल्स या फिर जितने भी शोध हुए हैं इस क्षेत्र में, मैंने उसको स्टडी किया है. और इसके साथ साथ मैंने देखा है कि इस शोध कार्य में मेरा जो हाइपोथेसिस है, वो हाइपोथेसिस के बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा बता दूं. 1 सेकेंड. जी, हमारी जो शोध परिकल्पना है वो है शोध क्षेत्र के अधिकांश शिक्षक कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी का अनुप्रयोग करते हैं. दूसरा है
सर अपने आप को अनम्यूट करिए।
मैं अनम्यूट हूँ।
हाँ अब ठीक है।
हाँ, शोध परिकल्पना में 3-4 बिंदु मैंने रखे हैं। शोध क्षेत्र के कुछ या अधिकांश शिक्षक कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोग करते समय कठिनाइयों का सामना करते हैं। शोध क्षेत्र के अधिकांश शिक्षकों द्वारा सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी का कक्षा शिक्षण में अनुप्रयोग से शिक्षण व्यवहार में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन हुआ है। शोध क्षेत्र के अधिकांश शिक्षकों में कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के प्रयोग संबंधी औसत है और शोध क्षेत्र के अधिकांश शिक्षक कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोग हेतु पाठ्य वस्तु का निर्माण करने में सक्षम है। मैम, ये जो शोध है, शोध का जो हमारा विषय है वो प्रॉपर हमारा चल रहा है अभी। कई सारे अध्यायों में हमने इसको विभक्त किया है। प्रथम अध्याय में प्रस्तावना है, द्वितीय अध्याय में संबंधित साहित्य की समीक्षा है, तृतीय अध्याय में शोध प्रविधि है, चतुर्थ अध्याय में आंकड़ों का विश्लेषण और उसके परिणामों की व्याख्या है, पंचम अध्याय में शोध के निष्कर्ष एवं सुझाव को लिखे जाएंगे, षष्ठम अध्याय में शोध के सारांश को लिखे जाएंगे और इससे संबंधित जितने भी संदर्भ ग्रंथ सूची है उसका हमने अपने शोध कार्य में उपयोग किया है। तो इस प्रकार से ये हमारा शोध का जो जितने भी पॉइंट्स हैं मैंने कोशिश की है कि कम से कम शब्दों में रखने की, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजों की बताने की जरूरत मुझे नहीं लगता है कि होगी। तो समय की अभाव के कारण मुझे जो समय आप लोगों ने दिया, मैं इसके लिए आपको दिल से धन्यवाद और प्रणाम करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
सर आपके पास 4 मिनट और है, अगर आपको कुछ बोलना है तो आप बोल सकते हैं।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। चलिए मैं कुछ और मैंने शोध कार्य के परिणाम की थोड़ी सी चर्चा में
अपने आप को म्यूट।
मैं म्यूट हूँ मैम, अनम्यूट हूँ मैं।
हाँ ठीक।
जी 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 जी। प्रस्तावित शोध कार्य जो है हमारा बल्कि शिक्षण अधिगम प्रक्रिया की उस परिस्थिति का भी निर्माण करेगा जो शिक्षण अनुदेशन को एक उच्चतम स्तर प्रदान करता है। प्रस्तावित शोध कार्य के जो महत्व है मैं उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताऊं। शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में जो पदस्थ शिक्षक हैं उनके द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों का वास्तविक अध्ययन हो सकेगा या होगा। शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ पुरुष एवं महिला शिक्षकों द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन हो सकेगा। तीसरा, शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में पदस्थ शिक्षकों द्वारा कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों में आ रही कठिनाइयों का भी अध्ययन हो सकेगा। चौथा है, शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों के कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों से शिक्षकों के शिक्षण व्यवहार में हो रहे परिवर्तन को ज्ञात किया जा सकेगा। शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों के कक्षा शिक्षण में शिक्षकों द्वारा सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के अनुप्रयोगों की दक्षता यानी कॉम्पिटेंसी और कौशल स्किल का अध्ययन किया जा सकेगा। और सबसे अंतिम, शोध क्षेत्र के माध्यमिक विद्यालयों के कक्षा शिक्षण में सूचना एवं संचार तकनीकी के प्रयोग हेतु शिक्षकों में पाठ्य वस्तु के निर्माण संबंधी जो समझ है उस समझ का जो है अध्ययन किया जा सकेगा। तो इस प्रकार से ये हमारा महत्व है।
सर आपके पास 1 मिनट और है।
ओके ओके ओके। निष्कर्ष में संदर्भ ग्रंथ सूची में हमने काफी सारे संदर्भों का सहारा लिया है। अग्रवाल जेसी अग्रवाल की स्कूल प्रबंध सूचना एवं संप्रेषण तकनीकी विनोद पुस्तक मंदिर पृष्ठ संख्या 277 300। इस तरह से बहुत सारे प्रतिवेदन से रिलेटेड हमने स्टडी की है, हमने डॉक्यूमेंट्री को पढ़ा है, हमने जर्नल्स को देखा है और साथ ही साथ नेशनल पॉलिसी ऑन एजुकेशन 2020 जो भी आई है उसको हमने स्टडी किया है। तो इस आधार पर हमने काफी सारे रेफरेंसेस का सहारा लिया है। तो इस प्रकार से मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा और सबका धन्यवाद प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगा। धन्यवाद आप सभी का।
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Jaya Ocha. Jaya Ocha, are you present?
Rinki, I think she is absent.
Okay, fine. Okay, so we have concluded our presentation session, and now we will be going for question answers. But before going for question answers, I will request our lead speaker to give his reflection on those paper which has been presented in this session. Lead speaker, sir.
Rinki.
Yes, sir.
Rinki, actually, he is absent due to some like important work. He left.
Okay.
So
Okay,
on
sir.
behalf of the lead speaker, okay, I'm just giving the reflections.
Okay,
Like
sir.
there were excellent papers presented, particularly in this session. That the first was the comparison of the past and subsequent generation learners and challenges challenges encountered. Then attitude of prospective teachers toward ICT. I think there are 3-4 papers on ICT. Then one is effectiveness of ICT. Then one was eco pedagogy. On eco pedagogy, there are 2 papers. That like the next one is the career maturity on adolescent students. Then virtual reality, virtual interaction, reality learning. That is by Atman Desai, the Lakshmi Meher. That is the inculcation of values through like stories. Then one very interesting paper related to interlanguage of Mizo ESL. Then next Chandrasekhar Jha, that is impact of ICT. So these are the varieties of papers it was presented, and 3-4 papers it was incomplete papers. So only the thing is, okay, it is, I think the way you are taking the studies, it is right, and you can proceed. So I am just, we are just planning to have a session, have some like some WhatsApp like of things in the near future of the research scholars, those who are just doing their work. So in that we are going to take all those things, and I think now the time is very less. Another thing is the direction you are moving, that is very nice. I'll tell you one very good, very interesting thing, that is due to our accents while speaking the English, the second language English, due to our accent, sometimes we feel very embarrassment. This is one of a common problem with most of the learned people, most of the researchers, and because we have, India is such a big country. If one is talking, okay, you can say that she's a Malayali, she's a Telugu, she's a Odia, or he's a Odia, he's a Bengali, he's a Punjabi, he's a Gujarati, likewise. So sometimes we feel, I do not know about you people, I feel embarrassment, okay. But today I came to know that it is not an embarrassment. It is, we should feel proud for this. That is the paper why that is, I am not able to take the name properly. Lal Nun Sangi, that is the young girl, she was presenting the paper on the interlanguage of Mizo ESL. And she said that accents are beautiful. Really, accents are beautiful. If I can know a person from his accents or her accent, it is wonderful. Okay. It tells your background. So now the thing is, you should feel proud whenever you are speaking English. And the thing is, it is very difficult. There are very few people, though, who can just confuse you without showing their accents. Okay. But the thing is, this is a wonderful thing. Like, we have to remember, yes, these accents are our background, and we should feel proud for our accent. This someone is talking right, and the appearance, it is not looking like a Odia, but from the accent, if you can say that, okay, she's a Odia, she's a Bengali, that is wonderful. Okay, I think most of the papers was presented. It was excellent papers, and the particularly the communication of the it was very good communication of most of the speakers, and the chairing, I think wonderful chairing, and I think it was completed before time. So thank you very much, Rinki.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your reflections. And sir, one thing I would like to add here is that due to this online mode of our forum, we can see numerous papers from Northeast part of India, which we rarely see in our conferences. And I'm really very happy that Northeast India is coming forward in this sector. So congratulations to all the presenters. And now we will take our question answer. We'll be discussing our question answers. So in chat box, we can see some questions there.
Rinki,
Yes.
Yes, there is a question for Anubu Selvi. This is from Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. She wants Anubu to clarify that what does she mean by first and subsequent generation?
Okay, so madam, are you listening the question? It is to Mr. Selvi, right?
It is to Miss Anubu Selvi.
Yeah, Mrs. Selvi, yes. Mrs. Selvi, are you there? We are not getting any response. I think she left.
I think, yeah, she left. She left.
Okay.
Another question is for Sharat Chandran, Mr. Sharat Chandran. This is from Shirley Jain, who wants to know what is the difference between science skills and scientific attitude. No, Anubu Selvi is there.
Okay,
Yes.
Mrs. Selvi, please respond. There is one question for you.
Hello.
Yes, Mrs. Selvi. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
You're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The question was what is first generation prospective teachers and subsequent generation prospective teachers. The first generation prospective teachers, it refers to the student teachers hailing from the families where no one in the family received B.Ed degree. And the subsequent generation prospective teachers refers to the teachers trainees hailing from the families where at least one of the family members has a B.Ed degree. The subsequent generation may also include the second, third, and fourth generation, etc. Is it clear, ma'am?
Yeah, I think it answers the question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. One more question we have for Miss Lakshmi. Miss Lakshmi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So you can see question in the chat box. It is that
Yeah, I
stories
see.
dealing with violence will create negative effect. So how are you going to take? I mean, how are you going to select such stories and be conscious about this negative effect?
Yes, I have read the chat box questions. Sally ma'am, I want to say you and all presenters that I am taking training from the well-trained and certified storytelling trainer. So I will be suggested by them which kind of stories are helpful for the children. I will avoid that kind of story which have violence or something else. So I will choose that kind of which have only simplify best impact on them, not a negative impact of them. I will choose according to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lakshmi.
Thank you.
So any more questions there, Shaurya?
No, there are no questions.
Okay, any suggestions or questions for our presenters from anyone? So I think no more questions. So here we can conclude our 10th session today's. And I thank you.
Vicky, one of the participants has raised hand. So
okay, sure. Yes,
Chandrasekhar Nath is there. Yeah. Sir, I'm given you the controls.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम, आपने अवसर दिया क्वेश्चन पूछने का। मैं एक क्वेश्चन यही करना चाह रहा था कि इस तरह का प्लेटफॉर्म ये हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी जो महाराजी सयाजीराव यूनिवर्सिटी है, हम सभी रिसर्चरों को दिया है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं जब से इस फील्ड में आया हूँ, मुझे इस तरह का कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं मिला था। तो मुझे काफी प्राउड फील हो रहा है कि मुझे इस तरह का एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला। नंबर 1 क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में, खास तौर पर एजुकेशन के फील्ड में काफी सारी समस्याओं का हमें सामना करना पड़ रहा है, जिसमें खास तौर पर जिस यूनिवर्सिटी से मैं बिलोंग करता हूँ, मैं उस यूनिवर्सिटी से खुश नहीं हूँ और उनके जो मैकेनिज्म है या उनके काम करने के जो तरीके हैं काफी अलग तरीके हैं, और जिसमें हम सभी लोगों को दिक्कत होती है कि कोई किसी तरह का इंफॉर्मेशन लेना हो तो उसमें बहुत कम्युनिकेशन गैप रहता है। बल्कि हमारे जितने हमारे क्लासमेट्स हैं, हमारे जितने भी कलीग्स हैं, उन लोगों को भी ये चीज फील हो रहा है। तो क्या मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि इन सभी चीजों को कैसे हम दूर कर सकते हैं। मैं काफी परेशान हूँ इन सब, काफी टाइम भी लग रहा है और हमें काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। तो यदि कोई आप लोगों के पास कोई सजेशंस हो या कुछ ऐसा अप्रोप्रिएट कोई आंसर्स हो तो काइंडली बताने का कष्ट करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
रिंकी थोड़ा सा मैं ऐड करूं उसमें।
हाँ सर।
देखो चंद्रशेखर, ये जो प्रॉब्लम आप बोल रहे हैं ये कोई नया प्रॉब्लम नहीं। इट इज दे आर ऑलवेज देयर इन द ये व्हेन वी आर डूइंग द पीएचडी दे आर, उधर भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम था, लेकिन if you are going to take all the problems very seriously, it is going to affect you. So now the thing is you have to find a mechanism where you are going to address your problem. So one of the first important aspect is you share yourself. So that's why our major purpose is, I'll tell you चंद्रशेखर, आपको चंद्रशेखर मैं थोड़ा कोशिश करता हूँ कि इंग्लिश में बोलने के लिए, क्योंकि हमारा बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट जो है वो बहुत दूर दूर से है, वो हिंदी में बोलूंगा तो बिल्कुल सुनने समझ नहीं पाएंगे। So one of my purpose,
No sir, आप continue करें।
yes,
Continue sir.
Yes. Actually, when I was a student, you cannot imagine for 3 years while doing PhD. So we are there in the department. We are not able to come out from the department. There was no guidelines, and nobody was showing us the proper direction, like all the things.
Yes.
So now the thing is, so this is the plight of all the researchers. So now the thing is, we have started it. And the thing is, we need the help of you people. So everywhere you can start something
Yes,
like that. We can communicate. So at least you can say that in MS University, they have a culture. So the thing, why you cannot create this type of culture in our university? You just see, उनको समझाइए नहीं करते तो उनको कंपेल कीजिए कि अच्छा कल्चर क्रिएट करो, ठीक है। सो उसके लिए देखो, मैं एक्चुअली ये प्लेटफॉर्म में कुछ ऐसा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ कि जो कि दूसरे को अफेक्ट करेगा, बट ऐसा कर सकते हैं, आप इकट्ठा हो सकते हैं। Okay, you can combinedly you can solve your problem. Okay, now the thing is, the communication channel has opened up. If you have a problem, if you are going to highlight, definitely the thing is you can highlight in a proper way. Okay, so now continuously we can have this type of sessions, and we see that we are not telling that in one university, in all the university of the India there should be a research culture which is going to help the researchers. Okay, if you are going to help the researcher, I think within 10 to 15 years we can change our nation, we can change the plight of the research area in our country. That is needed, and we are trying to do something, and you also try to do something from your part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Biswal sir. So altogether we have 10 total papers in this session. And as Biswal sir have already summarized and given a very given gist of the session, mainly we have seen papers on ICT and its effect on teaching. And yes, obviously we have seen on eco-pedagogy, which is really very, need of the hour, because we are all, especially United Nations and all countries, they are working towards the environment safety. And in this case, if eco-pedagogy can be accepted as in our classroom, it will be a great step from teachers. So with this, I'd like to thank lead speakers, Biswal sir, and all the presenters. And I would like to give mic to Shaurya to conclude it. Thank you. Shaurya?
Yes, thank you. I would now like to propose vote of thanks. The word thank you, it does not only mean it is not a hollow word, but it is something that we express ourselves when we want to show our happiness towards the thoughtfulness and the inspiration that the people have shown to us. So Dr. Dibakar Sarangi is not here with us, but I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to him for taking his precious time and enlightening us with his discourse. I would also like to thank Professor Ashutosh Biswal for being such a sport and sharing his reflections and concerns and his positive and optimistic thoughts about research and research environments, and even to an extent research etiquettes. I thank Ms. Rinki Tiwari for effectively chairing the session and engaging us in a deliberation. Words of appreciation will not suffice for the presenters. You are the hero of this session. Thank you so much for working so hard and sharing your work, your passion with us on this platform. Also, thank you to all the participants who have joined us, who have shared their concerns, reflections, and questioned and participated in this discourse. Also, thank you to the reporters, Ms. Gargi Mahure and Ms. Shifali Dhimer. Thank you to our technical support. This is an online platform and it is the backbone for the entire session. Ms. Shama Ansari, thank you so much. Last but not the least, I am highly indebted to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to co-chair this session. Thank you again. I think, sir, we can take a lunch break and then meet again for the last technical session at 2. Sir, you are muted.
So only the thing is, you just see, whenever we are talking about the research culture, we have to take the good lessons from every institutes. They say, for example, in our institute, that is one very good part of our culture that is known as the Tuesday seminar. Okay, tomorrow is our Tuesday seminar, and we feel very proud for our Tuesday seminar. Tomorrow is our Tuesday seminar. Whenever it was offline, everyone was allowed to that Tuesday seminar. So tomorrow it is going to start at 11 o'clock. So today I will post the Tuesday seminar and its link to all of you. So now you can, I have taken the permission from my dean. There is no problem. Okay. So please attend our Tuesday seminar and give your reflection. So this is going to be one of the first step towards creating a research culture. Please, thank you very much, and we are most welcome. Please, thank you very much.
Okay. Lunch break. Thank you. So lunch break. We'll head for a lunch break and then meet for the last session. So you are again mute.
हाँ, जल्दी जाकर जल्दी आ जाओ, अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि अब लास्ट सेशन के लिए जितना टाइम बचेगा इतना अच्छा रहेगा.
ठीक है sir. Okay sir. Okay, so we are now heading for the lunch break and we'll meet again at 2 for the technical session 11, which is the last session. That will be followed by the valedictory session. Thank you.
Nisha, you can start now. Or you can wait for sir and ask him.
Sir is there?
I don't think sir is there. You can just call him. I have given you all the controls to you and Isha, so you can continue.
Okay, fine. A very good afternoon to all. Can you all hear me? Okay. I, Nisha Prajapati, research scholar from Department of Education, CASE, welcome you all to the last technical session of Researchers Mosaic 2021. The session will be chaired by Ms. Isha, research scholar from Department of Education, CASE. She is pursuing her PhD under the guidance of Professor R.C. Patel, and the area of her research work is life skill education. Now, before we start the session, I request all the paper presenters to raise their hands so that we can mark their presence in the session. I repeat, all the paper presenters, the authors, please raise your hands, or you can leave a comment in the chat box so that we can mark your presence. Now we move ahead to the lead talk of the session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our lead speaker, Professor Prerna Shailath. She earned her doctoral degree in the year 2012 from Department of Education, CASE, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. She pursued her PhD under the guidance of Professor R.G. Kothari. The title of her research work was Developing an Instructional Strategy and Studying its Effectiveness for Comprehension in Science among Class 7 students. An excellent piece of work, I must say, ma'am. In today's technical session, she is going to talk on experimental research. So, ma'am, you will have 10 to 15 minutes to deliver the talk. Is it fine, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Okay, over to you, ma'am, now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all, and thank you so much, Nisha. Indeed, it's a pleasure for me also to be a part of Scholars Mosaic 2021. In fact, I am privileged to be invited as a lead speaker at my alma mater. I show my profound gratitude to all my teachers at CASE who actually helped me to grow, and whatever I am, I should accept that is because of the nourishment which I have got at CASE. Thank you all my teachers. And let me just begin with the topic which I'll be dealing with you all today, that is experimental research in social sciences. Now, as you all can see the first slide being projected over here, when we talk about experimental research, specifically in social sciences, we are dealing with human. So here it is human, dealing with human, and that is for human. And it is at cognitive, affective, and psychomotor level. The first question which should come to every researcher's mind when he or she decides to take up the research in the area that is the design is experimental design is it possible to randomize the sample which I am taking? Looking to the field reality, can I randomize my sample? Yes or no? Which is my independent variable? Which is my dependent variable? How far can I control the variables in my study? Which sampling technique will be used in the study? And what will be the analysis technique? Now here, when this question comes to the mind, another question should be there, that is the sample normally distributed? And last but not the least, is replication a requirement and feasible in my research? So basically, every researcher should start taking up the experimental research, and that too in social sciences, having minimum these questions in mind and many more. Now, as I very rightly said earlier also, that the experimental research in social science, it seeks to understand the hows and the whys of human behavior. And we all are aware about the three experimental research design: the pre-experimental research design, the true experimental research design, and the quasi-experimental research design. Now, I'll not go into details of the three designs furthermore, but I would just like to discuss out with all of you that whenever the researcher decides to go ahead with the pre-experimental research design, it has got its own limitation. So if at all it's very much necessary for your research to take up pre-experimental design, then only go ahead with pre-experimental research design, because the pre-experimental research design is the weakest research design, and therefore while you write up your thesis, you'll have to give proper justification as to why did you choose this pre-experimental research design. It may be a single shot post-test design, or maybe a single shot pre-test post-test design, but here the result is only due to your experimentation is difficult to say. Furthermore, when we go ahead with true experimental design, we all know that the true experimental design has got certain principles which every researcher should follow. And when we go to the field realities of social sciences, we find that many of the principles underlying the true experimental design may not be possible. Even the earlier speaker was also highlighting about the same. And therefore, as a social science researcher, we are left out with making use of the quasi-experimental research design. Let me just furthermore clarify that the objectives and the principles of the research design, which I was referring to when I was talking about the true experimental research design, the three main aspects are randomization, replication, and control. Now, we all know that the laboratory, specifically when we talk about the social science research, is the field. And therefore, it becomes very difficult for randomization. I would just exemplify. For example, when I conducted my study, I wanted to go for random assignments to my sample. But that was not feasible because of the field reality. Which school will allow me to randomly divide the sample into different groups so that I can implement my intervention on one group and I can go ahead with control group as another group. So that itself is a difficulty when we talk about the field as the laboratory, specifically when we deal with social science research. So randomization of the randomization of the individual subject, individual sample becomes difficult, and therefore what we do is we randomize it as an intact group. We take one intact group as the group, maybe a class 7, 8, whatever class you are taking, that group itself would be intact, and that group would then be taken as an experimental group. Furthermore, if at all I want to replicate my study, definitely what I feel is it again becomes very difficult, because we all know the individual difference in human beings, and because majority of the researchers which are focusing in social sciences are dealing with human beings, and therefore replication also becomes difficult. And furthermore, when we talk about the control, the total control of all the variables which is affecting the sample will not be possible as in case of sciences. In sciences, we have control over the variables which we are taking into consideration. But unlike that, in social sciences, we do not have control over the variables which are going to be coming in between the research. And therefore, I should say that randomized control trial in social science is an operational challenge which every researcher faces. And another thing is appropriate comparison or appropriate control group is practically difficult. And therefore, what we do is we try to equate the group by making use of certain statistical techniques rather than having the groups as totally equivalent at the time of selection. Even because of all these things, as I earlier also discussed, we go ahead with the quasi-experimental research design. And furthermore, let me clarify that it will depend upon the specific hypothesis that the researcher is interested to test by conducting the research study, which will help him or her out to furthermore clarify as to how he or she has to further go ahead in describing the research. Now, as I said, the experimental design has got threats to its experimental validity, that is the internal validity and the external validity. I am reminded of the lyrics of one of the ghazals by Nida Fazli, and it is सफर में धूप तो होगी जो चल सको तो चलो, सभी है भीड़ में तुम भी निकल सको तो चलो. सफर में धूप तो होगी. There would be certain variables which would be acting as the threats to the very design which we as researcher are selecting, that is the experimental design, and that would be affecting the internal validity as well as the external validity of the research. And therefore it is said sabhi hai bheed mein tum bhi nikal sako to chalo. So here it becomes a responsibility of the researcher when he or she is writing down the thesis to explain as to how the external validity threats was controlled and the control was taken up to the threats to internal validity. And at times it becomes very difficult to control these threats, but at times those are possible. And therefore, I again repeat that the researchers need to make full efforts to control the threats of experimental validity, maybe in the form of internal validity, maybe in the form of external validity. I would just go ahead with what the internal validity and the external validity is talking about, and how did I control few of the internal validity in my research, and how can you also control. That is a part which should find a place in your research. So when we talk about the internal validity, actually when we talk about the experimental research design, the two main variables, independent and the dependent variable, are there. So did the experiment measure what it set out to do? Did the independent variable produce the change in the dependent variable? If at all yes, then the result is highly valid and there are less threats to the internal validity. Just give me 1 minute. Sorry for the interruption. So as I was saying, the internal validity, did the independent variable produce the change, which is a very important thing the researcher will have to mention in his or her thesis. Along with that, how far the result is generalizable. I was just listening to the earlier speaker who also very rightly said that at times the result may not be generalizable, and then the sample which we are selecting in majority of the cases may not be randomly selected. Are the result of the study caused by the factor included in the study? That is, are the results of the study, that is the dependent variable, caused by the factor included in the study, that is the independent variable, or are they caused by other factor, that is the extraneous variable, which were not the part of the study? So here the experimental research requires to control the threat and need to mention this very, very clearly in the thesis. Now here I have just taken up help from the internet, and I've taken few of the cartoons which are very rightly depicting certain internal validity. One of the internal validity is testing. If at all the sample comes to know that there is a pre-test and there is going to be a post-test, definitely there would be some effect of the pre-test, post-test. Furthermore, if at all the test which you are making use of and you're going ahead with a parallel form of test, and if you are not able to follow that to a very high extent, that is, both of them are similar in every component in terms of its difficulty, value, in terms of the content, then it becomes very difficult to ensure that whatever results you have got is because of the intervention only. So here a proper validation of the test pre and post is required. Now the question may arise that if at all we make use of the same test, then also there are chances that the sample may remember certain questions of the pre-test, and by the time they appear in the post-test, then that would be remembered and answered. So the result may not be valid. Another threat to the internal validity is maturation. Whatever time may be taken for experimentation, but definitely we all agree that as human beings we grow. We grow stronger, we grow older, we grow, at times we grow tired by the experimentation, we grow impatient by the experimentation, and along with this I would add that we grow interested in the experimentation. So all these things would affect the results of the research. So how did the research take care of the experimentation? Let me just share what I did. I actually took a control group, and it is said that if at all the control group is of the same age, we all know psychologically when it comes to growth and concrete operationalization step, all those things would be similar in case of the sample which are taken from the similar age group, and therefore that could be nullified. So as a researcher, it is a must that you mention all those things, that how did you take care to the threat maturation. Now, if at all you select the participant, which are differential selection of the participant, as very rightly observed over here on your screen, you may be selecting few participants who are having certain characteristics. If at all that is the case, then again your result would be affected. So here you will have to take care of that whatever sample you have selected should be having all the characteristics which you are requiring to conduct the research. Along with that, if at all you select a group who is very good at the time of pre-test only, definitely that is going to affect your results. So that is known as statistical regression. Though I'm not able to take all the factors affecting the internal validity, I've just tried to take few of the factors to discuss upon in this 10 minutes session. Furthermore, if we go ahead, history. How did the history affect? By chance, if at all I'm going ahead with certain intervention and government declares some sort of announcement which is hampering the sample's attitude, then that becomes the history. And how would I control the history should also be finding a place in my thesis. So that is again a must in the thesis. Here it is said that I don't see how we are supposed to study with that construction noise outside all the time. So if at all there is some intervention going on and there is a noise continuously going on, then how would that affect the result is again a question which every researcher should take into consideration. Yes, mortality. So it may happen that some of your sample may drop out in the due course of the research. So how do you take care of those who have dropped out? The only possible way out is you may write that at the beginning of the study, these were your sample size, and then by the time you have collected the data, you are left out with these. But it may affect your results validity, because the sample who are left out, who are dropped out, may be having higher score in their pretest or maybe having lower score in their pretest, that is directly going to affect your results. So how are you going to take care of the mortality, that is a dropout, is again a thing which you all need to mention in your thesis. And last but not least, even the earlier speaker was talking about choosing appropriate analysis technique. Let me just say that if at all the sample is selected making use of probability sampling technique, then only go ahead with parametric statistics. Otherwise, if at all the sample is selected making use of sampling technique that is non-probability, always go for non-parametric data analysis techniques. So which statistical technique is to be used again will be depending on how did you make use of your sample, how did you draw your sample. So if all these things are taken care of, even though the experimental research does not follow all the principles which are required for the true experimental design, still we would be able to come out with a good piece of research. If at all we are mentioning how did we as a researcher control this threats, definitely the piece of research which we are going to produce would be a piece of research which would be helpful to the society, because as I earlier also said that this is a research conducted by human on human, and it is for human. So that is what I can talk with you in the stipulated time of 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable words on experimental research. And once again, ma'am, a very warm welcome to this researcher meet. Your presentation was really thoughtful and enriched us, especially your examples and illustrations and detailing challenges faced by the researchers in humanities and social science when compared with the science, and also the flaws of the experimental research. Hope all the upcoming researchers considering experimental research will take care of all the threats related to the internal and external validity during their experiments. And as a researcher, ma'am, sure, we are ready for that suffer ki dhoop, as and when mentors like you always there to support and nourish us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And further, before the start of the session, I would like to outline few points for the audience. Please switch off your mic and video until asked to do, and do not press the present screen option during the session. In case you are jointly presenting a paper, both the presenters should be present and available live on screen while presenting. The certificate will not be given if any one of the partner will remain absent while your presentation is going on. And time schedule should be strictly followed. The oral presenter will be given 8 to 10 minutes for focus only on the important points during your presentation. Don't waste your time much on the introduction part, rather focus on your findings and your methodology part. At the end of every session, there will be a discussion where you could raise your queries and give suggestions. And during this discussion session, please raise your hands if you have any query or suggestion. And one of our technical handler will unmute you to speak. And please maintain the decorum of the session. Now we will start the session, as we have one of first presenter will be missing and she is not present here. Now we will start the session with the second presenter. Parveen, are you there? Parveen Akhtar. If she is not present, then we will switch towards third presenter.
Sorry to interrupt, Miss Isha, but first presenter is present, Nina Thomas.
Okay. Sorry then,
joined
doctor.
from the account of Rohan Sam. That's why we are not able to identify her. from the account of Rohan Sam. That's why we are not able to identify her.
Okay, okay, it's okay, Disha. Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am, are you there? Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am. Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am, are you able to hear us? As we are short of time, when ma'am will come, we will consider her presentation. While that, Parveen Akhtar, she has messaged that she is present here, but could not be able to unmute her. And please, technical team, handle that.
Yes, ma'am. I'm unmute now.
Okay, then please, could you start your presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Then please start with your presentation.
Thank you. Is it visible?
Yes.
I hope my PPT is visible and I am audible. I am Akhtar Parveen Gori, Research Scholar, School of Education, Central University of Gujarat. I write this paper with my supervisor, Dr. Shamim Ara Hussain. My topic is Influence of Emotional Intelligence on Students in Higher Education during COVID 2019 pandemic. Present pandemic situation is not just a physical health issue. It's also affect the students' mental health. In this situation, every student want to learn and complete the course and complete the semester as well. But the main problem is how it is works. Various webinar, e-content, teaching, learning apps, and Google Meet, etc. are online platform for interaction between student and teacher. Emotional intelligence is about career-long process of a student developing and implementing a plan to achieve professional and academic growth based on individual students' needs and institution systems. In this situation, when all over the world students faces many problems and they don't know when this is over. Objective of the study. The main objective of the study is to study the impact of emotional intelligence on students in higher education during COVID-19 in respect of Central University of Gujarat, to study the gender differences in emotional intelligence of students during COVID-19, and to study the effect of age group on emotional intelligence of students during COVID-19. Hypothesis: the students of higher education have average level of emotional intelligence during COVID-19 in respect of Central University of Gujarat. There is no significant difference between students' emotional intelligence of male and female students of higher education. There is no significant effect on the age groups on emotional intelligence of students during COVID-19. There are some operational definitions. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotion and positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, emphasize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. Self-awareness. When a person recognizes his or her own emotion and how they affect their thoughts and behavior, person knows his or her strength and weakness and have self-confidence. It is called self-awareness. Social awareness, where a person have empathy, he or she can understand the emotion, needs, and concern of other people, pick up emotional cues, feel comfortable socially, and recognize the power dynamics in a group of organization. It is called social awareness. Relationship management, when a person knows how to develop and maintain good relationships, communicate clearly, inspire and influence others, work well in a team and manage conflict, it is called relationship management. Pandemic. Pandemic is an outbreak of a disease that occurs over a wide geographical area and affects an exceptionally high proportion of the population. Lockdown. A lockdown is a requirement for people to stay where they are, usually due to specific risk to themselves or to others if they can move freely.
सॉरी
The
टू
term
इंटरप्ट
stay
मैम,
at home.
प्लीज वो
Yes.
कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए.
Okay. 1 minute.
Praveen, please try to focus on your methodology and
Yes.
findings.
The present study, delimitation of the study. The present study delimited of the following points. The study was delimited to a sample of 30 students of Central University of Gujarat. The study was delimited by the PhD and MPhil students of the Central University of Gujarat. Methodology. In the present research work, researcher has adopted descriptive online survey method keeping in the mind in the nature of the problem. The researcher used quantitative method of research. Sample of the study. A researcher has selected 30 students of Central University of Gujarat. It includes male and female students in this research work. Researcher followed the randomization sampling method. The purposive sample method has been taken for the study. Tools of the study. The review of the research on impact of emotional intelligence on during COVID-19 has concluded that there is no tools available to measure emotional intelligence. This has created the need to construct and standardize a tool to measure the emotional intelligence of students during COVID-19 of students of Central University of Gujarat. A self-rating scale has been constructed in the present research work by the researcher. Data analysis. Out of 30 respondents who participate in the study, 20 or 70% of them are females, while the remaining are males. In terms of age, the highest percentage is from the between 20 to 30, 73.33, and followed by 30 to 40, 36.66. The highest academic qualification is PhD, 27, 90% respondent, followed by a MPhil with 3 respondents, 10%. Finding awareness, social awareness, self-management, social relationships. The emotional intelligence is not affected by gender, age groups, and academic qualification. The above conclusion on emotional intelligence is essential. The total sample of Central University of Gujarat has obtained significantly higher mean than average performance score on students' emotional intelligence. The highest mean score was found to be on self-awareness and the lowest was for relationship management. The male students were found to be significantly higher than female teacher on emotional intelligence. The students' academic qualification with PhD were not found to be significantly higher than students of academic qualification with MPhil on total score of students. Emotional intelligence. The students of age group of 20 to 30 were found to be significantly higher than students of age group 30 to 40 on total score of students' emotional intelligence. Educational implication. Planning of students' online preparation program, identifying need of to students' needs and ensure that the program
Ma'am,
for
8 minutes are over. A humble reminder to
yeah,
kindly.
it's almost done. Online study and training are designed according to need and emotional intelligence. Creation of a system of assessment criteria so the emotional intelligence can be evaluated. Configuration of a framework for the evaluation and self-evaluation of the students' learning program.
In present time, many researchers have started the emotional intelligence is a fundamental variable that affected the performance of students. COVID-19 pandemic make it more useful and necessary. The researcher wanted to conduct the study on degree of association in emotional intelligence by analyzing the intercorrelation metrics, which include other variables such as theoretical knowledge, level of qualification, and gender by analyzing and multi-linear regression on determine which are best predictors for emotional intelligence for students. Thank you.
Thank you, Parveen. Now, Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am, are you there? Ready to present? I think we would not be able to reach her. Then for the next presentation, we have Sandeep Mandal. Sandeep Mandal. Sir, if we are able to reach you, please start your presentation. Before that, Parveen, please off.
Sandeep Mandal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
please start your
unable to
presentation.
unmute, but just now I'm unmuted. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Sandeep, please switch on your camera and
Yes,
start
yes.
your presentation.
Madam, am I audible and visible, my PPT?
Yes, Sandeep.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Please
Oh,
start
okay.
your presentation.
Namaskar. I am Sandeep Mandal, State Aided College teacher, Ramakrishna Mission Shikhan Mandir, Belmont, Howrah. My topic is, does COVID-19 pandemic affect the benefits of Kanyasri Prakalpa for girls' education in West Bengal? Our predominant patriarchal system does not provide enough chance for girls to have higher education even if they wish. Girls should be motivated to access higher education. Girls who receives an education are less likely to marry young and more likely to lead healthy and productive life. Education is only the tool with which a girl can empower herself. Kanyasri Prakalpa is a scheme under the Department of Women Development of Social Welfare of West Bengal, introduced in West Bengal in 2013, that seeks to improve the status and well-being of girls through conditional cash transfer by incentivizing them to continue in education for a longer period of time and complete secondary, higher secondary, or equivalent education, thereby giving them a better footing in both social and economic sphere. My objective of this study to explore the impact of Kanyasri Prakalpa to bring girls in the courtyard of education. Next one, to study the impact of Kanyasri Prakalpa to disincentivize marriage till at least the age of 18. And the third one is to investigate whether the scheme achieves its objective during COVID-19 pandemic situation. Methods. Data have been collected from official websites of Kanyasri Prakalpa and other government websites. Due to this pandemic situation, this method was adopted. Survey method have been applied in this study. The data collected from several websites have been analyzed for result. Major findings are here. This scheme has positive impact to bring more girls in the courtyard of education. Graph shows the year versus K1, K2 graph, where K1 indicates the annual scholarship of rupees 750, and K2 indicates the one-time grant of rupees 25,000 after successful completion of +2 level education, that is high secondary education. Both K1 and K2 girls are accessing K1 and K2 while they are in class 8. That means after 13 plus years age, and also be unmarried. Without married, they can access K1 and K2. Graph shows that year after year, since 2013-14 session to 2020-21, year after year, both K1 and K2 is gradually increasing, which indicates that more and more girls are entering into school education system. Second finding is that the scheme has been reinforced the positive impact of increased education and delayed marriage. The basic thing of this scheme is that girls, if they are unmarried, they can access Kanyashree Prakalpa grant. So this graph indicates the K2 graph, year-wise K2. Year-wise accessing girls who are accessing the K2, year-wise total number of girls accessing K2 graph is shown here. It is also increasing year after year since 2013-14 academic session, which indicates that delaying marriage at least up to age of 18, they are continuing their, girls are continuing their education, and it is gradually increasing. But the third finding is that the scenario of child marriage is still now alarming. National Family Health Survey report 2015-16 and 2019-20, both in rural area and urban area, shows that almost same percentage is in here for child marriage, both in rural and urban area. So child marriage rate is also now alarming. So the girls are entering into the school education system without marriage is gradually increasing. The last finding is that the scheme achieves its objective during COVID-19 pandemic situation. Graph shows the fresh sanctioned application of K1, then renewal of K1, then fresh sanction of application K2, then upgradation from K1 to K2. Renewal of K1 is gradually increasing, and upgradation from K1 to K2 is also increasing. It is also the positive sign that more and more girls are entering into the school education system, and after that they are entering into the higher education system. So the Kanyashree Prakalpa achieves its objective also in COVID-19 pandemic situation. The conclusion. Year-wise statistics of K1 and K2 identifies that the scheme provides opportunities to the girls to come into fourth year of school education even in this extreme. On the other hand, National Family Health Survey 4 and 5 dataset shows that child marriage is alarming in our society till now. We need to be aware that more number of girl child are out of the scope of education. They have to be brought in the courtyard of education. To make it possible, complementary educational reform for improving the quality of education imparted in school is the need of the hour. Similar complementary policy to increase awareness and sex education program among the adolescent girls is also called for the strengthen the program effects further in near future. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, organizers, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving further, we have a fourth presenter. She is absent, I suppose. And fifth presenter, Sumita P. Is she there? Ma'am, are you there? Sumita, ma'am? Okay, then please start your presentation.
Ma'am, my video is seen.
Yes, ma'am. Your video is visible.
Shall I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, yes, sure. Ma'am, please try to focus on most relevant part of your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Shall I start?
Yes.
Ma'am, is my screen visible? Ma'am, is
Yes,
my screen visible?
yes, yes, Smita, please start.
Effective teachers use themselves as bridges over which they invite their students to cross. Then, having facilitated their crossing, joyfully collapse, encouraging them to create bridges of their own. I unquote. A very good afternoon to the teachers, researchers, and my fellow presenters of this session. I am Sumita, JRF Research Scholar, Department of Education, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. I would like to express my gratitude to Team Research Mosaic, MSU Baroda, for permitting me to present my paper in this wonderful seminar. The title of my paper is Influence of Type of Syllabus in the Punishment Reward Strategies of Teachers for Effective Classroom Management. Let us revisit the title again. The key words of the title are type of syllabus. In this case, I have taken two types of syllabus. One is the state syllabus of Andhra Pradesh and the other one is CBSE syllabus. The other keyword is classroom management. At least one day in our life, all of us have been teachers. We all have faced diverse learners in our class. So these, as a teacher, we have played multi-dimensional role in the class. We have ensured that our learning objectives are attained. We have ensured that we have maintained a good rapport with students, good rapport with parents, administrators, and other stakeholders of education. Also, we have ensured that we have used diverse teaching methods in our teaching learning process. So on and so forth. There are many roles that a teacher plays in a classroom. Therefore, all of this process that a teacher uses while teaching learning process is termed as classroom management. An effective teacher would use different strategies to make her class effective or to have an effective classroom management. All this termed together as classroom management strategies. I have taken one of the commonly used strategy, that is punishment reward strategies of classroom management. Forwarding punishments and rewarding the students would have impact on their behavior, their academic achievement, and so on. When I have reviewed the later literature on the punishment reward strategies of teachers, some of the researchers show that it has a direct impact on students' behavior and academics. Some other researchers show. Therefore, I could not find any research which also shows impact of syllabus on punishment reward strategies for effective classroom management. In this context, I have selected the objective of my study as to study the punishment reward strategies taken by state and CBSE school teachers for effective classroom management. I have formulated the null hypothesis as there is no significant difference between the mean scores of state and CBSE school teachers in their punishment reward strategies. The research methodology I have taken the method I have taken as is quantitative survey method, and punishment reward strategy is taken as independent variable and syllabus is taken as the dependent variable. I have self-prepared an opinionaire with 7 items for punishment reward strategy. In this paper, I have only included one strategy, that is punishment reward. While conducting the study, I have taken another strategies like organizing and planning learning environment strategy, and student-teacher relationship strategy. The tool was prepared on a 3-point scale with yes, no, and can't say as options. The population of the study was school teachers. I have adopted stratified random sampling technique to identify the schools and the teachers. Altogether, 100 teachers from different schools of Visakhapatnam city were randomly selected. Before giving the tool to the teachers, I have given a brief orientation for them and necessary instructions were provided to them. As such, there is no time limit kept for answering the tool, but almost all the teachers have attended or answered the tool within 20 minutes time. The distribution of the sample is given in the pie chart. The orange part shows the CBSE school teachers, and the blue part shows the state school teachers. Since the study is more quantitative in nature, I have used quantitative techniques of simple statistical methods for data analysis. Descriptive statistical analysis are used like central tendency like mean, and central calculating the measures of dispersion like standard deviations were used. To test the null hypothesis, t-test was used. All the data were coded in SPSS, and analysis is done using SPSS software. These are the perceptions of teachers. As you can see on the screen, there are the 7 statements which I have selected, and these are the responses of or the perception of teachers on punishment reward strategies. As you can see, the interpretation of data table, the number of teachers in state syllabus were 43 and CBSE syllabus is 57.
Sorry
The
to
mean
interrupt, ma'am.
scores of
Please
state
on your
school is
camera.
1 minute. Am I visible now? Am I
Your
visible now?
You are visible, but your skin is not visible.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue.
It's okay, ma'am, if it is not possible, because we all have technical glitches. You please continue with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. So the mean score difference between state and CBSE school teachers is 14.04 and 13.05 respectively. 199 for state and CBSE to be 2.1 to be significant at 0.05 level. This indicates that there is a significant difference in the mean scores of punishment reward strategies of teachers of state and CBSE schools. The major findings of the study were that there is a significant difference between state and CBSE school teachers in their punishment reward strategies. 81% of teachers rewarded the students who were well behaving. 17% of teachers punished if some students misbehave. 27% of teachers used corporate percentages reported the indiscipline action of the students to their parents regularly. 15% of teachers cancelled the light periods like games, music, etc. for the students as punishment. 44% of teachers made the students stand outside the classroom if he or she was disturbing the class. This study was limited to the urban area of Visakhapatnam city, and it is only in the selected schools of CBSE and state syllabus. The study also, as we can conclude, the classroom management is a vital part of teaching learning process. We always say that the future of the nation is in the hands of the students. I would like to add that the future of the students is in the hands of teachers. So it's in the hands of the teachers where how they are using the classroom management strategies to mold the children, mold the students to an effective one. The implications of the study is primarily it will help the teachers to understand different methods of punishment and reward strategies and other strategies of classroom management. It would be helpful for the school administrators also to sensitize the teachers on different strategies, and it would help the government to frame policies for pre-service and in-service training, teacher training programs. The study can be extended to the tribal and rural area of the district, which was not included in my study, and other parts of state also can be included. A comparative study of 2 states can be done, and it can be also extended for the teachers of pre-primary education and higher education. These are the bibliography, and thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have next presentation. Shelley Dravid. Now we have next presentation from Shelley Dravid. If presenter is present, please mark your presence. Shelley Dravid.
His co-author is present there, Dr. Sandeep Rathod. He is waving his hand in the video.
Okay. Then please, Sandeep sir, please continue with your presentation. If I am audible to you, Sandeep sir. Dr.
Yes,
Sandeep
yes,
Rathod.
yes, yes.
Yes.
Actually, I think there was a technical issue. It was marked me not to speak.
Sorry, sir. Then please
No
continue
problem.
with your presentation.
I understand. Also, mark my student Shaili, who is going to present. She is not able to unmute herself because of the settings.
Okay. Try. Okay,
Yeah,
then she is here.
audible?
Yes,
Shaili
ma'am.
is
You
there.
are there.
Yes. Yeah, actually there was some issue because of which I was unable to unmute myself.
It's okay, ma'am. We all have technical glitches. That is the
Yes.
loopholes of the technology. And please
Yes.
start your
Yeah.
presentation.
I'm
Ma'am.
presenting the screen
sorry
on
for-
her behalf, and she'll be
No
present.
problem. No problem, sir.
Okay.
No problem. Yes.
Thank
yes.
So it's a collaborative work then. Teacher is presenting the screen and student is presenting the presentation. Just a minute, yeah.
Great, sir.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I'll go
not
the
yet.
presentation. Now,
Yes. It is saying it's sharing. Yeah, just this.
okay.
Are you sharing? Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Shelly Dravid from IBS Hyderabad, and today I'm going to present my topic on a study of pedagogical innovation in 21st century, Gurukul to e-learning. Next. So contents in my slide are introduction, literature review, statement of problem, research methodology, data analysis, findings, suggestion, and conclusion, and references. Next. Introduction, Gurukul to e-learning, online e-learning. So now let us understand what exactly Gurukul is all about. Gurukul here means like it's an ancient practice where the guru is sitting under a tree and the students is sitting and learning from the guru, and in return the student is giving as a guru dakshina to his student, to his guru actually. Next slide please. So as I said, pedagogical tools. So the first word that might have struck to your mind is what exactly pedagogy is all about. A pedagogy is a tool that is being used by a professor to teach his students to make the education system easy and the student can understand what exactly the professor is trying to explain. So Gurukul, as I rightly explained in the introduction part, now let us understand blackboard teaching. In 2000s, we all have gone through blackboard teaching, wherein in schools we used to see our teacher teaching us ABCD or 1, 2, 3 on blackboard. Then in some schools, in international schools, there were some projectors and presentation teaching. What exactly is projectors and presentation teaching? In international schools, to make the learning more creative, the teachers thought we will teach it in form of presentations and in form of projectors so that it is easy for students to understand. Google Classroom. Now I know you guys must be wondering what exactly Google Classroom is. Google Classroom is a platform where the professors, the teachers, they submit kind of an assignment or some project works to you, and the student can check whether what is his due date, how is it to be done, when it is to be submitted, and all that. Online teaching. Now, as we all know, the current education system is all gone online because of the current pandemic situation, which is on either Google Meet or on the Zoom. Next. The more pedagogical tools, blended learning. Blended learning is a form of online and offline combination where the students can control their learning through a place of their own time, place, and can understand how to understand or what kind of learning is it. Then case study learning. Case study learning is something like where the professors are giving you some kind of case study where they are teaching you how to analyze between the controversies that has been taken place between two companies or between two parties, and how the case study, what is the conclusion out of it and the solution out of it. Education learning apps. Now we all know what is education learning apps in the current pandemic situation, like Swayam, Unacademy, Byju's, Vedantu. So it is like I don't have to explain more in that. We all know what education learning app is all about. YouTube learning. YouTube learning is something very new concept for all of us. It's like people who cannot afford proper schooling, proper college or something. They have this YouTube as a platform to explore their skills, to understand, okay, what exactly this particular course is all about. How should I learn? How should I understand what is happening? And also there are some free videos so that the students can understand what exactly they've been taught through the method of YouTube. Now, flip learning. Flip learning is something which is really modern in today's innovation of teaching. Flip learning is like where a teacher has given an assignment and he has told the students, okay, you read this in offline mode or at home, and then you directly come to the class, and then he or she continues with the further teaching. This is kind of something modern teaching that has taken place in the education domain. So which is kind of interesting for the students also to understand, okay, yeah, so we'll study at home, we'll just come to the class and answer the questions. So next slide, please. Literature review. Point 1. So in literature review, we understand inappropriate approaches. Point 2. Next point. Yeah. Visual representation of theme creation. Then theme-based literature review and an example of discipline-specific literature. Next. Statement of problem. Statement of problem is like what exactly the problems are faced by the teachers and the students when they have been moved into the innovation of the pedagogy. So teachers' role changes. Some activities are more successful than others, like Sketchy. Sketchy is an online platform where the online study material is uploaded and everything. Then teachers can also be reluctant through previous technological problems. Culture has led teacher to be reluctant to improve. Next. Teachers listen to other teachers, and teachers are also involved in large-scale projects. Research methodology. Okay, so my primary data was structured questionnaire that I had done. Then secondary data was newspapers, websites, reports, magazine, newspapers, etc. Sample size is 153 respondents. Then sampling method is convenient sampling. Okay, so next slide. Data analysis. Next slide. So in data analysis, my first part that I'm going to cover or talk to you all about is the time name, the graph. So can you please, yeah. So the graph in which it is clearly mentioned how the graph is. Like the Gurukul system was at peak in 1990s, and then it reduced to 2000. After that, there was an introduction to schools of blackboard teaching, like how I rightly mentioned in my pedagogical tool. Then in schools, mostly blackboard teaching was used. In 2004 to 2005, there was mostly teaching of projectors in international school. Introduction to online classes was done in 2011, where like online tuitions, online courses took place. And now in the current present situation, 2021 and 2022, entire education system is moved online. So everything, the classes and all have been shifted online. So now the questionnaire, like this, the
three main questions that I took from the questionnaire that I had made is this: how can a teacher education curriculum help the school curriculum and the guidance material best supportive to the pedagogy? The answer is the inquiry upholds the examination of how far the instructive practices that educators use to line up with and are upheld by the school educational plan with those utilized in the instructor training. Responses out of 100, we found that 70% of the individuals agree to the statement and 30% disagree to it. Next question. What is the evidence on the effectiveness of the pedagogical practices in what condition and with what population of learners? The question focuses where which the students have reported for the effectiveness of a particular practice and involves assessing students undertaken in the depth, evaluates the details of the practices and material in which they are equity and the impact of the students and the nature of the relationship with the teacher equation. So out of this, 53% of the individuals agreed to the statement, 37 of the students were disagreed, and 10% were even unaware about it. They didn't know what is it all about. So next.
Ma'am, you
Next question.
have with the time limit. 8 minutes are over.
Yeah.
So only conclude in 1 minute.
Yeah, it is going to be concluded. What are the pedagogical practices being used by the teacher in form and in informal classroom developing method? Answer. The question answers generally at the first stage of analysis. What is it going to be in the classroom in the developing areas, and is answered lightly by the narrative overview, out of which the 50% of the individual agree to the statement and 50% didn't. So it is almost a balanced one. Next. So findings and suggestion: to understand the development of critical thinking, to understand the impact of reflection, to understand the correlation of knowledge and meaning, to acquire transformative learning, to know how to access the information and learn how to collect it online on environments, to organize and manage information, to be able to use it in future, to evaluate, integrate, compare information from multiple sources, to create and to generate knowledge by adapting and analyzing new information, to understand the ability to create personal profile built just around educational curriculum. It is easier to find other people, resources, events, discussions around the same interest, to know the ability more easily search, find, organize, manage, share information and content. Next slide. Conclusion. A pedagogy of a teacher of education compromises principle, expectations, practices that matter in shaping and teaching and managing a student's future. Thank you. These are my references and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have next presentation. Kalplata Raj. Kalplata Raj. Ma'am, please start your presentation. Technical team, please help her if she's not able to unmute her.
I've given her the constraints. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Namaskar, good afternoon. I am Kalpalata Raj, so sharing my screen. My screen is visible, no ma'am? My screen is visible or not?
Your presentation screen is not visible, ma'am.
Not visible, ma'am.
No, it's not visible.
Okay, I'm going orally then.
Yes, ma'am. Please on your camera.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, on your video.
It is not functioning. I'm going orally then, ma'am. So,
It's okay, ma'am.
Your camera.
Switch on your camera and present orally. Is it? Ma'am, please switch on your camera and present orally. Is it fine?
So I am Kalpalata Ras, PhD Research Scholar of Maharaja Sri Ramachandra Bhanjadev University, Baripada, Odisha. My research supervisor is Dr. Manoj Kumar Pradhan, Associate Professor, AITC Keonjhar. My topic of presentation is a correlational study on academic achievement and study habits of students at elementary level. Then introduction. In my introduction, I want to say that in the recent COVID-19 pandemic, face-to-face mode of education at elementary school level is stopped. This problem can be solved in some extent by digital learning, and learners are to be inculcated with the values of e-learning study habits. According to Booth's Dictionary of Education 1973, study habit is the study habit is the tendency of people to study when the opportunities are given. The people's way of studying, whether systematic or unsystematic, efficient or inefficient. So, the smell of the study. It is evident from many studies that various indicators of the study habits, achievement, and variables related to the present study are being discussed. With the increase of mobile service and internet, new avenues of self-learning study habit skills have developed by the students. So it was pertinent here to include the use of these cases for learning more effectively. No previous studies had included the study on Odisha Adarsha Vidyalaya and the study habits pertaining to effective uses of mobile, internet facility, and social sites, e-learning study habits, etc. Therefore, the researcher has conducted the research study on a correlational study on academic achievement and study habits of students at elementary level. Then the objectives of the study are following objectives are taken for the present study. First, to study the academic achievement of the students of OAV. Second, to find out the difference in the academic achievement of students of OAV with respect to gender. Third, to find out the difference in the academic achievement of tribal and non-tribal students of OAV. Fourth, to find out the difference in the study habits of students of OAV with respect to gender. Fifth, to find out the difference in the study habits of tribal and non-tribal students of OAV. Sixth, to find out the relationship between the academic achievement and study habits of students of OAV. The hypothesis for the present study are: first, there is no significant difference in the academic achievement of students of OAV with respect to gender. Second, there is no significant difference in the academic achievement of tribal and non-tribal students of OAV. Third, there is no significant difference in the study habits of students of OAV with respect to gender. Fourth, there is no significant difference in the study habits of the tribal and non-tribal students of OAV. Fifth, there is no significant relationship between the academic achievement and study habits of students of OAV. The delimitations of the study. The study was delimited to standard A students only. The study was covered only the students of Odisha Adarsha Vidyalaya. The study had covered only one district, that is Keonjhar, in the state of Odisha. The study was delimited on academic achievement and study habits only. Methods and design of the study. Present descriptive survey method was used for the present study. The students who are studying in the standard 8 of Odisha Adarsha Vidyalaya in the state of Odisha are the population for the present study. The study was conducted on the sample of 179 students, 71 boys and 108 girls from 4 Odisha Adarsha Vidyalayas of Keonjhar district in the state of Odisha. The schools were selected randomly and the students who were present on the day of data collection were selected as the sample. Tools used for the study. For the academic achievement, the average score of 2 summative tests for the session 2017 and 19 are taken for the academic achievement. Then for the study habit scale, a standardized tool, study habit scale constructed by the Dimple Rani and Dr. M.L. Jaidka 2005 was used for the data collection of the study habit. The tool was consisted of 46 items in all the distributed in 7 dimensions like concentration, comprehension, planning, use of e-resources, TV, computer, mobile phone, internet, social sites, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc., interaction, study habits, drilling, etc. Then the data are analyzed and tabulated in the table 1 and 2. So table 1 shows that the girls, girls, tribal and non-tribal, their average mean academic achievement score is 67 percentage, and their study habit mean study habit score is 128. But in case of the tribals, it is shown that little bit less score is found, that is 64.64 in case of the academic achievement percentage, and their study habit score is 126. So in the table 2, it depicts the T value both in case of the boys, girls, and the tribal and the non-tribal. Significance of mean difference between boys, girls, and tribal and non-tribal students of OAB with respect to academic achievement. It is shows that the T value is not significant at 0.05 level. Therefore, the first hypothesis, that is there is no significant difference between boys and girls with respect to academic achievement, is accepted. Then the second hypothesis again is also accepted, that is that there is no significant difference between the tribal and the non-tribal students with respect to academic achievement, is also accepted. And the table 3 shows significance of mean difference between boys and girls and tribal and non-tribal students of OAB with respect to study habits. So here also the difference in the boys and girls with respect to study habit is not significant at 0.05 level, and also tribal and non-tribal students, their difference is not
Ma'am,
reflected
please
in the.
try to focus on your methodology and finding part.
Okay, madam.
Due to time constraint.
So the third and the fourth hypothesis are also accepted, that there is no significant difference with respect to study habits, both in the boys and girls and also tribal and non-tribal. So the table 4 also shows that the analysis of correlation between academic achievement and study habits of students of OAB. So the coefficient of correlation in between academic achievement and study habit is 0.60. So the findings of the studies are the students of OAB have above average level of academic achievement and of study habits. It might be due to the correlation of study habits, which is reflected in their academic achievement. Boys and girls have similar levels of academic achievement because of their similar pattern of study habits. Tribal and non-tribal students have similar levels of academic achievement. Boys and girls have same levels in their study habits. Tribal and non-tribal students have similar levels in their study habits. There is a positive but substantial or moderate or marked correlation between academic achievement and study habits of students of OAB. The present study head shows the similar results with the findings of the previous studies, Craig and Council 2008, Nuthana and Enagi and others, which reported significant correlation between study habits and academic achievement. Educational implications of the study. The good e-learning study habits, including the use of modern gadgets and internet, are to be inculcated in students at the early adolescence stage to compete with the era of knowledge explosion, which will be continued in the further for shaping the academic performance and life skills of the students. The present study will be of great educational significance to the students, teachers, student teachers, parents, counselors, course writers, and head of the schools, etc., for making school environment congenial for grant of good study habits, including the e-learning study habits. I conclude my topic with this. Education is prime importance for the individual. Therefore, the inculcation of good study habits, including both fundamental study habits using modern gadgets and e-learning materials, are very essential for retention of the learning outcomes, which leads to the best academic achievement and career actualization. Good study habits will facilitate the retention of learning outcomes within the learners. The above goal can be achieved with the integration of the e-learning study habits in addition to the other study habits to facilitate 21st century learning skills of the learner. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, our next presenter, Shrimati Pratibha Sharma. We are not able to reach her. Might be some technical problem. Now we have ninth presentation here from Simi, a research scholar, or Selva Mary. Ma'am, are you there? Sarah Chandran.
Simi ma'am present.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Please start your presentation.
Okay. I'm trying to turn on the video, but I can't turn on the video.
It's okay, ma'am. If you are not able to present yourself, then please present your presentation.
No, it's okay, no?
Yeah. We are able to see you, ma'am.
Okay, now I will share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, dignitaries and all the research scholars gathered over there. I'm Simi, research scholar, Department of Education, University of Kerala. And the topic is the impact of spiritual quotient on adjustability in work environment of secondary school teachers. Spiritual quotient is an intelligence perfecting the concepts of both intelligence and emotional quotients, which allows individuals to align emotion, feeling, and mind to express and give meaning to each action. Adjustability in work environment can be explained as the state or condition of being adjustable so that the individual can have a healthy work atmosphere and work more productively. And based on few studies, excuse me, just a minute, the power has failed, just a minute. Sorry for the interruption. Based on the study, teachers with high spiritual quotient will usually experience recovery faster from an illness, that is both physically and mentally, easily rise from a fall or suffering, more resistant to stress, easier to see opportunities, because he has a positive mental attitude and is more cheerful, happy, and satisfied in living life, in contrast to teachers who have a low spiritual quotient. And if the teacher is spiritually balanced, it provides the wisdom to deal with problems, carry the values of spirituality at work, so they are more hardly defeated when failing, and they could cope up with any challenges in their work environment and can boost up their performances. These two studies are based on research papers. Hence, in the educational context, study related to spiritual quotient and adjustability in work environment of secondary school teacher is need of the hour. Thus, the major purpose of the present study is to investigate the relationship between the spiritual quotient and adjustability in work environment of secondary school teachers. Now, moving on to the methodology part, We opted for survey method, and the tools were adapted version of spiritual quotient scale and work environment adjustability test for secondary school teachers. And the reliability of the spiritual quotient scale and work environment adjustability test was found to be 0.78 and 0.75 respectively. The population and the samples were the secondary school teachers in Kerala, and multi-stage cluster sampling method was used. And we collected data from 220 teachers, and out of that, 120 complete data were taken for the study. And statistical analysis used for the study was test of significance for difference between means and Carl Pearson's product moment correlation. Now, the result. We found that the arithmetic mean and standard deviation of the spiritual quotient of teachers, secondary school teachers, were 68.125 and 5.793 respectively. And the arithmetic mean and standard deviation of adjustability in work environment of secondary school teachers were found to be 60.242 and 7.289 respectively. Now, moving on to the gender aspect, we found that there is a significant difference between male and female teachers with regard to their spiritual quotient scores. And it was found that male teachers do have high spiritual quotient than female teachers. And moving on to the adjustability in work environment of male and female teachers, we found a significant difference between those scores. And it was found that male teachers do have high adjustability in work environment than female teachers. Now, moving on to the subject-wise aspect, we found that social science or language and science teachers, there was no significant difference between the spiritual quotient scores of these teachers. And regarding the adjustability in work environment, social science or language and science teachers, their scores also, there was no significant difference. Now, we found that there is a significant positive relationship between spiritual quotient and adjustability of work environment of secondary school teachers. And the correlation coefficient was found to be 0.40. That is a significant positive relationship between the spiritual quotient and adjustability in work environment. Coming to the discussion and conclusion part, in order to fulfill the needs of the students and be competent enough, a teacher should be well balanced in terms of intelligence quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient, so that he or she can cope up with any challenges in their work environment and can boost up their performance, which helps to adjust with their work environment and create their own happy environment. Coming on to the studies which are supportive to us and contradictory to us. In spiritual quotient of secondary school teachers, we found that male teachers do have high spiritual quotient than female teachers, which is contradicted by Cynthia 2020, Ilmas 2019, Kadas 2017, Hendricks Ferguson in 2016, in which the female spiritual well-being scores were higher than male scores. And our present study, it was said that there's exists significant positive relationship between the spiritual quotient and adjustability in work environment, and our results go hand in hand with the study of Mustafa Gari S. and Farisal 2020. As a part of suggestion, we would like to note that orientation programs related to spiritual quotient for teachers help to improve and understand their spiritual quotient. And management and government can conduct longitudinal studies about spiritual quotient of teachers. And this study can be conducted among various levels of teaching like primary, upper primary, higher secondary, and higher education by using large sample. In a nutshell, we would like to conclude that higher level of spiritual quotient helps in adaptation and adjustment in work environment among secondary school teachers. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Now our next presenter, Shrimati Pratibha Sharma. She's here now. Pratibha Sharma. Ma'am, are you there? Pratibha Sharma, ma'am.
No, ma'am, she is absent.
She messaged. Actually, it's okay. Then our next presenter, Sarmatham Gam. Sorry, sir, if I pronounce your name wrongly. And Dr. H. Deepa. Dr. H. Deepa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Yes.
Please
Okay.
present your
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you. I share my screen now, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am Seymathangam, Research Scholar of Department of Education, Manonmaniam Sundaranar University, pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. H. Deepa. My topic is the relationship between self-efficacy and sociability of higher secondary students. Self-efficacy deals with the students' belief in their ability to do the coursework, to regulate their own learning activities, and to live up to the academic expectation of themselves and others. In order to do any work, students must have confidence on themselves and they can do that work and complete it in a successful way. To lead a well-structured life, one must have high confidence, make them to set themselves with the challenging goals and maintain strong commitment. The self-efficacy helps to improve skills like leadership, communication, self-esteem, personal growth, and competitive, etc. Sociability is the tendency and accompanying skills to seek out companionship, engage in interpersonal relations, and participate in social activities. Sociability flourishes when kids feel connected, respected, cared about, and when they communicate their feelings of connectivity with others. Good social skills ensure better peer relationships when children grow older. As students develop social skills in school, hence it becomes a part of their behavior, which helps them in interaction with people with the different sectors. Need and significance of the study is the self-efficacy and sociability plays a vital role in every aspect of life because it helps the student to reach their goals, regulate their studies, and improve their self-esteem and develop their sociableness. A person with a high level of self-efficacy takes a best representation to do a task, handle an obstacle and or a challenging situation. A person with a good sociability easily mingles with the society and he has familiarity with in the society and they are more liked by others. So the researcher has undergone a study by analyzing the relationship between self-efficacy and sociability of the higher secondary students. The method of the investigator preferred survey method for the study. There are 250 higher secondary students from Tirunelveli district of Tamil Nadu participated in the study. Measurement instruments used by the investigator are the personal data sheet, self-efficacy scale, and sociability inventory. Objectives of the study are to find out the significant difference between the male and female higher secondary students in their self-efficacy, to find out the significant difference between the rural and urban higher secondary students in their self-efficacy, to find out the significant difference between male and female higher secondary students in their sociability, to find out the significant difference between the rural and urban higher secondary students in their sociability. The null hypothesis one is there is no significant difference between male and female higher secondary students in their self-efficacy. In the self-efficacy, the researcher used 9 dimensions for that. The table shows that there is no significant difference between boys and girls in their reading efficacy, computer efficacy, co-curricular efficacy, leadership efficacy of higher secondary students in Tirunelveli district. While comparing the mean scores, there is significant difference between boys and girls in their reading efficacy, computer efficacy, co-curricular efficacy, and of higher secondary students in Tirunelveli district. The null hypothesis 2 is there is no significant difference between the rural and urban higher secondary students in their self-efficacy. From the table, we know that there is no significant difference between rural and urban in their writing efficacy, personal efficacy, social efficacy, leadership efficacy, scientific efficacy. While comparing the mean scores, there is no significant difference between rural and urban in their reading efficacy, speaking efficacy, computer efficacy, and co-curricular efficacy of higher secondary students in Tirunelveli district. The null hypothesis 3 is there is no significant difference between male and female in their sociability of higher secondary students. From the table, there is significant difference between boys and girls in their sociability. While comparing the mean scores of female students have more sociability than the male students. The null hypothesis for this, there is no significant difference between rural and urban in their sociability of higher secondary students. This infer from the table, there is no significant difference between rural and urban in their sociability. Then to find the null hypothesis 5 is there is no significant relationship between self-efficacy and sociability of higher secondary students. The table shows that there is no significant relationship between self-efficacy and sociability of higher secondary students. From the above study, the researchers give some recommendations. They are seminars and talks on self-efficacy and sociability should be frequently arranged in order to improve the self-efficacy and sociability of the students. Activities such as sharing about live group activities, tours, seminars, group discussions, and sports should be regularly arranged. The schools should have counseling centers so that the students can get help for their future career. Students must be given challenging tasks to the school curriculum so that they gain good work experience. From this study, the researcher concluded that the present study was the evidence that developing self-efficacy and sociability are important for students. The teacher should understand the need of these abilities and sociableness and provide ample opportunities to develop them. The parents also take care on their students and understand their what's abilities and social behavior and motivate them accordingly. The recommendations given by the investigator may be helpful in creating more awareness regarding self-efficacy and sociability of the students. Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for giving me the chance to participate in this researchers meet.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, are you ready to present? Dr. Nina Thomas, ma'am.
Ma'am, please raise your hand. We cannot locate you.
Otherwise, we conclude the session, ma'am, if you are not there.
I think she's
She
there.
is present, ma'am.
Please
With
raise
the
your
name
hand, ma'am.
Rohan Sam.
She is present, Chandrang, but she's not responding to any call. So we could, I think we could not wait any
Yes. Thank you. I am trying to unmute for many times, but I couldn't. Sorry
It's
for
okay.
that.
It's okay, ma'am.
I'm trying.
Please.
Only it got permitted.
It's okay, ma'am. Please present your presentation, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's trying.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nina Thomas from Thiruvananthapuram, University of Kerala. The topic which I like to present here is virtual graffiti, an assessment tool for our classroom events related to knowledge management. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Please turn on your camera.
okay, once again. Stop. I have to stop. Sharing. Sorry, got stuck. Sorry. Got stuck. Am I audible? I think it's have some network issue.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I will do it, sir, in between. Now, have some network issue. May I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you.
You can't see your presentation. There is still screen sharing process going on in on the screen. So can you please stop sharing and then try again to share?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Ma'am, are you there? Can you leave a comment in the chat box? Or can you raise your hand, please?
She lost connection.
Chandrang, if you have her number, you could please call her and let her know whether she is going to present or not. Because we are having a short of time and
Sir called her. Vishwal sir called her.
okay. Then we will wait for 1 more minute whether she will be able to present or not. Let's see. Now I think she is not able to present her presentation again due to the technical glitches, as we are in the technological world, so it might happen with any one of us. Proceeding further, let us move towards discussion part. In between, if she will come and could be able to present her views, then we will allow her. Now it's the forum is open for the discussion. If anyone have a question or a query, please.
Yes, please. Am I audible now? Am
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Nina, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. Really, I'm sorry because I got again stuck, maybe due to some network issue.
It's okay, ma'am.
Okay,
Please present.
I like to present in within
Yeah.
no time, and I can understand the importance of time. So
Yes,
what today what I'm going to present here is on virtual graffiti, an assessment tool for our classroom events related to knowledge management. As we know that digital classrooms that provides opportunities for teachers and students to operate, store, manipulate, and retrieve information, encourage independent and active learning and self-responsibility for learning, such as online sources, motivating teachers and students to continue using learning outside school hours, plan and prepare lessons and design materials. And we have course content delivery and facilitate sharing of resources, expertise, advice, and all this. Even if we changed our teaching or learning paradigm from traditional to digital, the main question we are facing, even in this blended learning situation, is what is the change in the outcome, especially learning outcome? That is the major question we face. That make me to think about some important questions. That is there any way to ensure that knowledge is gained? how we can evaluate the knowledge gained without asking questions. We are usually in classrooms, we are asking questions to students, oral questions as part of formative evaluation. So I think I thought, is there any other method? So another question which I thought is can a student be evaluated in the context of an activity? How can we ensure that knowledge gained through classroom events has become a part of life? All that make me to think, what are the new projects that's going on around the world relating to this aspect, and that make me to bring to University of Salford on CAVE system, that is automatic virtual environment, that is using 6-degree freedom sensors in learning and making students to respond to such situations. And another one was the research project by University of Georgia, that is termed as tagging system. And another one was about graffiti in mobile systems, that is called virtual post. That was another system that was there in University of Singapore. That's all projects. And another one was by Lancaster University. That project is digital spray scans. All these things were there, but in Kerala, or if I say in India itself, how we have to identify an easy way to ensure that knowledge is gained. What are the sources of knowledge? If you are saying that different sources, we have to identify that authentically. And we have to suggest procedure to evaluate a student in the context of an activity, and we have to find an evaluation tool for our classroom events related to knowledge management. And the hypothesis was that there was no any easy way to gain knowledge, and there is no significant difference between the knowledge gained. That was a null hypothesis I formulated. The methodology was basically mixed methodology, that is sequential exploratory design, qualitative followed by quantitative. Qualitative means focus group discussion to identify the way that we are using for knowledge gained. And then another one, focus group discussion of 8 student teachers, and an evaluation tool for classroom events was there on 40 student teachers. That is, an experiment was conducted pre and post test design. And the sampling, what I have done is simple random sampling, and the tools, that was direct observation of focus group discussion, and the knowledge management assessment tool, that was a diagnostic test of objective type, which is having the 5 segments: process, components, benefit, challenges, and models. And the reliability and validity of that was confirmed. And coming to the results of my finding, the first objective was how to identify the reliable sources of knowledge. From my focus group discussion summary, states that there was 6 methods, that is using senses, that is perception; desire, that is the strong wish; experience, that is the observation followed by impression; and teaching, that is the authoritarian knowledge; reading, that is the literature knowledge; experiment, that is the procedural knowledge or performance experience. And but even any of this knowledge, it is there. The most important is how this knowledge is coming into us. That is how we are really internalizing this knowledge, and that is the pattern of the knowledge the student are really gaining. Now we have to suggest a procedure to evaluate a student in the context of an activity. For that, a graffiti board was settled by the teacher, and allow the students to decorate the board. And the teacher was really giving a particular question to the student and making the student to write their own ideas, whether it is creative or maybe critical or maybe reflective about the question or about their life experience to this board. And we are really discussing about the concepts that is already defined in this board by the students in the class. The only one thing is that the student is not permitted to write their names in the in the box or in the space provided for them to write their ideas. And the students are really encouraged to use the entire space of the board, which is presented to them, and they can write anything they want about the theme, which is really put forward by this teacher. And after putting all these ideas and discussing it, this board is really put in a corridor or wherever the others can also say the new emerging ideas or thinking pattern among the students. And to find how much effective is this tool, that the teacher conducted, investigator conducted pre-test post-test evaluation, and it is noted that by using this knowledge management assessment tool, it is noted that there is a wide difference, significant differences existing between the attitude as well as the knowledge gained by the students about their information or knowledge they gain through the process. And in short, if I say what is the importance of such a thing is that here that the process of virtual gravity make the student to think more creatively, and it will become a field or a board for their expression and a work of art, and learning become more relevant and meaningful activity, and they equip the students to focus on a topic that may be controversial or emotional maybe, but that surely creates some outcome or attitude, as we said, scientific timbre among the students, that create a virtual space. If we are doing it in Jamboard or whiteboard, it really creates a virtual space where the student can respond openly and invite sometimes we are inviting the students to add their questions or comments randomly to this board during the synchronization session or any other period of time. Really, it is a real effective springboard for discussion. So what we are really doing is we are integrating technology to our classroom, even if it is a gaming technology, extensive time and commitment to incorporating process into product. Both process product will create the attitude among the students. That is our main objective as per our NPE itself. And we are exploring ideas on how to exercise the space, taking into account space and other limitations. Okay, sure, I'm concluding. So here we are having a relaxed learning and new world of learning outside the traditional classroom, and learning here become an exciting experience. So all this creating really virtual gravity, if we are implementing in our classroom, we are really creating a students with highly expressive attitude with scientific timbre. That's all. Thanking you for your patience and all the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Even after so many technical glitches, you are able to finish your things within a time. Thank you so much. Now, moving further, we have very few minutes for the quick discussion. Kindly raise your hands if you have any query or the suggestion for the presenters. While I have few questions in the chat box. First question from the Ashutosh sir. I think this question is to Selva ma'am. Do you think that delayed marriage is a positive impact of education? If Selva ma'am would like to reply or reflect anything on this. Next question we have for the Shali ma'am. Your YouTube learning will be formal or informal learning? I think she has replied this query in the chat box itself. And one more question we have. This question is to Simi ma'am. Indicators used to calculate SQ. What indicators you have used to calculate SQ? Simi ma'am, would you like to reflect on this? Quickly for a minute. Okay, I think ma'am is not available or we are not able to reach her. It's okay. Then one more question we have. What about mortality rate of the experimental study? That I think Prerna ma'am should
Is ma'am
answer.
Celine here?
Yes, yes.
I got unmuted. The question was what were the indicators used for spiritual quotient? So we stick on to self-awareness, compassion, acceptance of the diversity, then positivity towards the adversity, then values and spontaneity of an individual. These were the indicators we concentrated. Hope I answered the question.
Hope so, ma'am. Thank you very much for your answer. And with the concluding remarks, I first of all, I would like to share the screen with the Dr. Prerna ma'am to reflect on the presentations as well as answer this query. What about the mortality rate of the experimental study? If Prerna ma'am would you like to answer this query?
Yeah, actually, Vishwal sir has already written that you need to include that in the research. And even I, while presenting, said that as a researcher, you need to mention that these were the sample who actually dropped out. And another thing is, if you can go ahead with double sampling, if that is possible for you, you can go ahead with double sampling, and that will help you out to take care of mortality rate. That is for Dhruti, I suppose. And if I go ahead with today's presentation, I would like to say that we went on a journey of research papers dealing with emotional intelligence to spiritual quotient, to self-efficacy, to government initiative that is Kanyashri Prakalpa. And of course, we explored from Gurukul to e-learning and also knowledge management by virtual classroom. And I should congratulate all the presenters who presented their presentation, that is the research paper, in a very comprehensive manner. But as very rightly said by the chairperson, that we need to be specific to what we did in our research so that the time would also be taken care of and we would be able to put our points very specifically. But I need to congratulate all of you, and that's all from my part. And yes, I would like to thank the organizer, especially Viswal sir and the entire team of CASE, to give me this opportunity to be a part of this mosaic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to be part of this journey. Hello, sorry. It is due to the technical problem. I would not be able to unmute myself. Then I think ma'am has nicely summed up everything. I don't have anything to summarize. Actually, I have put up some points, but ma'am has covered everything. So I don't have anything to sum up. Now we are at the end of this session. I would like to hand over the screen to Nisha, my co-chair, to formally present vote of thanks to our lead speaker. Over to you, Nisha.
First of all, I thank Professor Prerna Shalath for detailing out the nuances of experimental research and sharing her experiences from the field. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure we all have got some insights from your lecture. Next, I thank all the paper presenters for bringing forward interesting findings from their studies. I thank all the participants for providing food for thought for not only the presenters, but all of us. I thank our technical team for their wonderful management. I thank Professor Biswal, without whose dynamic leadership and his faith in us, this mosaic would have never been possible. So thank you so much, sir. I thank Isha for aptly managing the session. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to co-chair the session. So thank you very much to each one present here. And with this, we conclude the last technical session of Researchers Mosaic. And now we move towards the valedictory session. So I request all of you to stay connected and be a part of the valedictory session. Thank you so much.
Hello. Am I audible? I want to announce something.
Yes, Aditi, you are audible.
Okay. I want to say all the participants that we are sharing now one link, feedback link of participation. So they that you can fill, and all the paper presenter will send one feedback link separately to your mail, and then if when you fill the feedback form, you'll get your feedback certificate. So don't panic, please. You'll get the certificate, all the paper presenter, but it will take 2-3 days. But participation you'll get immediately. So please fill this feedback form. Soon we'll be posting it in chat. Thank you so much.
I think now we can start.
Okay, sir.
Issa, start karo.
जी सर जी. To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. A very pleasant afternoon to one and all. I, Isha Khajuri, a research scholar at the Department of Education, the Maharaja Syaji Rao University of Baroda, Vadodara, is delighted to offer a gracious welcome to notable guests, dignitaries, presenters, and participants in the valedictory function of 3-day Scholar Mosaic and annual Young Researcher Meet 2021, organized by Researcher Cell, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Syaji Rao University of Baroda, Vadodara. It is a matter of immense pride to stand here before all of you this afternoon. As a researcher, I would like to quote words of some unknown source, maybe a researcher one. ये किताबों की दुनिया समझते समझते जिंदगी निकल जाएगी, थ्योरी के कंसेप्ट में लाइफ की इक्वेशन बिगड़ जाएगी. सोचते हैं निकल आए हैं हम किताबों की दुनिया से, पर क्या पता था हमें कि इन्हीं किताबों से एक दिन जिंदगी जन्नत बन जाएगी. I, on behalf of the organizers, believe that these 3 days you have gained insights, reiterated the understandings of different ideas, and motivated to pursue varied avenues of research. Soren Kierkegaard has rightly said that the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather change the nature of one who prays. Research is insight or in-depth knowledge, and knowledge is not possible without the blessings of Ma Saraswati, goddess of knowledge and wisdom. We all, as a researcher, is always in need of a Ashirwad from Saraswati Ma. I request you all to join us to offer prayer to Ma Saraswati and seek her blessings.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्या
We, the family of the Maharaja Syajirao University of Baroda, takes a great pride in our association with this institution. We adulate and imbibe the motto Satyam Shivam Sundaram in our existence. I request the audience to rise for the university song. It is our honor to have Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, for the valedictory function. Though he is not able to join right now due to some technical problem, but soon he will be the part of this valedictory function addressing all of us. We are also delighted to have Professor R.C. Patel and Professor Ashutosh Viswal on this afternoon. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and the leader adjusts the sails. The sails for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary, a person who gave us the belief and urge to bring together this event. Indigenous, undaunted, tenacious. There are few words, there are so many words to describe Professor R.C. Patel. Professor Patel has several feathers in his cap, including coordinator IUCTE, head Department of Education, Center for Advanced Studies in Education, and IASC, Dean, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Syajirao Rao University of Baroda. Professor Sir has been appointed as the nodal officer for monitoring erstwhile Sarv Siksha Abhiyan in Gujarat state by then MHRD. Sir has shared more than 30 years of his precious life in teaching and research, and encouraging all of us, we as a team in the research, just because of sir. The pandemic has accelerated the adoption of digital technologies at a faster speed than we could have imagined. Now, most of the things were experiencing a transition towards virtual world. Today, on behalf of organizing committee, we are presenting virtual bouquet to welcome our chief guest and dignitaries. With my sincere gratitude, I welcome Professor Patel sir by presenting virtual bouquet. Sir, please accept our gratitude. To give a red carpet welcome to everyone assembled here, may I take the pleasure of requesting our respected Dean, sir, to welcome the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar and good evening to everyone. I also join the organizers in welcoming you all to this valedictory session of a 3-day, very enriching, first ever researchers meet organized by team of young researchers at CASE under the leadership of Professor Ashutosh Biswal. So I welcome you all to this concluding session of a 3-day event. But believe me, this is not a concluding session. In fact, this is the beginning now. Because most researchers whom you did not know 3 days back now are your friends, and you will start interacting with them in one or the other forum. So I think as far as this 3-day event is concerned, this is the concluding session. But then, as I told you earlier, it is the beginning session of our academic research career. In the inauguration, I did talk about our university, but one important feature, I think I missed that time. So let me grab this opportunity to talk about our university, which is unique in several aspects. But one such aspect is, this is a non-affiliating university. We do not have any affiliated college. And more than 47,000 students are studying in a campus. Please remember this number, 47,000 is not a smaller number. So 47,000 students study in one campus. And then, this leads to another uniqueness, and that is a teacher here at the MS University of Baroda is teaching to both the undergraduate and postgraduate students, unlike the teachers of other universities. We all know in our country, normally undergraduate education takes place at affiliated colleges, and only that PG education is offered by university departments. So unlike that, at the MS University of Baroda, both the UG and PG students study together in the same department, and teachers teach them simultaneously. So I welcome you all to this great university. And after this pandemic is over, of course, one day it is going to get over. So I request to all of you to visit our university, our faculty, our department, whenever you get an opportunity. And I'm sure you will get an opportunity, because the two departments of this faculty, Department of Education and Department of Educational Administration, have been regularly organizing national and international seminars and conferences. So you will definitely get opportunity to visit our department, rather our faculty. And our unique feature is, whenever we organize any national or international seminar or conference, there is no registration fee. Please underline, there is no registration fee. And if your paper is selected, we also, in fact, give you your TA and DA. We make arrangement to stay here in Baroda. We also give you traveling allowance as per your, whichever is applicable to you. So I am sure that you will definitely get opportunity to visit our department, and please make sure that after this corona pandemic, be in touch with be regularly check our website, and you will see announcement of such programs, and do write paper, do come to our department. And I was listening to Professor Ashutosh Biswal. He announced that one of the unique features of our department is our Tuesday seminar. Every Tuesday, all the research scholars and all the teachers from 11 o'clock up to 1:15, 1:30, at times even up to 2 o'clock, we discuss on certain topic. And it is a very open and very enriching, very, very good learning opportunity. So tomorrow also we have one research proposal presentation in that Tuesday seminar, and Professor Ashutosh Biswal has already welcomed you to join that program. I think he or my younger colleagues or scholars will share the link, and if it is feasible for you at 11 o'clock, you can join that, and you can see how that research culture is built here. In fact, we all are fortunate. We, Professor Ashutosh Biswal, Professor Panigrehi, then Professor Pushpanadam and other Professor Sujata and other colleagues who are attending this program. In fact, we all are very fortunate because the culture has been built by, by the teachers who were there during 1935, 40, 45, 50, and so on. Of course, we can also take a credit in maintaining that culture. Still today, we have been very regularly maintaining that culture. So my request to all of you is please even join that. And with these few words, I will conclude my welcome address here. And as I told you earlier, let me reiterate, you will get several opportunities to visit our university, our faculty, and both the departments, Department of Education and Educational Administration. Please do not miss this opportunity. Try to grab this opportunity, write research paper, write research article, and then do come to our faculty. With these few words, I thank the organizers, all my young scholars. I also thank Professor Ashutosh Biswal, who has also been very rigorously working for the success of this program. And I thank all of you for joining this program. Thank you very much, and best wishes to all young scholars. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your wishes, sir, and for your encouraging words and detailing all about our university within few words. Which time and again in all the 3 days we come across this point that finish your words as a researcher within few words. That you have gave an example for this, explaining everything, each and every glorified word within few words. Thank you so much, sir. And one more thing which you have announced, free registration during the seminars. Thank you so much for this also, sir. And I think all our participants would get delighted with this announcement. Thank you so much, sir. 3 days, 11 sessions, we have been deliberating a humongous areas of education and its allied fields. Now I invite Ms. Rinki Tiwari, UGC SRF, Department of Education, the Maharaja Syajirao Rao University of Baroda, to present Scholar Mosaic report. Rinki, over to you.
Shama, please stop sharing. Is it visible?
Oh, Yes, I can. Okay. Very warm good evening to respected dignitaries and all my colleagues and all the participants of this Scholars Mosaic 2021. This Mosaic has started on 17th July to 19th July, a 3-day forum. Venue is obviously online. Now, first on 17th of July, inaugural ceremony was there. The program started with an inaugural welcome speech, which is followed by a classical dance and a prayer song. Moving ahead, Professor R.C. Patel, Head Case, Dean Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara, reflected out the illustrious growth and contribution of the department. Then Professor Ashutosh Biswal, the coordinator of this program, shed light on the purpose and importance of this Scholars Mosaic 2021. Keynote speaker, please change the slide. Yeah. Keynote speaker was Professor Akhilesh Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor of Professor Rajendra University, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Some of his important reflections were that to focus on small level researches and collect data through visual, audio, and print. We should use both quantitative and qualitative approach to strengthen the authenticity of our research findings. Next, it was joined by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Parimal H. Vyas, Vice Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayajirao University, Vadodara, and he highlighted some important points that there is a strong need to provide training to not only the researchers but guide too. And research should proceed via exploration to description and then to conclusion. In technical session 1, it was on quantitative research. Lead speaker was Dr. Avtarjit Singh. He focused on stress management and advised scholars based on personal experience to have a plan and be organized, be in a good company of people, and read good literatures. 4 papers were presented on that session, mainly on the weight-based learning, metacognition, and students' learning outcome. Points emerged from that session was that web-based instructional materials are effective, need of disadvantage should be taken into consideration, and teacher training in evaluation and other processes must be stressed. Moving ahead, technical session 2, which was on qualitative research. Lead speaker was Professor S.T. Panigiri. He discussed on data analysis in qualitative research and emphasized that analysis starts right from the first stage in qualitative research. 11 papers presented on artificial intelligence, spiritual intelligence, state government libraries, open book examination during COVID, identification of theories of education compiled from Malayalam literature, and exploration of new alternatives for learning outside of formal schools. Points emerged in that session was to meet the vision and mission of the institute and to fill the skill gap. While one very important point, which is to be pondered and was highlighted by Professor S. Panigiri, was that it is very important to have an in-depth exploration if students understand that why they are doing what they are doing. So now next session was technical session 3. It was on quantitative research. Guest speaker was Dr. Y. Vijaya Lakshmi. She reflected on management of resources during research work and focused mainly on management of financial resources, abstract resources, and academic resources. 10 papers presented on pedagogy of underprivileged children, on current online education, on vocational needs, effectiveness of yoga on mental stress, and on environmental sensitivity. Main points emerged were improper supervision is obstacle in the development of pedagogical skills, different modes of teaching with contextual example is important, and the student teacher should collaborate their standard to meet the students' need. Now, again, on second day, we had 3 sessions, technical session 4, 5, and 6. Technical session 4 was regarding qualitative research. Lead speaker was Dr. Mukesh Chandrakar. He reflected on data collection in qualitative research and mainly emphasized on significance of faith and formal relationship with respondent while collecting data. 4 papers presented on cultural experience of tribal students, technology use in education, and universalization of elementary education. Points emerged were Unawareness of education among people is main hindrance in universalization. Staying close to nature helps in sustainability and significant concern. Technical session 5 was on quantitative research. Lead speaker was Dr. Sona Ahuja. She emphasized the significance of research ethics and discussed on scientific misconduct in 3 forms, that is falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism. 6 papers presented with focus on ICT, influence of school environment, efficacy of science kit, body flexibility of NCC cadets, and yoga practices. The main emerged points were that ICT is effective, environment affects students' achievement, science kit enhances teaching learning process. And one important thing is that lead speaker appreciated diversity in research areas, but she also expressed her concern over the quality of the research papers and the research going toward the country. At end, Professor Ashutosh Biswal appealed that to show researchers right paths, different programs and conferences must be encouraged. And in this direction, review of books by researcher and its presentation would be a good initiative. Technical session 6, it was on conceptual papers. Lead speaker was Professor Sanjay Gupta. He highlighted the need and importance of appropriate sampling techniques, factor affecting sampling process. Total 9 papers were presented on STEM education, virtual student internship, habit development by teachers, e-portfolios, brain-based learning, and legislation at national and international platforms, and imbalance of work-life during pandemic. Main points which emerged were that education system has adapted itself in different ways during pandemic, and different epistemological and psychological underpinnings need to be revisited and re-evaluated in order to achieve SDG 4. Technical session 7, it was on quantitative research. Lead speaker was Dr. Vandana Telgaonkar. She discussed stages of review of literature and recommended Zotero and Mendeley for organized study. 11 papers were presented. Themes were life skills, vocational interest, pedagogical innovations, library service, cognitive psychology, implication of mother's education on complementary feeding services. Points emerged were that cognitive psychology has a good and pragmatic effect on the students. Government should provide free awareness program for developing innovative pedagogy and secure platform for cybercrime. Points to ponder is that, which was highlighted by our lead speaker, that majority of the researchers were answers that what of research is being done. But it is a high time to answer why and how part of the research. The last session of the on 18th was technical session 8. It was on conceptual papers. Lead speaker was Dr. Reena Vodra, and she discussed on need of choosing case study in research. 4 papers were presented on constructivist approach module, social media for women empowerment, globalization on Indian economy, and stress management. Points emerged that constructivist approach developed habit of inquiry. Social media empower women as a growing entrepreneurs. Stress can be managed with 4 A's, that is avoid, alter, adapt, and accept. Important point to ponder is that it is difficult in this COVID situation to connect with the students personally in online mode. Hence, informal approach is must for interaction. The last day, on it is 19th, we had 3 sessions, technical session 9, 10, and 11. Technical session 9, it was on quantitative research. Lead speaker Dr. Rishiraj Balbaria. We discussed tips and tricks for data collection and best practices for compiling data. 10 papers presented on impact of gender on self-compassion, students' belief towards physics lab, quality management, social intelligence, self-concept, status of inclusive education, factors of leadership competencies, flipped classroom teaching, educational video games, case study of moderate intellectual disabled individuals. Emerged point was that there is a lack of awareness about facilities provided by government to develop inclusive education, and teachers should put emphasis on use of science labs and flipped classrooms. Technical session 10, it was on quantitative research and conceptual papers. Lead speaker Dr. Divakar Charangi discussed on quantitative data analysis, its purpose and interpretation of the analyzed data. 10 papers presented on themes such as challenges faced by prospective teachers, attitude of prospective teachers towards online education, effectiveness of ICT in teaching, virtual reality, value enhancement, career opportunity, interlanguage, and eco-pedagogy. Main points emerged that every language has a beautiful accent which needs to be accompanied with English, which is a global language. Eco-pedagogy is the need of the hour to reduce degradation of environment, which is a concern of whole human civilization. The important point to ponder is that to help researchers from different universities, social media apps can play a very effective role, which was highlighted by Professor Ashutosh Biswal. While as our Dean sir has already mentioned that one very important step that our department is taking, permitting all the participants of this Mosaic to join Tuesday Forum, which is a unique practice of our department to discuss research proposal. And with this, at end, we had our valedictory session, which is going on right now. And with this, I would like to thank you all for listening to this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rinki. The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all the directions. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are fortunate to have Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, as our guest of honor for the valedictory function. Professor Suresh is a media educator and senior journalist for more than 3 decades. He has played pivotal role in many avenues of media and journalism, including introducing Vratavali, which is world. Yes, sir. Which is world's first Sanskrit television news magazine. He has served as a Director General, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Senior Consulting Editor with DD News, Editorial Consultant with AsiaNet News Network, Chief Political Correspondent with Press Trust of India, and Group Media Advisor to Dalmia Bharat Enterprises. Professor Sir is a member of the Academic Council of the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Society of Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute, Kolkata, Research Committee of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Advisory Council, the Delhi School of Journalism, University of Delhi, Academic Council, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, the School Board of Rabindranath Tagore School of Creative Arts and Communication Studies, Assam University, Silchar. He is a member of the Award Selection Committee of the National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology. So, Professor Sir was designated Commonwealth Youth Ambassador for Peace by Commonwealth Youth Program Asia. Sir has addressed many reputed national and international conferences and seminars. It is my privilege and pleasure on behalf of organizing committee of the research meet to welcome and present virtual bouquet as a token of gratitude to Sir. Welcome, sir. Please accept our virtual bouquet, sir, as a token of gratitude. With such a prolific achievements and roles, it is truly a pleasure to have Professor Sir with us. Allow me to invite Professor K.G. Suresh for the valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shama Parveen. I hope that I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you audible.
Thank you, Professor Patel, the Dean of the faculty, and Professor Ashutosh Bishwal, and all the distinguished faculty members, as also the esteemed participants, research scholars from different universities. I'm sorry, I'm actually traveling. I'm traveling from my Riva campus to Bhopal. So we are traveling through some remote areas. I hope the connectivity gives me company till the time I speak at least. And I was very delighted to know from the earlier, the presentation made by your faculty member regarding the FDP and the talks delivered by very eminent people. I'm really happy. Always a pleasure to be back at the University of Baroda. I have been there physically as well several years back, and really delighted that the Department of Education, the Faculty of Education, one of the oldest in the country, has organized this very important, conclave of scholastics, and delighted to be part of it. Well, I'm sure that, all the technical aspects of research have already been dealt with. And let me just share some of my thoughts on research as a whole. And this conference assumes significance in the wake of the national education policy. The national education policy has given a lot of importance to research for the first time. In fact, I often say that, Shamaji, please do let me know in case there is a, break, because as I said, I'm going through some really remote areas, so long as the connectivity is there, that's fine. Otherwise, please wait for me. I'll get connected again in case of any break. Okay.
No, sir, everything is working
Now,
fine.
okay, thank you. So, the national education policy has given a lot of importance to research, as I said. One of the reasons why Indian universities don't figure in global ratings, global rankings, one of the key factors is that of research, made patents, publications. And because we have been primarily, our universities have been teaching and learning institutions and not research based or research centric institutions, unlike in the West, where the focus of the universities is a lot on research. We have, of course, our own problems, our own financial constraints, resource constraints, and of course, infrastructural issues. And this has been the reason why perhaps we never figured as prominently in the global rankings as we ought to have, despite the fact that the best of scientists at NASA come from India, the best of software engineers in the Silicon Valley come from, India. Some of the top CEOs of the top 500 global corporates come from India. Some of the top doctors come from India. So, and they're all products of Indian education. So the problem is not with the Indian education per se. The problem is because, we perhaps never channelized our energies towards research. And the national education policy makes a deliberate, conscious effort through its National Research Foundation to bring under one umbrella the entire, research. I've been fortunate to be part of the several research institute initiatives. I'm in the Research Council of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. And we have been of late giving a lot of importance to quality research. And not only quality research, but also quality research from across the country. The hitherto, neglected areas, including Northeast, the eastern parts of the country, we are now the tribal regions of the country. from where scholars were not getting much of opportunities. Today, they are getting ample opportunity because the whole idea is that our diversity should find reflection in our research also. And so I'm sure that, the participants here in the workshop that you had conducted have got some brilliant ideas, and they will certainly utilize the learnings from here to take their research forward. I am, very optimistic, because when I meet my research scholars in my own university, I find them taking up subjects which have hitherto been neglected. And today there is a lot of focus on anthropological studies. Today there is a lot of focus on ground level studies. There is a lot of youngsters are today interested in primary research, which I believe can only lead to, quality research. I am not at all in any way, in any way denigrating secondary research. It has its own value. But I believe that primary research is very important. Anthropological studies are very important because we need a lot of information on what is happening at the ground level. Certain studies were done in the, say, 50s or 40s, or even during the British Raj, and they have become very redundant now. Today the world has changed. So has our country. So has our country's rural areas. So has our country's rural tribal areas. We need to understand how, technology can make a big change, how, disruption can happen. And social science, today you have so many opportunities. And this COVID-19 pandemic, I believe for research, it has come as a blessing. I come, of course, from the mass communication background. But I believe that today, COVID-19 has presented a challenge before us in terms of research. Because I often say that we used to look at history from two angles. We used to, in fact, divide history into two parts: BC and AD, before Christ, and Anno Domini. I think that now we will have to look at the entire world, rather, into two parts. That's BC and AC, before Corona and after Corona. After Corona, the world has changed like anything. Everything has changed. The way we learn, the way we, teach, the way we engage with each other, the way we engage with the society, everything has changed, everything. And that is now going deep. It's not confined just to the cities or urban centers. Yes, there is a digital divide. There are some issues related to availability of net, availability of gadgets. These are real issues. But you will see that increasingly this is being bridged. New technology is coming. You have gadgets which are becoming cheaper. Governments, NGOs, CSR activities are now focusing on providing gadgets, on providing access to internet in a big way. So you will find that things are changing. I have been through, in the last just 2 days, I've been to Riva, one of the most, I won't say, I'm not talking about the city, but it's adjoining UP. And I've been really to some of the, villages deep down. And I could find a lot of youngsters who are now using a lot of internet in these areas. Now, there is a change. There is a visible change. The roads are different from what I used to see maybe about 20 years back. You have consumer choices even in the villages. Things are changing. The thatched rooftops are now lesser in number. You have, if not, concrete, you have at least tiles that are being used. So there is a change, economic change also. Yes, there's been a downturn due to the pandemic. That I totally agree. But overall, there has been a change. So we need to understand this change that is happening. We need to understand the perceptions. We need to understand the attitudinal change among the people, which is very, slowly but steadily changing. And this is something that we need to understand. And that is where social science research has immense importance on understanding, these changes which are fundamental, and thereby ensure that we are able to bring in policy changes also. At the end of the day, for me, research is not something which some people have relegated it to just API scores and publication in some or the other journal for API scores and promotions. I think that attitude is gradually changing. I see a lot of young professionals who are today doing research for the sake of research. Research that will bring meaningful changes and change the conversations in the society. This is very important. Research has to be relevant. I would say good research is something for me which will get me a lot of citations. If I feel that for me, the satisfaction is not that, you have got a PhD or your paper has been published. For me, the real satisfaction would be when, my books, my research papers would be cited, not just nationally, but also internationally. That's very important. For me, the satisfaction of being a researcher happens in the real sense if and when the fundamental research that I have done, the ground level research that I have done, that brings about policy changes, even if it is just the local district administration, it brings about. So we are now focusing even in our university. I mean, earlier there was a system wherein only the third PowerPoint presentation, third presentation used to be, the vice chancellor used to be there. But today I am, sitting through all right from the first presentation, I am attending that. Before the lockdown, I attended in one go. I mean, every day I used to sit and we completed about 45 back-to-back, PhD presentations. First year, second presentation, third presentation. The whole idea is that if we can guide the scholars right from the outset, they would be able to do a brilliant job. The problem comes when we start looking for mistakes towards the end of the research. By then, the survey has been done, the methodology has been extensively. So either he will have to go back to square one, which is not done, or you are not going to get the expected dividends from the research. So a research should be of such quality that it should be cited, it should bring about policy changes, and it should be considered fit for publication. Let it reach out. It should not be just among the PhDs which are there. I mean, thousands of PhDs which come out every year. I think that scholarship should become a contribution to scholarship. That people would say, yes, this is a real study which we needed. So that is the big change that we need to. So there has to be a paradigm shift in the entire approach to research. Today, that national mood is changing. There is a mindset. There is a whole approach to education. We are looking at a 6% GDP allocation, which has always been the ideal recommended by so many committees, but it has never been implemented. Today, we hope that with the NEP coming into force, we will get that 6% allocation. Number two, we hope that, now that the ministry has been redesignated as the Ministry of Education, so the focus would be back on education per se. That is very important, that education is back. The focus is on training of trainers. The focus is on blended learning, online learning, blended learning, wherein it's no more the brick and mortar. We are not also talking about only online. We are talking about brick and portal. where the brick is also important, that structure is also important, but the portal is also important. So we need to understand this. I also believe that the flexibility that is being offered in the national education policy, that flexibility is really going to be a motivator. The biggest change I believe that the NEP has brought about due to this flexibility provision is that, education is now going to be a lifelong process. It's no more that, I complete my graduation in one go and that's it. It's not like that. It's going to be something that's going to be a lifelong process. I will continue to learn. And this, as I said, that despite all the negativity all around because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the biggest achievement for education, it has been really a game changer for education. Today, sitting in remote corners of the country, otherwise I would not have imagined, like I'm on a remote, I can see only the hills all around me, the forests I am passing by, and the internet connectivity is there, and I'm able to, talk to research scholars from across the country. This perhaps was unimaginable, Second, if there are two areas, let me come to my own, discipline, and that is mass communication, media. Now in media, we always used to complain that the percentage of coverage in media of health and education issues was in single digits. But today, you look at the coverage, media coverage of health and education issues, whether it is about vaccination, whether it is about corona, whether it is about the condition of primary health centers, you just name it, or it's about the state of education, the availability of the closure of schools. Come to think of it, the Prime Minister takes a meeting to decide on whether the board examination is to be held or not. This is unprecedented. And this is all, I would say, the blessing in disguise, where the national priority, have changed. And we are now looking at both health and education, because it has exposed the chinks in our armor, so to say. It has exposed the Achilles heels. Where was it that we were lacking? When we saw people dying of oxygen, we realized what is the condition, the state of our health infrastructure. We realized, we all knew that it was bad, but so bad. This was the point which was driven home, perhaps so effectively. And we realized, everybody started talking about education. What will happen to the future of our children? How are they going to, gain education? So everybody is discussing about that. These are the societal changes which we need to study, which the research scholars, then these contemporary issues, that we study. And fortunately, today, a lot of information is available online. A lot of information is, and there are a lot of studies. Today, you have exposure to a global educational leadership. Today, sitting in Bhopal, I get access to professors in Brisbane and Bristol and, you name it, in Brisbane. So I am able to reach out to them. They are able to come to my university, which perhaps a state university like mine would not have been able to afford, getting a senior professor from Australia to come and speak to us. I could never imagine some of my senior most professors who are on the verge of retirement, who perhaps cannot even properly use a smartphone. Today, they are, taking online classes. There's a whole change which you can see. Now, the Panwala is having Paytm, digitization of payments. Now, this is something that we need to understand. And this is something that should reflect in our research, that how the changes in the society, its long-term impact, its short-term impact. There are also short-term impact. It's not all positive. It's not at all positive. Look at the kind of time that kids are spending on the internet. There is no digital discipline at all. And what is the result? They have stopped playing. They have stopped interacting socially. They are interacting, but in a virtual world, What is the kind of physiological and psychological impact it would have on society in the long run? Are they going to be more self-centric? What is going to be the impact of that? Or is it an argument which has come time and again? When television also came, we used to hear about couch potatoes who would not move from the screen. What about the screen time? The screen time that's happening. What about the exposure to cyberbullying, cyber pornography, the dark net? How is it impacting the society? Aren't children becoming too mature too early? Are we studying these impacts? Don't you think this is the time when we should be studying this impact? So much of change is happening, perhaps never before in human history. We used to say that now technology is, happening, technological changes. Earlier, we used to think about generation, but now we are looking about in 5 years, it's changing, revolutionizing. But this within 1.5 years of this COVID, it has changed like anything. Now, this is the kind of, changes that a researcher should be looking at, because these are historic moments in human evolution. And we are really fortunate to witness this change. And this is the time when we document them, document its impact, because these are going to have long-term impact on the society. And that's where research can play very critical role. The mood in the country is also changing. Please remember, in every sense of the term. So people are changing, their outlooks are changing, their attitudes are changing. Individually, the COVID has, kind of impacted people like anything. They are no more looking at the long-term kind of investments, long-term, because life has suddenly become, kind of very temporary. People have started realizing, because they lost their dear ones, near and dear ones. There is a psychological impact. I was talking to a very big builder in, Bhopal, and yes, he said that, well, I'm alive, so I have to do all this. But all those long-term plans and all that, I'm not looking at that, he said. So this is an attitude, he says that I have to live and let this day, let me make the best of it. Let me not annoy too many people. Let me not antagonize too many people. Let me not all the time be scheming, manipulating. Attitudes are changing. It has changed people's attitude to life, to society, their interactions with the society. They realized who is with them, who is not. All the superficial belief systems that they had, that oh, this will give me company during in a bad time. All those things have changed. So there is a perception, and that's going to change their attitude towards society, towards their civic life. Everything is going to change. It's not going to be at any cost. Any of the spheres of life is not going to be back to normal. I don't think that's going to happen. So, so we need to study. We need to document this. That's what I want to, emphasize on. Let's not miss the bus. This is the time when we cannot be, say, 20 years later looking at what happened, because today everything is documented. Everything is before us. We just have to come out with the results, and that would help even policymakers to bring about changes. Changes in the way they were governing the people. That entire concept is changing. So I think that it's important and very contemporary, very important learnings for the society. I'm confident that this scholastics workshop 2021 that the Sayajirao Maharaja Sayajirao University had organized would go a very long way in triggering fresh thinking among the research scholars across the country. And I'm sorry, I would have loved to address you from a more stable platform. My vehicle is, the roads are okay, so there are bumps and speed breakers along the way, so my apologies for that. But great connecting with all of you, and thank you, Baroda University and the Faculty of Education, Professor Biswal, for inviting me, and my best wishes, congratulations to the team for organizing, and best wishes to all the participants in all their positive, pragmatic, well-meaning research endeavors. It would be a pleasure to be back to interact with you personally on a later date. Thank you so much. That's it from my side for the time being. I know after the FDP, this is the valedictory session. Everyone will be looking forward to getting some relaxation after hectic back-to-back sessions. So I don't want to keep you waiting for that long. Thank you so much. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I
Thank
hope
you.
I finished it within the time allotted to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. We are so pleased, sir, as you could join and enrich us with your words, even after so many technical challenges and taking time from your busy schedule. And on the way you are addressing us, it's really delightful, sir. Many thanks to you, sir. We
Thank you.
feel
My
so
pleasure. My pleasure.
yes. We feel so proud and touched by your generous and appreciating words for our university, sir. Thank you so much. And your comprehensive illustrations about the transition of education from offline to online mode and all its pros and cons were really extensively valuable to us, sir. Thank you so much for taking time and addressing us. It's important to celebrate experiences because even though the external fades away, but the internal lingers and the memories echoes, even in the deepest corners of our heart. Now, I would like to request few of our participants to reflect your views and share your experiences during these 3 days of research meet. For this, I would like to invite few of the scholars, Akhilesh Kumar from IGNO, New Delhi. Sir, if you are available, please share your experiences with us.
Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. And Namaskar, Asutosh sir. Sir, it's my maiden experience to present paper on such a great forum. It's my first paper at all. And it's really a privilege for me to listen dignitaries like Professor Akhilesh Singh, Professor Biswal, Professor Parimal Saab, and lastly, Professor KG Suresh Saab. We never get opportunity like that. So it's I am very much thankful for the scholars meet to have given opportunity for me. And all the lead speakers in their sessions have great informational values, great information they have shared through their presentation, and that sure helps us in future research. And sir, I have seen that about more than 100 presentations here, and that show the dimension we have in India. What Professor Suresh is talking about. So it just need guidance of people like you. So sure, the research in the field of education will grow and bloom like flowers. And it's pleasure to see that the research scholars are organizing this meet. Especially I have seen Samaji, Rinki ji, Aditi ji, and finally this session Esa ji, and all other research scholars who lead this session has shown the nursery of Maharaj Sayaji University, that the potential of the nursery of Maharaj MS University. So sir, it's very great to see that you are promoting all the research scholars here. And so last but not the least, I would like to mention your effort and your comments in after each session that will sure guide us in future also. And sir, as our dean sir spoke, that the journey begins from here. And I hope the journey begins from here. And we will help support as we need and whenever I need from you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhilesh ji. Thank you so much for your valuable and appreciating words. Talent and skills are the crops that are nurtured, groomed, and given all possible opportunities to grow and bloom. This is a much awaited time for all the paper presenters as it gives the returns to the efforts put in by them in framing and presenting their ideas in the form of conference paper. It gives a sense of achievement along with a sense of responsibility towards fulfilling further commitments. Without much ado, I invite Professor Patel, our esteemed Dean, to announce the winners of the research meet.
Thank you, Isa. Professor K.G. Suresh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Professor Ashutosh Biswal, the convener of this program, Professor Pushpanathan, the Head Department of Education and Administration, other senior colleagues, our scholars who are working now in different institutions across the country, and dear participants. I have been assigned this task to announce the results. It's difficult. At the outset, let me first of all congratulate all of you for taking part, because we know right from our school days we have been hearing this. Taking part in any competition is most important. Winning or losing, fine, that can happen. Because somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, then only somebody will win. But then taking part is most important thing. So on that count, let me congratulate on behalf of our entire team to all of you for taking part in this. Now, as has been announced in the beginning, there are winners in 6 different categories. So I will go category wise. To begin with, I'll just take 1 minute. To begin with, the first category is, I think that is last, but it is, the first category is best paper in qualitative research. There are 3 prizes here. I'll start from the reverse. I'll first announce the third prize, and the third prize goes to Jasprit Kaur, SRF from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And in second position, there are 2 scholars, Mrs. Arti Upadhyay and Siddhi Sood from Banaras Hindu University and Sri Gujarati Samaj B.Ed College, respectively. And the first prize in this category goes to Ms. Sefali Dimmer from MS University, a research scholar from our own department. The second category is best paper in quantitative research. Here, the third prize goes to Mrs. G. Jemina, ESD coordinator, Maston College, Chennai. The second prize goes to Ms. Madhu Mittal, research scholar, VMLG College, Ghaziabad, CSC University. And the first prize in this category, that is the best paper in quantitative research, goes to Kalplata Raj, the research scholar from Maharaja Sri Ram Chandra, I'm sorry, I'm not able to pronounce, University from Odisha. Then the third category is Young Scholar Award for Best Paper, age below 30 years. Here, the third prize goes to Nikita Shekhawat, the research scholar from the Department of Psychology, and Mrs. Arti Upadhyay, Banaras Hindu University. It's a joint paper by them. Then the second prize to Varish Kendriya Vidyalaya Dwarika, and the first prize goes to Pratyusha Rajan Sahu, the research scholar from RI Bhubaneswar and CERT. Then the next category is Best Paper Innovative Scholar for the year. Thank you very much. Innovative Scholar. The third prize goes to Miss Akanksha Gupta, Research Scholar, Devi Ahalya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. The second is to Akhilesh Kumar and Anju Kumari from IGNOU. And the first prize in this category, it goes to Miss Madhu Mittal, the research scholar from CCS University, Meerut, and Mrs. G. Jemina, Maston College, Chennai. Then the next category is Best Paper with Maximum Social Utility. Here I'll have to announce first the first prize. The first prize goes to Mrs. Arti Upadhyay, BHU Varanasi. The second prize to Ms. Madhu Mittal, Research Scholar, CCS University, Meerut. And in the third position, there are as many as 1, 2, 3, and 4 scholars. I'll announce the name of them. Pratyusha Sahu, Mrs. Y. Elin Sibi, Deepak Sharma, and Sefali Dimmer. So there are 4 scholars in the third position in the category of Best Paper with Maximum Social Utility. Then the last category is Best Paper Presentation. The third prize goes to Simi M, Department of Education, University of Kerala. The second prize to RK, it's slightly difficult to pronounce, and please pardon me if I mispronounce, RK Langdong Sangi, a research scholar from Shillong. And any guess for the first prize here in the Best Paper Presentation category? Okay, I will announce. The first prize here goes to Arul Priya Sampath, a research scholar from Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai. So congratulations to all the winners, and thank you very much. I am sure the judges have made their best attempt and they try to assess them as objectively as possible. Still, if you think that there is some error, you can blame it to me. Otherwise, judges have made their best attempt. And I once again reiterate, I congratulate all of you for actively taking part in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Moving again towards experience sharing part of the ceremony. Now, I would like to invite Varish from Kendriya Vidyalaya Dwarka, Gujarat, to share some of his experience during the meet. Varish? Might be he's not.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I was trying to unmute myself. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the jury members for selecting our papers in 2 categories and awarding us. And I'm very thankful to Scholar Mosaic for selecting a paper for this. And it was really a very enriching session. And I never felt alienated from MS Baroda, because I have to share two things here, 2-3 things. That as Patel sir initially told us that there are many alumni of MS Baroda who have occupied different positions in eminent institutes. So it is a privilege and honor to be part of an institute where some of the alumni are at the eminent position. Like I completed my B.Ed and Masters in Education from Delhi University, CI Department of Education. So I had interaction already with the alumni of MS Baroda, and first time I came to know about the name of this university when I was doing my Masters in Education from my professors. And here I want to name one of them, Dr. Shailaja Chainat. So she was one of the alumni of MS Baroda, and she was teaching us qualitative research method. And her experiences from MS Baroda was always the discussion of our classes. So that inspired me a lot to figure out where this university is and how they work. Then I came to know about the case and the idea of micro teaching, which developed in this university. So at that point of time, I came to know that case has a very rich historical legacy in terms of education and exploring the different ideas in education. So this was, I just can't tell that how lucky I felt at the point of time when we got this opportunity to present our paper. So I'm really thankful to everyone and to the case department and the organizing team for selecting our paper and providing every one of us such wide range of experience related to research. It covered the research methodology in a holistic manner, whether it is qualitative research, quantitative research, experimental research, and mixed method research. And my takeaway from this seminar will be that when we are doing research, we should not focus on our API scores or collecting numbers. We should work toward bringing a quality research which can bring our image, or for example, as a research, we should come forward with such ideas which help the world to move forward. So thanks for making us part of this seminar, and thanks again to the whole department and the whole team of Mosaic who organized this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varish. Mrs. Ellen Shibi, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, Chennai. Ma'am, would you like to share something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. Good evening, one and all gathered here. I thank first and foremost my guide, Dr. S. Devasagayan Selvakumar, Principal, Western College of Education, for providing me this immense opportunity to participate in this wonderful annual reporters meet 2021. I can find no words to appreciate Professor Ashutosh Pishpalji for organizing a program for these 3 days. I like to appreciate all the team members for their continuous support throughout the session. You have a well-organized this program in a systematic manner. My special thanks to all the chairpersons of various technical sessions. And all the lead speaker sessions gave lots of inputs and created a huge impact on the young researchers' mind. The papers prepared and presented through online mode is not an easy one. It is a very difficult task to connect people through online mode. So the technical support provided by the organizing committee is highly appreciable. Only one suggestion I want to say is the time limit provided for the every paper presenter. If that time could be extend few more minutes, means it could be nice to present papers. Other than that, everything was well and good. The organization of the webinar was exemplary, especially the communications from the organizers were prompt. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to share my feedback about this researchers meet. Once again, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Nancy Gojia, Research Scholar, School of Education, Central University of Gujarat. Ma'am, would you like to share something?
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Nancy.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to congratulate to all the faculty of education and psychology for organizing such a resourceful annual Young Researcher Meet 2021, and all the sessions starting from day one till now was very good and very fruitful and very knowledgeable. I really learned a lot as a new researcher, so that I can gain new knowledge and I could incorporate all these things in my research work in future. And I'm looking forward for attending such kind of webinars, workshops, and many more things from your institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Now we have Priya Ranjan Das, Research Scholar, RI Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Sir, are you there? Priya Ranjan Das.
I think it's not there.
Next, Arul Priya Sampath, Research Scholar, Department of Curriculum Planning and Evaluation, Tamil Nadu. Arul Priya Sampath, ma'am, are you there? Might be possible we are not able to reach them.
Ma'am, unmute yourself. We are giving you permission.
Arul Priya, ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. You have, yeah,
yes.
Yeah, she's there.
I think she's having network problem.
Ma'am, are you ready to present? Shifali Dhibar, Research Scholar. Shifali Dhimar, Research Scholar, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Syaji Rao University of Baroda. Would you like to share something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
A very good evening to all. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me such an opportunity to share my experience. And I would like to thank Professor Asi Patel, Head Department of Education, and Professor Asutosh Biswal, Coordinator of Scholar Mosaic 2021, to organize this 3 day seminar. It was a wonderful experience as it gives an opportunity to learn innovative and meaningful things that definitely help us to build up and open up our views towards the different research areas. This seminar is special because the participants are also from the different region and cultures, and so that the information shared by them touch with the different area of research. And this seminar will definitely helpful to sharpen my ability and skills. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shifali. जी सर बोलिए. Success is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out. Professor Ashutosh Biswal, Coordinator Young Researcher Meet 2021, has more than 25 years of teaching and experience and research experience. Sir has been working as a program in charge of IGNO Study Center for B.Ed and M.Ed at Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Syaji Rao University of Baroda since January 2005, and May 2009, respectively. He has also contributed his expertise with various national and international journals. As a member of editorial board, I would like to present a warm welcome to Professor Sir. Without taking much time, I would like to invite Professor Biswal Sir to propose the vote of thanks to the audience. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Aisa. So I am going to do a very pious job actually. Without that, the function cannot be completed. This is the vote of thanks. The first of all, I would like to thank Professor Parimal Vyas, Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Akhilesh Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Professor Rajendra Singh University. They were there in the inaugural session. So, sir, thank you very much for highlighting the very crucial points of research. So, I would like to thank Professor K.G. Suresh, the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal. So you can see that with so much of difficulties, like just traveling by the car, and with that, and thanks God, in the total session there was no interruption and it was completely very sir. So sir, thank you very much. And see, he is such a polite person, so you cannot like imagine. Like even I will tell you, we learned, sir, many things from you. Like we can say that we are the traditional researchers. So whenever we used to organize this type of program, we used to follow the morely traditional. Like we used to emphasize more on the academic part of the things. Sir, when I was just communicating you one day, you said that like, what do you mean? If you have any creatives, please provide me. Sir, I am not able to understand what is the meaning of creatives. So I talked to some of my friends. What do you mean by? Then I just inquired from the internet and came to know that this is something like, before some seminar you have to prepare some, because in the journalism and communication this is one fashion. So then sir, I tried to prepare some creatives like things and I provided you. And today also, I just in the morning I thought that I think something is going to happen. In the morning I tell Sama there, like, Sama, you just prepare one poster of the validity session. And generally we don't prepare this type of posters, so validity session, and we'll just invite, we'll post it to some people to invite. And you said that if there is any poster, please give me. Sir, these two things I think I learned just by inviting you. So this is a very good experience. At least sir, थोड़ा traditional से थोड़ा सा modern तो हो गए आपका presence. So sir, thank you very much. Sir, you have shown the total, like starting from very ancient time till today, what we are doing, the way the India is progressing, like to see the things in a different angle. So sir, it is wonderful. It is, I think I liked very much, sir. I think it is going to be very useful for the researchers. They are going to introspect what is the, suppose one person is doing some master degree research or PhD research. What that mean for a country like India? It has lots of importance. If one researcher is going to be spread all over India, I think it can change the fate of this country. So every research has some meaning. I said, thank you very much, sir. Like I will thank Professor R.C. Patel. He's my dean, he's my head, and he's my friend, and I get all the supports. Whenever I said whether you should do it, oh yes, okay, you just do follow that. So all the supports what you have provided me, thank you very much, R.C. Patel. Colleagues in the faculty like Professor Panigrai, Professor Sujata, Professor Pushpanatham, Professor all the professors, Professor Milind, all these professors and all my colleagues, junior colleagues, they are very cooperative whenever you are going to give. So actually I have not given them much work because most of the work has been given to the researchers. So only the thing is they are always with me. Only the thing is I have told them, we have made them as the backups. I have told them that if they need some problems, if they have some problems, you just help them. I think it was not needed, and I think they were excellent support for me. Like next, university administrators, they provide us Zoom, like Dr. Anand, and excellent support. Whenever our university is very very cooperative. Whenever you do this, you just see the vice chancellor for the research. Okay, no problem. Anything you need, they can provide you. So all the supports we get from the university administrators, teacher, technical staffs. Like we have very important technicals. One is Nicholas Choksi, he's our technician. Then one is that Anil Bhai and we have a small canteen. The canteen owner is Govind Bhai. They helped a lot for these 3 days. Tea, food, like internet connections, any problems, they support us a lot. The next is, this is very important. I think I am not getting the word how to just give the vote of thanks to these people. The first come the research students. Our research students, if I am going to tell the names, and if I forget any name, please pardon me. I have tried to take each and every name. Okay. So it starts with Aditi, Sama, Saurya. I think you may be very acquainted with all these names. So they were working for last 3 days. Saurya, Kamaksi, Nisa, Sefali, Rakesh, Asa, Boski, Aisa, Chandran, Lakshmi, Usha, Prithvi, Rinki, Ruchi, Sarita, Satabdi, Sarli, Susma, Satyajit, Jana Janak, Dipesh, Gargi, Susmita. So all these are our research scholars. And the thing is, you cannot imagine, I am not getting the right word to praise them. Excellent. Only the thing what I said, I tried to do the things. When I organized I thought that it is a small program. It is of the researchers. But I thought that no, it may be a small program, but I am going to give such a importance to this program that they feel that yes, it is one of the best program. Okay, and they will be motivated. That's why in the beginning, I just decided that our vice chancellor should be there or another vice chancellor should be there. In this session, in valedictory session also, we said that one very good vice chancellor should address to them. I think this is, we try to do it from them and the way they manage. Sir, I will tell you, they are doing it for last 2 months. This was a simple idea, just to, I think I have, whatever the objective I have, I am able to fulfill all those objectives. I think we have started an era to create a research culture. I think it is very, very good. I think I liked it very much, and the way they have worked. Okay, another thing is I have to learn so many things from them. You see, chairpersons. You have seen 11 sessions, 22 chairpersons, and they are so polite. I think we should learn from them. So they have to stop a person with such a polite language, the person will not mind. Okay, it was another thing is we feel proud because we have trained them. They are our students. And this is wonderful that the chairpersons, technical assistants, backups, they have created lots of backups. If this fail, this will do. If this fail, this will do. There are the backups for everything. And that's why you must have seen in these 3 days, there were not a single 5 minutes or 10 minutes when there was no program. And the thing is, many problems were there today also in Sama's house. There was no electricity. But the thing is, they were so good in managing the programs. This is wonderful, wonderful, and wonderful. And the thing is, nobody is from the department. Now they are working from somewhere. Someone is the Bilaspur, someone in Baroda, someone in Delhi. They are working wonderful things. Okay. So thank you very much, researchers. I think this is a beginning. I think if you can do the things, and I will tell, before that, I will tell you one thing. That is the prizes. It was totally blind, like the way we have evaluated the papers. And for that, we have some 20 evaluators. Every papers were evaluated by 2 persons thoroughly, and it was blindfolded. Even the evaluators, they do not know the name of the paper. Like the person who have written they do not know the researcher's name, and they have blinded. We have taken the average of that, and today only I came to know that who are the winners. So it was totally, I have seen that it is most objectively evaluated, and this is very transparent. And today also for this, that is till last minutes, we are evaluating like the best paper presentation. It was evaluated by 5 people. 5 different people, and we used to take the average of that, and it was when the result came, I came to know that, okay, the person seems like getting the award, they get it. It is excellent. And for that, I will like to thank the evaluators, particularly Ramesh, like the Vibhuti Biswal, Hemangini. Apart from that, there is the lead speakers also. They are our the evaluators. So thank you very much for evaluating it very nicely. The next comes the most educated and academic people, okay, among our research scholars, that is the lead speakers. So the names, most of the lead speakers, they were our students, except two. That is, one is Professor S.C. Panigrai, and another is Divakar Sarangi. Divakar Sarangi is a friend of mine, and Professor S.C. Panigrai, he is a researcher from here, and he is a very senior and experienced professor. Okay, and he was guiding me each and every time. And these are, apart from that, there are Suna Sona Kurana, Avtarjit Singh, Y. Vijayalakshmi, Mukesh Chandrakar, Rishi Raj, Professor Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Bandhan Natalegaonkar, Dr. Reena Godara, Dr. Prerna Silath, and believe me, lead speakers, this was the toughest job. You just tell a professor, you just tell a teacher, just to take a topic, take a session on sampling. It is very easy because they have the PowerPoints. Just come with the PowerPoints, they will present, that is over. Then I say that because I have two things. It is not like that just to put them in problem. The thing that we don't have the time, you can see 100 papers were there. It was decided for 2 days. Then I thought that somebody was telling that the timer, okay, I'm sorry, I have no other options, but I will take care of this. In the next time, I will take care of this. We have 100 sessions, and I thought that everybody should present those complete papers because it is their forum and they have to present. So that way we extended to 3 days. And apart from that, we have the limitations. That's why 10 minutes, 8 minutes, not more than that, we are not able to allow. Okay. So this is these lead speakers. Then they said that, sir, whether we are going to tell about the review of related literature, about the sampling. No, you are not telling anything about the sampling, anything about the experimental research, anything about the case studies. What you are going to tell them, it is there on the net. It is there in the books, and they know it. So what you are supposed to do, you are going to provide them tips related to this. And believe me, it is very difficult to find the tips which is not there in any book, which is not there in internet. And this is a tremendous task. And what the way we are expecting, they did something more than that. That is wonderful. So thank you very much for all these academic scholars. They did their job wonderful. The last, I think, the last is that is the all these audience, all these like the participants, the paper presenters. I think wonderful. There was not a single class. Okay, the technology was there, and we are novice to the technology. With this novice technology, we did the wonderful things. If we just master the technology, I think anything could be done by the researchers. So we have a very beautiful audience, very beautiful participants, very beautiful paper presenters. So thank you very much for being with us. And I hope that, and lastly, yesterday I have made one attempt just to collect some views from the like the research scholars. That is what is the need. So their need and their what is the need. So they found that the research environment, they need a research environment. I think we cannot create a jungle and we can keep the researchers there. They will get an environment. It is the starting of the environment. So the MS University is a very good university. We'll do something. Only the thing is, for all over India, I think we can invite 100 people. So what is the rest? So what I hope is just, there are many papers from Chennai, some Tamil Nadu, there are many papers. I will just request my friend, that is Selva Kumar and others. So please, sir, organize this type of forums in your institutions, and we'll be with you. And it could be in the online, no problem. So at different places in Baroda or the other universities in Delhi, in like the one is Northeast, there are many people from Northeast. And the thing is, Northeast also, so previously we were thinking that Northeast means people used to say the backward. It is not like that. In the Northeast also, the presenters are excellent. So now the thing is, all over India, if we are going to organize this type of things and something more than this, I think we can really create one research environment. I hope there are many expectancies from the researchers. So I have one request for all these, that from this need, I will say that they need one environment, they need some feelings, they need some affections from their guides, they need some belongingness to their departments. So I think these things can be possible and we can provide them. So this is my, in my folded handed, I will request all the research guides, those who are present here, and just consider them, because doing the research work, they are in full stress, but taking one type of affection, I think they can do the wonders. So I think in the future also, we are going to organize different components. We'll see whatever may be feasible. We'll organize that and we'll see that you people are going to come. If it is after COVID, physically also you can come. We have many sources, no problem. We can see that in some programs, so you can physically, you can come, you can see, we have very good, wonderful facilities here, so you can enjoy that thing. So all and all, I think it was very happy. Okay, I was very tired, but still I'm very happy. So the thing is, this is a wonderful session. So thank you very much to all of you, students, research scholars, my colleagues, administrators, the vice chancellors. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, Esa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Without your support and encouraging words, we would not be able to perform our duties in such an exceptional way. Thank you so much. A sincere gratitude to you, sir. Thank you. The end of the story is a beginning for many others. With this, let us conclude this memorable valedictory of 3-day Scholar Mosaic 2021 and annual Young Researcher Meet, organized by Researcher Cell, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Syajirao Rao University of Baroda. As a true Indian, national anthem is must-have part of our closing ceremony, and if it is a live concert and even on piano, would be an addition.
Aisa, just before that, any research scholars, if you just research scholars from here, those anybody from organizers, if you want to tell something, you can do that before the national anthem. Anybody want to share something?
Any research scholar would like to share their experience working with sir and coordinator team?
No, not working with me, working with the
sir, with the whole team.
Scholars Mosaic.
Yes, sir, with the whole team. Would like to share their words.
I think they
please
must
come forward. Shama, Aditi, Shaurya, please come forward with your words. Nisha.
Okay, now
sir, I think
conclude.
maybe
now
they are working. Yeah, yes, sir.
Now you conclude, no problem.
Yes, sir. As a true Indian, national anthem is must-have part of our closing ceremony, and if it is a live concert and even on piano, would be an additional boost for all of us. 8-year-old Dayavat Nimavat, studying in grade 2, son of one of our MH student, will play piano and sing national anthem by himself on the beats of piano, which he himself will play. I request the audience to rise for the national anthem.
Good evening. Good evening. Oh
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dhyavat. It is really a melodious and stress-relieving performance by our little researcher. Thank you so much. Now, at the end, hoping to meet again with one more idea, with one more scope in the field of research. Let us wind up this researcher meet. Sir, would you like to say something or wind up? Should I?
I think next year, if you can meet during this time, I think that is good. That is good. That is going to be
Sure,
memorable.
sir. Sure,
And
sir.
I thought that I am telling the researchers, you just try to continue this program for at least 10 to 10, 20 years, just to achieve a culture, research culture in India, like something like that. Okay, so we may be there for 4 or 5 years. So after that, it is your duty to continue it, not for these researchers from all over India. If these people, they fails to continue like this, Akhilesh Kumar, so those who are here, please try to see that it is going to continue somewhere in India. So definitely next year during this time only, try to see that same 17, 18, 19. At least if it's going to be the same time, that is wonderful. Otherwise, definitely we'll do it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you all the participants for making our initiative a grand success. Thank you so much. With this, we will end the meet. Thank you so much, sir.
Chalo, leave. Chalo, bye.